everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Multiverse, starting with cursed spirit manipulation, synopsis transmigrating into a massive anime crossover universe, the iconic heroines from my favorite shows started popping up one after another. At the exact same time, a quest system awakened in my mind, generating specific missions tied directly to these girls. Completing each task meant scoring some seriously sweet rewards. There was just one catch: the more I stared at these quests, the more incredibly screwed up they seemed. Extort a friendship fee from Hidori Bachi Goto. Take out a sketchy online payday loan under Ryo Yamada's name. Steal Sakiko Tagawa's cheap discount takeout. Look my Sakurajima dead in the eye and scream, "I live for my Sakurajima." Critique Aori Spencer Sawamura's explicit doujinshi right to her face. Staring at this ridiculous list of tasks, Kai found himself caught in a massive moral dilemma. But in the end, he decided to just be an honest man. Let's be real here, I'm just completely down bad for them. Chapter 1 to 57, 1. Hidori Goto, you wouldn't want to end up without friends, would you? 14 words, this is this month's friendship fee. Up on the Sobuhai rooftop, a girl with cherry pink hair, half her face hidden behind her bangs, timidly offered up a 10,000 yen bill with both hands to the young man standing in front of her. Seeing him take it, she seemed to summon an immense amount of courage before speaking. Are we friends now? Looking at the cash in his hand, Kai smiled with deep satisfaction. At the exact same time, a mechanical voice chimed inside his head. Quest completed. Extort a friendship fee from Hidori Bachi Goto. Claim reward. No, Kai wasn't in a rush to claim the reward right this second. Instead, he took his time sizing up the girl standing before him, the very same girl famously known as Bachi to countless viewers in his past life. First, he had miraculously transmigrated into this massive anime multiverse. Then, his system had awakened. Just the thought of having the chance to meet all the iconic anime heroines he used to fantasize about was enough to get him fully bricked up. Keikai-senpai. Seeing that he hadn't said a word, Hidori couldn't help but call out to him in a tiny, wavering voice. Meanwhile, her internal theater was already spiraling out of control. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I'm completely doomed. I knew it was just wishful thinking. Deluding myself into believing I could buy Kai-senpai's friendship for 10,000 yen. I really am just a rat in the gutter. What right does someone like me have to call a guy like him my friend? He's definitely laughing at me inside right now. But in the very next second, just Kai. The sudden exclamation caught Hidori completely off guard, instantly slamming the brakes on her internal panic attack. Just call me Kai. We're friends now, right? So we should address each other like actual friends. Here in Japan, unless you were family, only the closest of friends ever addressed each other on a first-name basis. I have a friend. I actually have a friend on a first-name basis. And I'll be calling you Hidori from now on. Is that cool? Oh, of course. Hitori's voice couldn't help but pitch up a few octaves in pure excitement. I actually have a friend. And it's a first-name basis friend. I am just too awesome. Watching Hidori instinctively sway back and forth in sheer delight, Kai stayed quiet. Sure, she usually dressed down in frumpy clothes, hiding half her face behind her hair so nobody could see what she really looked like. But according to her actual anime canon, the only reason Hitori, despite being a massive social outcast, never got bullied growing up was simply because she was drop-dead gorgeous. She was so pretty that people couldn't bring themselves to mess with her. Even her top-tier figure was completely hidden beneath that oversized tracksuit. Hidori wasn't just a one-and-done target, she had way more quests attached to her. Clearing his throat, Kai suddenly spoke up. Well, since we're officially friends now, holding hands shouldn't be an issue, right? As he said it, he casually reached out and offered his hand to her. And no issue at all. Hidori instinctively shook her head. Even though she had never actually made a friend before, she'd seen plenty of girls in her class hold hands just to go to the bathroom together. It was just holding hands, there was absolutely nothing wrong with that, right? Besides, Kai was incredibly handsome, and his smile was just so warm and genuine. There was no way a guy like him would ever lie to her. With that thought in mind, Hidori slowly raised her delicate, pale hand, getting ready to place it into his. Over here in Japan, it was strictly illegal to mute the shutter sound or disable the flash on a smartphone camera. Because of that, the crisp, undeniable sound of a photo being snapped echoed right into both of their ears. Was someone sneaking pictures of them? Even though his little setup had just been rudely interrupted, Kai didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he calmly turned his head to see what was going on. Standing right at the entrance to the rooftop was a beautiful girl with a completely cold, aloof demeanor, and a rather modest chest. She stepped out of the stairwell, smartphone in hand. Absolute scum. The moment she locked eyes with Kai, she didn't even try to hide the sheer disgust radiating from her gaze. Yukino Shida. Conversely, a very different kind of gleam flashed through Kai's eyes when he saw her. He completely hadn't expected to run into two top-tier anime heroines on his very first day here. And just like clockwork, the absolute second he laid eyes on Yukino, a massive barrage of quest notifications exploded in his mind. Make Yukino throw up a peace sign while rolling her eyes in pure ecstasy. Please, God, I just want Yukino to verbally degrade me. Get Yukino to show me her panties while looking at me like absolute trash. 2-for-1 Yukino Shida sister special. Make it happen. Equip a pet collar onto Yukino goddess tier feet. I need to see those toes. Leave Yukino Shida completely speechless. The sheer, overwhelming wall of degenerate quests made Kai's head spin. This was exactly the kind of insane VIP treatment you'd expect from encountering a main heroine. Having just experienced the same thing with Hidori, he wasn't going to lose his cool over it. The system he had awakened was literally called the quest system. True to its name, it generated all sorts of crazy missions tied to specific targets. Finishing a quest handed out rewards, though he was still pretty much in the dark about what exactly those rewards entailed. The only thing he knew for an absolute fact was that the system only locked onto heavy hitters, the most famous, top-tier girls from across the anime multiverse. Take the quest he had just cleared with Hidori, for example. Extorting a friendship fee out of her. It had popped up exactly the same way. And the process was ridiculously easy. All Kai had to do was drop one single line, Godo-san, you really wouldn't want to spend your entire high school career without making a single friend, would you? Yukino Shida obviously had no idea what the guy standing across from her was currently thinking, but the way he was dead staring right at her only made the disgust in her eyes burn even brighter. I already have the photo. If you don't want me to drag you straight to the police station, I suggest you step away from that girl right now. From Yukino's perspective, this guy was clearly using some kind of underhanded tactic to take advantage of the poor girl in front of him. Even she knew that getting a conviction based entirely on a single photo was going to be a massive stretch, but she hoped the threat alone would be enough to scare him off. Forget a stupid photo. Even if she had recorded the whole thing in ultra-high definition, it wouldn't matter. He was a transmigrator armed with a literal system. Did she seriously think a second-year high school girl could intimidate him? Crossing his arms over his chest, Kai didn't look bothered in the slightest. Yukino Shida-san, I think you've got this whole situation completely twisted. Godo-san and I are friends. Is there a rule against friends holding hands? Hidori had finally snapped back to reality by this point, and she immediately stepped right up next to him without a second of hesitation. You've got to support your friends, that's what friends are for. Getting backstabbed by the very victim she was trying to save left Yukino genuinely stunned. Yukino Shida-san, you wouldn't happen to be projecting this massive misunderstanding just because you don't have any friends yourself, would you? Critical hit. Yukino was insanely confident when it came to pretty much every other aspect of her life, but the friend department. That was her one glaring weakness. First of all, we need to clearly define what actually constitutes a friend. Alright, stop right there. Kai waved a hand, immediately cutting off Yukino's incoming philosophical rant. The only people who say stuff like that are the ones who definitely don't have any friends. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 2, Yukino Shida 1187 words, that's so pitiful. Beside him, Hidori Goto instinctively chimed in, looking at Yukino Shida with genuine pity in her eyes. What do I do? I'm starting to regret coming out here to save someone. Catching the hostile glare Yukino was shooting her way, Hidori jumped in fright. Like a startled hamster, she immediately ducked behind Kai. Feeling Hidori instinctively press against his back, Kai had to admit her figure was absolutely ridiculous. Compared to her, Yukino Shida was practically flaunting her wealth, having secured her very own private runway at such a young age. On the surface, Kai let out a totally straight-faced cough, and gently patted the back of Hitori's hand. Relax, Hidori. We're friends now. I won't let anyone hurt you. Hitori's pupils literally vibrated, this feeling of being protected by a friend. You are my absolute god. Is this what the divine looks like? He's so bright, so blinding. To think that a single-celled paramecium, like me, would actually get protected by a friend one day. This feeling is absolutely incredible. It's decided. I definitely need to upload a few more guitar videos online so I can afford my friendship fees. As the internet-famous guitar hero, Hitori's actual income was nothing to scoff at. Covering a basic friendship fee was more than within her budget. Just the thought of keeping Kai around as her permanent friend made Hidori let out an involuntary giggle. Sure enough, even if she was a top-tier beauty, laughing like that made her sound like a total creep. I am so sorry. Snapping back to reality, Hidori frantically apologized. I'm doomed. Why did I just laugh out loud? Kai-senpai is definitely going to be completely disgusted with me and revoke my friendship privileges. Imagining Kai staring at her with utter revulsion and saying, sorry, Kohai, but being friends with you is just too embarrassing. Let's pretend we never met. Hidori felt her entire world instantly turn bleak and gray. Kai-senpai, please. She had finally managed to score a friend, she wasn't about to lose him just like that. Knowing full well that Hitori's internal theater ran on overdrive, Kai delivered a swift karate chop to the top of her head before she could spiral any further, watching as she grabbed her head with both hands and let out a yelp of pain. Kai cut straight to the chase. You're not listening, Hitori-chan. I already told you we're friends now. You should be calling me Kai, or at least Kai-kun. Kai-kun. Realizing that Kai wasn't about to cut ties with her, Hidori couldn't stop herself from breaking into another goofy giggle. Yukino Shida. Right now, the absolute most speechless person in the universe had to be Yukino Shida standing right in front of them. Watching Kai and Hidori banter like nobody else was even in the room, Yukino suddenly felt incredibly out of place. So, am I just a prop in whatever weird roleplay you two have going on? Are you absolutely sure this guy is your friend? Just to be safe, Yukino directed the question straight at Hidori. Yeah. Hidori blanked for a second, then nodded frantically, looking absolutely terrified that hesitating for even a fraction of a second might cost her the only friend. I apologize. That was incredibly rude of me. As the second daughter of the Yukino Shida family, Yukino had always firmly believed in absolute justice. Right was right, and wrong was wrong. With total sincerity in her voice, she offered Kai a formal bow of apology. Don't sweat it. You were just trying to do the right thing, Yukino Shida-san. It just proves you're a genuinely good person with a kind heart. Hearing Kai praise her like that, Yukino kept a stoic face, but the slight, almost imperceptible upward twitch of the corner of her mouth gave away her improved mood. By the way, Hidori, lunch break is almost over. You should head back to class first. I've got a few things I need to discuss with Yukino. Yukino found it a bit strange, but remembering how rude she had just been, she stayed rooted to her spot instead of walking away. Then Hidori looked incredibly reluctant. She had finally made a friend, and she absolutely did not want to separate from him this soon. I've got a few things to take care of today, but let's grab lunch up here together tomorrow. Guessing exactly what was running through Hitori's mind, Kai offered her a warm smile. Eating lunch with a friend was a luxury Hidori had been dreaming about since practically the dawn of time. Getting a solid confirmation, Hidori nodded happily, though she still looked a bit clingy as she finally turned to leave. Seeing this only cemented Yukino's belief that these two actually were friends. Maybe whatever she walked in on was just some bizarre inside joke between them. After all, nobody could possibly be stupid enough to literally pay for friendship, right? Yukino Shida-san. Once Hidori was gone, Kai dropped the playful demeanor and leveled a serious look at Yukino. I'm sure you noticed the issue with Hidori just now. What issue? I didn't notice anything. A flash of genuine confusion crossed her normally cold and collected face, but Kai just kept right on talking. That girl has crippling social anxiety. She's been like that since she was a kid. She's terrified of making friends, and she walks on eggshells just trying to hold a basic conversation. Thinking back to how Hidori had just acted, she really was incredibly timid. She had barely even looked up at Yukino once. Surely, Yukino wasn't that terrifying, right? So if the opportunity ever comes up, I'm hoping you could talk to her more, Yukino Shida-san. Maybe teach her a few things. Teach her what? How to make friends. I don't even know how to do that myself. But there was absolutely no way Yukino Shida would ever admit something like that out loud. What makes you think I would ever agree to that? She's going full tsundere. Even though her tone had clearly lost its icy edge. Because I think you're a genuinely good person, Yukino Shida-san. If you see someone who needs help, you're the type who would step up and lend a hand. And Yukino really was a good person. If she wasn't, she never would have gone on to create the service club later down the line. Sure enough, hearing Kai say that made the faint smile on Yukino's lips grow just a fraction wider. I accept your request. You really are a lifesaver. Since that's settled, you should come eat lunch with us up here tomorrow. Eat lunch with other people. Outside of family, that was an experience Yukino Shida had literally never had before. But meeting Kai's expectant gaze. For some inexplicable reason, Yukino found herself nodding in agreement. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 3, Curse Spirit Manipulation and the popular clique 1355 words. Nailed it. After Yukino Shida left the rooftop, Kai confidently made a grasping gesture. As for juggling two top-tier girls at once, he felt absolutely zero pressure. One was a socially anxious mess, and the other was an unmelting ice queen. Tomorrow's lunch might just be the perfect opportunity to grind out a few more quests. Thinking about quests, Kai immediately remembered the one he had just completed and mentally connected with the system. System, I want to claim my reward. The very next second, the system's mechanical voice chimed in. Since this is the host's first completed quest, the reward has been enhanced. Congratulations, host. Reward acquired, Cursed Spirit Manipulation Perfect Edition. Cursed Spirit Manipulation. The exact same cursed spirit manipulation used by the special grade Jujutsu sorcerer, Sugura Geto, in Jujutsu Kaisen. Kai couldn't stop the surge of absolute excitement rushing through his veins. Sure, a lot of the character writing in the later stages of Jujutsu Kaisen went completely off the rails, but that didn't take away from how undeniably badass the power system was. He had spent countless hours in his past life fantasizing about wielding those flashy, overpowered cursed techniques. But wait, are there even cursed spirits in this world? The core mechanic of cursed spirit manipulation involved absorbing, ingesting, and completely subjugating cursed spirits. If this world didn't have cursed spirits, the technique would be practically useless. Then again, maybe not. Just possessing cursed energy alone would push his physical specs far beyond the limits of a normal human. After all, look at Satoru Gojo, the strongest sorcerer himself. Even without relying on the 6 eyes or the limitless technique, he could still completely dismantle special-grade cursed spirits with pure hand-to-hand combat. All things considered, Kai was incredibly satisfied with this starter reward. Humming a cheerful little tune, he finally made his way down from the rooftop. Kai was currently a second-year high school student. He was in the same grade as Yukino Shida, though they were in different classes. Hidori Goto, on the other hand, was a first-year. Remembering that there were several other top-tier heroines waiting in his own classroom, Kai unconsciously picked up his pace. "Where've you been? You completely disappeared the second the lunch bell rang." The original owner of this body hadn't been a complete background character. On the contrary, thanks to his good looks, even though he wasn't exactly a smooth talker, he had managed to consciously integrate himself into the classroom's popular clique, the group led by Hayato Hayama. Here in Japan, the high school caste system was strictly enforced through these little social circles. If you didn't join a group, you were immediately branded as an outcast or a loner. The previous Kai had moved to Tokyo all by himself for school. Being completely alone in an unfamiliar city, he naturally hadn't wanted to be ostracized. That was the only reason he had slipped into the popular crowd. But even then, he was basically just a background extra, there to fill space and nod along. But now that the current Kai had taken over, things were going to be vastly different. "It's nothing. I just ran into a few friends and ended up chatting a bit longer than expected," Kai explained with a casual smile, smoothly sliding into his seat. The others didn't think much of it. Kakeru Tobe was right back at it, hovering around Hayato Hayama, and cracking his usual loud jokes. Yamato and Uka, the other 2 guys in the popular group, flanked them on either side, chiming in every now and then to keep the hype going. If Hayato Hayama was the undisputed king of the guys in the popular clique, then the absolute leader of the girls' side was none other than the Fire Queen, herself, Yumiko Miura. Her brilliant blonde hair caught the sunlight, looking incredibly striking. At that exact same moment, a fresh barrage of quests suddenly triggered from her direction. "I want the queen to step on me. I want Yumiko Miura to look at me like I'm absolute trash. Corrupt her. Corrupt her." Witness Yumiko Miura's most vulnerable side. Praise Yukino Shida right to Yumiko Miura's face. Goddess to your feet. Goddess to your feet. And it wasn't just Yumiko. A whole cluster of quests also popped up over Yui Yokohama and Hina Ebina, who were standing right next to her. Among them, Yui had the highest volume of quests, while Hina had the fewest. It was pretty obvious by now the sheer number of available quests was directly tied to the heroine's overall popularity level. While everyone else was busy chatting, Kai let his gaze sweep across the classroom. Over by the Jairu group was Marin Kitagawa. Sitting nearby was Rika Takanashi, rocking her signature eye patch. And finally, sitting completely alone in the corner with an eerily calm expression, was Megumi Kato. He had officially died and gone straight to heaven. Megumi Kato in particular was an absolute goldmine. She had more quests hovering over her than Yumiko, Yui, and Hina combined. As expected of the legendary Saint Megumi. As if sensing the weight of his stare, Megumi intuitively turned her head, her eyes locking perfectly onto Kai's gaze. He honestly hadn't expected her to turn around so suddenly. But Kai didn't flinch or look away. He just flashed Megumi a confident, easygoing smile before casually withdrawing his gaze. Leaving a solid first impression was more than enough for now. Did he actually notice me? Exactly as Kai had calculated, that simple smile left a distinct mark in Megumi Kato's mind. Growing up, her lack of presence was so severe that even her own family completely overlooked her sometimes. At school, nobody ever went out of their way to approach her. She had always been a solitary shadow. This was literally the very first time someone had actively and intentionally noticed her. It stirred up a strange, unfamiliar flutter of emotion deep in her chest. But by the time Megumi focused her gaze back on him, Kai had already turned his head, and was deep in conversation with the guys next to him. What's the matter? Did you finally realize you have zero chance with Yui and decide to give up? Scouting for new targets already. Noticing that Kai had been checking out the other girls in the class, Yumiko Miura suddenly threw out a teasing jab. Yumiko. Yui Yokohama called out her name in embarrassment, quickly ducking her head with a shy flush. It suddenly clicked in Kai's mind. The previous owner of this body had actually harbored a massive crush on Yui. But since he had the social skills of a brick, his attempts at showing affection basically amounted to acting like a completely desperate simp. Of course not. If it were the old Kai, he would have started stammering and stuttering for half a day without managing to form a coherent sentence. But things were completely different now. He let out a natural, open smile and replied smoothly. We just started a new school year, didn't we? The class roster got completely shuffled around. I was just taking a look out of curiosity. Besides, when did I ever say I was giving up? As he said it, Kai turned and looked Yui Yokohama dead in the eye with complete sincerity. Yui, are you free this weekend? Let's go grab some afternoon tea together. He had never been this direct before. Even Hayato Hayama and the rest of the guys, who had been deep in conversation, stopped and stared over in absolute shock. This time, Yui was the one left stammering. Having watched the anime, Kai knew perfectly well that Yui was a textbook people-pleaser. She constantly put herself at the very bottom of the social hierarchy, totally submitting to the group dynamic. She passively accepted whatever plans other people made for her, and never once had the courage to voice her actual desires. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 4, playing Yui Yokohama 1199 words just to keep the peace, and maintain the group's vibe, she'd gladly swallow her own grievances without a second thought. And despite rocking that flashy gyro aesthetic, Yui was actually incredibly traditional and conservative at heart. I heard there's a new movie out in theaters. Want to go see it together? As he spoke, Kai leaned in just a fraction closer to her. The intense eye contact made Yui immediately drop her head. Kakeru Tobe was already hollering at the top of his lungs. Damn, Kai, you're a beast. I never knew you had balls like that. He was definitely the type to instigate and enjoy the show. But beneath the hype, there was a clear trace of envy in Tobe's voice. After all, he'd had a massive crush on Hina Ebina forever, but never had the guts to actually confess. Impressive. Yui, Kai's a really solid guy. Giving him a shot wouldn't be a bad idea. Even Hayato Hayama chimed in with his seal of approval. If one of his bros could score a girlfriend, Hayato was naturally all for it. Even Yumiko Miura hadn't expected Kai to be this aggressively straightforward. She crossed her arms, sizing him up. If they hadn't been in the same clique, and already known each other, Yumiko, who absolutely saw herself as the protective queen bee, would have rejected him on Yui's behalf without a second thought. What do you think, Yui? After mulling it over, Yumiko decided to leave the ball in Yui's court. Yui actually wanted to say no, but with the entire group staring right at her, the rejection died in her throat. Unable to force the words out, she simply nodded and agreed. This was exactly what Kai had banked on. With Yui's crippling people-pleasing tendencies, there was absolutely zero chance she would reject him in front of an audience like this. The oldest tricks in the book were always the most effective. Who actually chased girls nowadays by just blindly charging in like an idiot? Feigning absolute excitement, Kai smoothly reached out and grabbed Yui's hand. Hand. My bad, I just got a little too hyped. Catching himself, Kai quickly let go of her hand, rubbing the back of his neck with an embarrassed chuckle. It's okay. A little strategic physical contact was the quickest way to close the distance between two people. Not to mention, get Yui Yokohama to agree to a date quest completed. Yui obviously had no idea that this entire interaction was a calculated setup. Looking at Kai's bright, handsome face, she inexplicably found herself actually looking forward to the weekend. Girls her age were naturally suckers for romance, after all. Not to mention, Japanese society was honestly a bit twisted. Girls her age actually felt embarrassed about still being virgins, genuinely believing it meant they weren't attractive enough. Kai, if I find out you're messing with Yui, I'll end you. Yumiko maintained her crossed-arms stance. Despite her aggressive mouth, she was a textbook example of someone with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She instinctively cast herself in the role of the protective older sister, watching out for her girls. Please, leave Yui in my hands with total peace of mind. Kai said it with such deadpan sincerity that you'd think he was asking Yui's actual parents for permission, instead of Yumiko Miura. Well, if you put it like that, I'm counting on you. Yumiko knew how to play along with a joke. She gave a solemn nod, and the whole group burst into laughter. Only Yui let out an embarrassed, whiny protest. Her skin was just way too thin. Before long, the afternoon classes kicked off. Staring at Shizuka Hiratsuka up at the podium, Kai couldn't help but marvel. No wonder everyone always said, protagonists come and go, but Shizuka Hiratsuka is eternal. With looks like that, if he didn't already know her lore, he never would have guessed she was pushing 30. Engage Shizuka Hiratsuka in a fistfight, and when mock Shizuka Hiratsuka to her face about being single, flaunt your girlfriend right in front of Shizuka Hiratsuka, go on a blind date with Shizuka Hiratsuka, and brutally reject her goddess-tier feat. Goddess-tier feat. Jesus Christ, the other heroines triggered all sorts of degenerate, cultured missions, but Shizuka's quest pool was just a straight-up death wish. Noticing Shizuka's gaze sweeping across the room, Kai instantly dropped his head. She didn't earn the nickname, Iron-Fisted Spinster, for nothing. After school finally let out, Kai wasn't in a rush to hunt down the other heroines and grind quests. It was only his first day in this world, after all, he had all the time in the world. System, claim my reward. Walking home, Kai decided to cash in the reward from Yui's quest. Congratulations, host reward acquired, 100,000 yen in cash. A second later, Kai felt a sudden weight in his pants pocket. Reaching in, he pulled out 10 crisp 10,000 yen bills. It obviously couldn't compare to the overpowered starter reward, but he had expected as much, so he wasn't disappointed. Not bad at all. It suddenly hit him that the previous owner of this body actually had a part-time job after school. Since he had moved to Tokyo alone for his studies, and his parents back in the countryside were just getting by, he completely relied on that job for his daily living expenses. It was a pretty standard reality in Japanese society. Plenty of high schoolers worked part-time gigs just to survive. But if he could just farm cash by completing system quests, there was zero reason to keep grinding away at a miserable wage slave job. He had spent his entire past life slaving away as a corporate drone. Was he really going to do it all over again in this life? Absolutely not. Kai had already made up his mind. He was going to quit the second he got back. Hesitating for even a single second would be a total disrespect to his transmigration. He walked all the way to the bus stop, planning to catch a ride back to his apartment. By the time he arrived, the bus stop was completely deserted, save for a single black-haired girl standing there with her head bowed, her entire body trembling slightly. She was wearing a standard high school uniform, blazer on top, classic JK pleated skirt on the bottom, and rocking a pretty solid figure. Even though he couldn't see her face, the massive wall of quests suddenly erupting above her head instantly let him know he had stumbled across yet another top-tier heroine. What kind of insane RNG is this? Seriously. Just walking home, and a heroine literally drops into his lap. Pretend to be a ghost and jump scare Miko Yatsuya, terrify Miko Yatsuya, until she completely passes out. Witness Miko Yatsuya, on the verge of breaking down in tears. Goddess-tier feat. Goddess-tier feat. Equip a collar onto Miko Yatsuya. Completely destroy Miko Yatsuya's social life. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 5, 5. Are ghosts just cursed spirits? The first display of cursed spirit manipulation 1290 for words Miko Yatsuya. Compared to that absurd list of quests, what really caught Kai's attention was the girl's name. Miko Yatsuya. She possessed a pair of yin-yang eyes that allowed her to see grotesque ghosts. But because she lacked any actual means to exorcise or fight them, she spent her life walking on eggshells, utterly terrified that these entities would realize she could see them. According to her anime's established lore, the second a ghost figured out you could see them, they would immediately go on the attack. Is there even a difference between these ghosts and cursed spirits? Both were completely invisible to ordinary humans, and both possessed incomprehensible supernatural power. If cursed spirit manipulation worked on cursed spirits, there was absolutely no reason it wouldn't work on these ghosts. That was it. That had to be the case. A rush of excitement hit Kai. If Miko Yatsuya was radiating this much fear right now, it meant there was definitely a ghost lurking nearby even if he couldn't see it yet. Realizing what he needed to do, Kai calmed his mind and focused. Since he had just unlocked cursed spirit manipulation, his overall reserves of cursed energy weren't particularly massive, and his control over it was still in the absolute beginner stages. As he consciously guided it, he could feel a distinct, pulsating energy begin to circulate throughout his entire body. His vision gradually sharpened, piercing through the mundane veil. He saw it. Can you see me? Can you see me? Miko Yatsuya had always believed she was just an ordinary high school girl right up until today. Standing there waiting for her bus home, Miko felt her entire worldview completely collapse. What the hell is that? A grotesque monster easily 2 meters tall, covered in pitch-black skin, and sporting a horrifyingly twisted physique was slowly shambling toward her, muttering incessantly under its breath. It wasn't that Miko didn't want to run, she was just paralyzed by sheer terror. Her legs felt like they were filled with solid lead, leaving her with no choice but to watch helplessly as the monster drew closer. For some inexplicable reason, her gut screamed at her, if this monster realized she could see it, something incredibly terrible was going to happen. Left with zero options, she kept her head down and pulled out her phone. Her delicate fingers tapped mindlessly against the screen, while she prayed desperately for the monster to just go away. Why is this happening? I'm just a normal high school girl, why am I dealing with this? Even though her mind was an absolute spiraling mess, she forced herself to project a calm exterior, though cold sweat was already beading on her forehead. I can't believe Hannah had stuff to do today. Guess I've got no choice but to head home alone, Miko muttered aloud, pretending to talk to herself in a desperate bid to misdirect the entity's attention as it loomed closer. You can't see me. Finally, seemingly convinced that Miko couldn't see it, the monster let out a disappointed groan and began to turn away. Miko let out a microscopic sigh of relief. But right at that moment, she suddenly heard someone nearby say her name. She instinctively turned her head and spotted Kai standing just a short distance away. Even though she didn't recognize him, he was wearing the standard Sobuhai uniform, leading her to guess he was probably a schoolmate who had heard of her. Before she could even get the words out, the guy suddenly spoke up. I can see you. Miko froze for a split second before her expression warped into absolute horror. He could see it too. She instinctively tried to stop him, the sickening dread in her stomach instantly maxing out. You can see me. You can see me. Just as she feared, the exact second the monster realized Kai could see it, it went completely berserk, roaring as it lunged straight toward his position. Miko didn't even know what she was thinking. Maybe she just couldn't stomach the idea of watching a total stranger die right in front of her. She threw her hand up, desperate to warn him to run for his life. But what happened in the very next second etched a scene into Miko's mind that she knew she would never, ever forget. I can do this. Staring down the roaring, cursed spirit, charging right at him, Kai clenched his fists. There was definitely a flash of fear at confronting the unknown, but it was entirely eclipsed by the sheer thrill of finally stepping into the supernatural world. The cursed energy surging through his veins gave him an unshakable surge of confidence. He was going to win. Bam. He smoothly sidestepped the cursed spirit's lethal pounce, simultaneously driving a brutal, heavy punch straight into its ribs. The raw kinetic impact sent the monster staggering several steps backward. A grade 4 cursed spirit. According to the lore of the Jujutsu world, grade 4 was the absolute weakest classification of cursed spirits. Generally speaking, as long as they didn't panic, a physically fit adult male could beat one to death with a wooden baseball bat or a similar blunt weapon. And for a Jujutsu sorcerer, the moment they learned how to channel cursed energy, their physical specs completely transcended those of a normal human. Kill you. Grade 4 cursed spirits had basically zero intelligence, they fought entirely on primal instinct. Even after getting knocked back, it showed zero fear, instantly throwing itself back into the fight with another savage lunge. Before he transmigrated, Kai had picked up some solid mixed martial arts during his college years. Handling a brainless, brawling grade 4 cursed spirit that only knew how to charge forward was a total walk in the park. His movements transitioned from slightly stiff at the start to completely fluid and effortless. Amazing. Miko Yatsuya stared fixedly at the scene unfolding before her, her golden eyes wide with shock. She felt her entire worldview collapse all over again. That's about enough. Sensing that the grade 4 cursed spirit was on its last legs, Kai hammered it backward one final time. He raised a single hand, aiming his palm dead center at the cursed spirit. Cursed spirit manipulation. This was his very first time using the technique. A grade 4 cursed spirit was the perfect test dummy to gauge its actual effects. The cursed spirit's movements violently froze. In the very next second, an overwhelming, inescapable gravitational pull erupted from Kai's palm, completely engulfing the entity as the effects of the technique took hold. The cursed spirit's massive body began to twist, warp, and compress inch by inch, floating inexorably toward his outstretched hand. In a matter of seconds, a dense, palm-sized black orb materialized in his grip. The cursed spirit had been completely absorbed. And for the next part, remembering the scenes he'd watched in the anime, Kai hesitated for barely a fraction of a second before tilting his head back, preparing to swallow the orb whole. He ate it. Watching this happen, Miko couldn't stop herself from gasping out loud. But terrified of drawing attention to herself, she immediately clamped both hands tightly over her mouth. But Kai didn't have the time, or the bandwidth to care about what Miko was thinking right now. He had fully braced himself for the orb to taste absolutely god-awful, but the second it hit his tongue, it dissolved instantly. It slid down his throat without a single trace of flavor. Did it actually work? Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 6, Miko Yatsuya's Social Death. 14-15 words. Wait, didn't it say this was supposed to taste terrible? If it weren't for the fact that he could distinctly feel his cursed energy reserves expanding, and he could literally sense the newly subjugated cursed spirit waiting for his command, he would have genuinely thought cursed spirit manipulation had completely failed. Oh right. It suddenly hit Kai, the technique he had received wasn't the standard version. It was the perfect edition of cursed spirit manipulation. He hadn't fully grasped what that meant at first. But now, it was starting to make sense. The system had completely stripped away every single negative side effect associated with the original technique. Did Suguragedo's cursed energy naturally increase every time he swallowed a cursed spirit? He was pretty sure the anime never established that. It only stated that eating them allowed him to control them. So, not only did he not have to endure that horrifying, literal swallowing a rag used to wipe up vomit and feces taste, but constantly devouring cursed spirits would actually increase his cursed energy with an essentially infinite ceiling. Understood. The perfect edition was basically an insanely buffed version. Just the sheer implication of that realization made Kai practically vibrate with excitement. And right at that moment, snap. Slowly inching backward, Miko Yatsuya's foot accidentally crushed a dry twig. The sharp sound immediately snapped Kai's attention toward her. Realizing that Kai was now staring dead at her, Miko began to frantically stammer. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't see anything. I'm just a completely normal high school girl. Please don't eat me. I'm sorry. I am so sorry." The sight of him literally swallowing a monster whole seemed to have caused a massive, horrifying misunderstanding in Miko's head. Her terrified, borderline hysterical reaction actually made Kai let out a small, amused chuckle. "Let's not jump to conclusions here, Yatsuya-san. You can just think of me as an onmyoji. That technique just now was specifically meant for dealing with cursed spirits. I'm a human being. I obviously don't eat people. Don't eat people." It seemed Miko had completely tuned out everything except those last four words. Looking at Kai's bright, genuinely handsome face, her racing heart finally started to settle down a fraction. He's so handsome, there's no way a guy like him would lie, right? Clearly, even in a massive anime crossover universe, handsome privilege was still an absolute law of nature. "Of course I don't eat people. Besides, even if I did, you'd definitely need to go take a thorough shower before I could even stomach the idea. Is he saying I'm dirty?" Her heart skipped a beat. She was still a teenage girl, after all. Saying something like that was just incredibly out of line. She instinctively fired back without thinking. "What is that supposed to mean? I take a proper bath every single day. Here in Japan, soaking in a hot bath was practically a daily ritual." Kai didn't say a word. He simply pointed a finger down at Miko's skirt, a faint, teasing smirk playing on his lips. Not fully grasping what he was getting at, Miko absent-mindedly followed his gaze and looked down. In the very next second, she let out a senseless, strangled squeak, her entire face flashing bright crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye. She practically turned into a human steam engine. Did I actually just get scared into? She had been so completely paralyzed by fear earlier that she hadn't even realized it. Now that the adrenaline was fading, she suddenly registered a very distinct, damp chill radiating from down below. And when the cool evening breeze drifted past, that sensation alone made Miko want to instantly cease existing. "I'm dead. I am already dead." She immediately squatted down on the pavement, burying her completely flushed face deep into her arms. "Honestly, I'd rather have just been eaten by the monster." Experiencing absolute, irrecoverable social death couldn't possibly feel any worse than this. Completely destroy Miko Yatsuya's social life quest completed. This quest had basically just handed itself to him on a silver platter. Clearing his throat, Kai actually shifted into a more serious tone. "Look, don't beat yourself up over it. For a normal person stumbling across a cursed spirit like that completely out of nowhere, having a physical reaction like that really isn't strange at all. She just peed herself a little out of sheer terror. At least she hadn't completely crapped her pants. Is it really not that strange?" She raised her head weakly, looking up at Kai with incredibly pitiful, teary eyes, exactly like a small, helpless animal begging for reassurance. "Have you ever actually seen anyone else do this before?" "Well, no. Fortunately, the bus finally rolled up a few minutes later." Even though she was currently suffering from lethal levels of social death, Miko absolutely did not have the guts to stay at that cursed bus stop a second longer. She quickly scrambled onto the bus alongside Kai. Seeing that there were other normal passengers on board finally allowed the suffocating tension in her chest to ease up a bit. That thing from before, what exactly was it? Having just experienced a literal roller coaster from hell to heaven, Miko instinctively shuffled closer to Kai. It felt like standing next to him was the only way to guarantee her own safety. It was a cursed spirit. You can basically think of them as living urban legends. Kai honestly had no idea if there were any other actual jujitsu sorcerers running around in this world, but when it came down to it, cursed spirits, ghosts, and supernatural urban legends were all fundamentally the exact same thing. Normally speaking, ordinary people have absolutely zero ability to see cursed spirits. The fact that you can see them proves that you have a very special constitution. According to the established rules of the jujitsu world, only sorcerers or individuals with exceptionally high cursed energy could perceive cursed spirits. Miko Yatsuya clearly had the latent potential to awaken as a sorcerer. I don't want this kind of special constitution at all. From Miko's perspective, if given the choice, she just wanted to be a completely normal, painfully average high school girl. Is there any way to make me stop seeing those Mons, cursed spirits? At least, Kai didn't have a fix for it right now. Maybe he would unlock something further down the line. She lowered her head in sheer disappointment. Even though they had literally never met before today, interacting with him felt strangely natural. Miko found herself subconsciously treating him like a friend. Maybe it was because he had already witnessed her at her absolute, most humiliating rock bottom, so she felt like she didn't have anything left to hide. By the way, how did you know my name? It suddenly clicked in her head. He had called out her name right at the very beginning, even though she was absolutely positive she had never seen him before in her life. I go to Sobu High too. I heard one of your friends call your name during lunch break the other day, and it just kind of stuck. You have a really good memory. Miko didn't overthink it. They went to the exact same school. A coincidence like that was completely normal. Not necessarily. Seeing Miko keeping her head down, acting like the textbook definition of a timid, weak-willed schoolgirl, Kai suddenly flashed a teasing smirk. He leaned in close to her ear and dropped his voice to a low whisper. If it were just some average girl, I definitely wouldn't have remembered. But since Miko is just so incredibly cute, of course I remembered it instantly. She could literally feel the warmth of his breath brushing against her ear. Hearing Kai say that made her earlobes instantly flush a brilliant, burning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She let out an involuntary squeak of absolute shock. But this was still a public bus. Realizing that a handful of passengers had just turned around to stare at her, Miko desperately buried her face against her chest. What is going on today? This is the second time I've completely embarrassed myself. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 7, A Girl's Blush. 1350 words. Kai really didn't think much of it. In fact, meeting all those staring eyes, he just flashed them a bright, easygoing smile. Nobody said a word, and before long, everyone awkwardly averted their gaze. Japanese society was inherently cold and distant. Especially here in Tokyo, people mostly just minded their own business and couldn't care less about what anyone else was doing. Please don't make jokes like that. It took a good while before Miko Yatsuya finally mustered the courage to speak up, her voice incredibly weak. Miko had always considered herself completely average looks, average grades, average figure. She instinctively assumed Kai was just messing with her. I wasn't joking. You really are cute, Miko. She weakly raised her head, stealing a quick glance at him. Seeing the absolute sincerity in his eyes without a single trace of teasing, she immediately dropped her head again in pure embarrassment. By the way, let's swap line contacts. Kai suddenly pulled out his phone. Line was the standard messaging app everyone used over here in Japan. That way, if anything happens, you can reach out to me immediately. Thinking back to the grotesque cursed spirit she had just seen, Miko obediently took out her phone and added his contact info. My name's Kai. If you don't mind, you can just call me by my first name from now on. It only just hit Miko that he had been calling her by her first name this entire time. At school, Hana was the only person who did that. Kai-kun. Strangely enough, it didn't feel abrupt or offensive at all. Deep down, she actually felt a tiny flutter of joy. My stop is coming up. I'll catch you later, Miko. His apartment was only 3 or 4 bus stops away from the school. Even though she had been practically dying of embarrassment just a second ago, hearing that he was leaving filled her with a sudden, inexplicable sense of loss. Kai wasn't surprised in the slightest. This was the textbook definition of the suspension bridge effect. When someone survives an experience of extreme terror, the sudden rush of relief naturally causes them to develop feelings for the person who saved them. That was exactly why the whole hero saving the beauty trope, as cliché as it was, remained so incredibly effective. Don't sweat it. We go to the same school anyway, and you have my line now. If you miss me, you can text me whenever. Miko nodded absent-mindedly. But then she quickly ducked her head again in embarrassment. If you miss me, you can text me. That was just way too intimate. And yet, her heart didn't reject it at all. This was a feeling she had never experienced before in her entire life. Once the bus pulled up to the stop, Kai hopped off. Miko's eyes subconsciously tracked his figure as he walked away. The moment he disappeared from sight, her gaze grew noticeably dimmer. Her phone chimed. It was a message from Kai. No text, just a simple "please take care of me from now on" sticker. That simple little message was enough to make a genuine smile break across her face. Tapping lightly on the screen, she fired the exact same sticker right back. Staring out at the scenery blurring past the window, Miko decided that even though she had completely humiliated herself today, it was definitely still her lucky day. System, claim my reward. On Kai's end, the moment he stepped off the bus, he immediately cashed in the reward from the quest he'd just cleared. Congratulations, host. Reward acquired, high school mathematics knowledge. It's not cash this time. He thought it was going to be another payout. Then again, he was technically still a high school student. Actually, this was perfect. He had completely forgotten everything he'd learned in his past life ages ago. Having the system just download the knowledge straight into his brain saved him the agonizing grind of studying it all over again. If I collect the knowledge packs for every subject, getting accepted into Tokyo University would be an absolute breeze. In this heavily stratified, class-locked Japanese society, a chef's son was destined to be a chef, and a lawyer's son was destined to be a lawyer. For anyone from an ordinary family, getting into Tokyo University was the ultimate cheat code to completely rewrite their destiny. If it were the old Kai, getting into Tokyo would have been his absolute highest ambition. But the sudden introduction of cursed spirit manipulation, and actual cursed spirits, had clearly paved a vastly different path for him. What's the point of Tokyo U? With cursed spirit manipulation, if I just eat enough cursed spirits, I might eventually get to experience what it's like to be the lord of 100 demons. No, scratch that, 100 is too low. Leading a legion of 10,000 demons, now that sounds interesting. Kai's place was just a standard cheap apartment. It was roughly 20 square meters, the kind of shoebox where you could see the entire layout the second you opened the front door. Multiple families were crammed onto the same floor, and practically every unit shared this exact same floor plan. That was just the reality of juggling school with a part-time job. Even though his parents sent him a living allowance, the old Kai, despite being incredibly socially awkward, had a strong sense of pride. He insisted on earning his own keep, so being able to afford an apartment like this was already a massive win. Kai wasn't disappointed in the slightest. Back when he was slaving away as a corporate drone in his past life, he had lived in basement units way shittier than this. This place was practically a luxury suite in comparison. At the very least, it was clean, tidy, and he didn't have to worry about rats scurrying across the floor. After grabbing a quick bite to eat, Kai sat cross-legged on his futon, ready to properly test out cursed spirit manipulation. Since he had already swallowed the cursed spirit, the next logical step was figuring out exactly how to command it. Come out. He fine-tuned the output of his cursed energy. Following the motion of his raised hand, a jagged tear suddenly ripped open in the empty space right in front of him. First, a grotesque hand reached out from the void, followed shortly by the upper half of a torso. It was the exact same grade for cursed spirit he had eaten just a little while ago. He could feel it. His authority over this cursed spirit was absolute. He could command it to kill itself right now, and it would obey without hesitation. After emerging, the grade 4 cursed spirit just stood there like a statue. It seemed incapable of taking a single action without Kai's explicit orders. Grade 4 cursed spirits are just way too weak, and they've got zero intelligence. I'll need to eat a few stronger ones later, and see how they stack up. The only question was whether there was a decent supply of cursed spirits out there to farm. But considering Miko Yatsuya's anime lore, these things were practically everywhere. The future was definitely looking bright. With a casual wave of his hand, the grade 4 cursed spirit retreated back into the void. Pulling out his phone, Kai figured he'd chat with Miko for a bit before turning in for the night. But right at that moment, where's the booze? Didn't I tell you to buy alcohol? The sharp, violent crash of glass shattering against the floor suddenly echoed from the apartment next door, followed immediately by a man shouting aggressively. My salary for this month hasn't been paid yet. Another voice replied, a distinctly cold, aloof female voice. After that, everything went completely quiet. It seemed the man had gone back into his room to sleep. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 8, Please call me the time management master. 1257 words. The soundproofing in this place is absolute garbage. Judging by the voices, it sounded like a father and daughter. Here in Japan, drunks like that were a dime a dozen. Older guys who lost their jobs and could only rely on alcohol to numb themselves to reality. Kai wasn't some saintly do-gooder, so he obviously wasn't going to stick his nose into someone else's business. His previous interventions had all been strictly for profit. Instead of wasting time playing the hero, he was better off spending it chatting with Miko Yatsuya online. Later that night, inside Miko Yatsuya's room, the young girl was currently sprawled out on her bed. Her feet kicked absent-mindedly in the air as she stared at her phone with a completely goofy smile on her face. The screen was filled with her chat history with Kai. What had started out as stiff and overly polite conversation had already evolved into something noticeably intimate. Are you free this weekend? I heard a new movie just hit theaters. Want to go see it together? I'd love to. As long as I'm not taking up too much of your time, Kai-kun. Watching a movie with you is the most important thing I could possibly be doing, Miko. That was the exact exchange they had just had. Staring at Kai's latest reply, Miko couldn't stop herself from hugging her pillow and giggling like an idiot. Alone in her room, she obviously didn't have to keep her guard up or worry about embarrassing herself. But right at that moment, a voice called out from the other side of her door. Miko, it's getting really late. Stop playing on your phone and go to sleep. I know, Mom. Hearing that, Miko frantically scrambled up and switched off her bedroom light. Only then did Toko Yatsuya's footsteps finally retreat down the hall. However, even in the dark, Miko stayed glued to her phone, chatting with Kai for quite a while longer before finally and very reluctantly forcing herself to go to sleep. The next day, just as Kai opened his front door and stepped out, the door to the neighboring apartment opened at the exact same time. It was the unit where the drunk had been screaming last night. Kai instinctively turned his head to look. Before he even saw who it was, a massive barrage of quest notifications exploded in his vision. I want to see Sakiko completely break down steal Sakiko's cheap discount takeout goddess tier feet. Goddess tier feet. Sing Haruhikage right to Sakiko's face, make Sakiko work to support me, then blow all her hard-earned cash on pachinko, keep Sakiko as a captive pet, yet another heroine. Under Kai's curious gaze, a girl with striking blue hair stepped out of the apartment. Sakiko Tagawa. The former heiress of the Tagawa family. The second he laid eyes on her, Kai instantly knew exactly who she was. It looked like this anime multiverse was packed with far more heroines than he originally thought. After all, in Sakiko Tagawa's universe, top-tier girls were basically everywhere you looked. Perhaps his stare was just a little too intense. Stepping out of her door, Sakiko instinctively glanced up at Kai. Then, without a single word or so much as a second look, she turned and walked away. Kai wasn't surprised in the slightest. At this point in the timeline, Sakiko Tagawa was clearly in her part-time wage slave era. Her father had blown a 16.8 billion yen hole in the Tagawa family's finances and gotten them utterly exiled. All she had to do was cut ties with her deadbeat dad, and she could have remained the untouchable Tagawa heiress. But Sakiko had stubbornly chosen to follow her father into exile, genuinely believing she could grind out a decent living by working part-time jobs. Right now, she was probably juggling several jobs at once. It wasn't that she was purposely giving him the silent treatment, she literally just didn't have the energy to waste on small talk. Even though he was surprised to stumble across another main heroine, Kai had zero intention of shamelessly throwing himself at her right off the bat. She lived right next door anyway, there was no rush. After grabbing his stuff, he headed out to the bus stop to catch his ride to school. Morning, Yui. Stepping into the classroom, he immediately spotted Yui Yokohama, who had arrived surprisingly early. The rest of the popular clique hadn't shown up yet, leaving Yui sitting there awkwardly by herself. Morning. Seeing Kai walk up and greet her, Yui couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Hey Yui, I've got a few things to take care of on Sunday. How about we head out on Saturday instead? The weekend had 2 days, after all. Saturday for Yui Yokohama, Sunday for Miko Yatsuya. Please, call him the ultimate time management master. Yui naturally had no objections. On a normal weekend, unless she was walking her dog or Yumiko Miura dragged her out, Yui practically never left the house. Should we invite Yumiko and the others to come along? Thinking about going out alone with Kai made her feel incredibly self-conscious. But I really just want to hang out with you alone, Yui. Is that okay? Seeing right through her hesitation, Kai leaned forward, closing the distance between them as he spoke in a low, gentle voice. Feeling the intense heat of his gaze, Yui shyly turned her head away, completely unable to maintain eye contact with him. So after the movie, is there anywhere specific you want to check out? Anywhere is fine. Yui never really had strong opinions of her own, she was the type to just go with the flow most of the time. And Kai had asked that exact question specifically because he knew she would never turn down whatever he suggested. In that case, I'll take care of all the planning. Kai put on a thoughtful expression, looking like he was already mapping out their Saturday itinerary. Yui kept stealing quick, nervous glances at him before immediately dropping her head again. Just the two of them, didn't that make it a date? This was her first time ever going out alone with a guy. For some inexplicable reason, a knot of nervous anticipation tightened in her chest. Right at that moment, other students started trickling into the classroom, Megumi Kato among them. Unlike the others who clustered together in small groups chatting, Megumi walked in completely alone, moving in total silence. Noticing her gaze briefly sweep over to his side of the room, Kai casually raised a hand in greeting. That seemingly emotionless, deadpan face of hers clearly froze for a split second. After quietly returning the greeting, she silently made her way to her seat. Her eyes, however, kept drifting back to watch Kai chatting with Yui Yokohama. He noticed me again. Yesterday wasn't just a fluke. Growing up, even my own family would forget I was there half the time. So why does it feel like that guy can always see me? Megumi Kato couldn't figure it out. But the simple fact that someone could actually see her brought an undeniable, quiet flutter of joy to her heart. Kai, huh? Staring intently in his direction, Megumi silently whispered his name to herself. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 9, Little Bocce and the Rooftop Lunch Break. 1278 words. The morning classes flew by in a flash. Even though he had the high school mathematics knowledge pack as a foundation, his grasp on the other subjects was still painfully weak. Thankfully, there hadn't been any pop quizzes or random questions from the teachers, saving him from completely embarrassing himself. Yo Kai, you're not eating with us. Seeing Kai grab his bento box and head for the door the second the lunch bell rang, Kakeru Tobe asked in surprise. Beside him, Yumiko Miura and the other girls glanced over as well. What's wrong? Don't want to eat lunch with Yui? Yumiko. With Yui's incredibly thin skin, she absolutely couldn't handle being teased so openly.
Kaikuan probably just has some errands to run. As she said that, Yui also looked over at Kai. Kai let out a light chuckle. Without a single trace of panic on his face, he replied in a completely natural tone. School just started, right? A friend of mine just entered her first year here, and she's got some pretty severe social anxiety.
Her family asked me to look out for her a bit. Once she settles in and makes some friends of her own, I'll be off the hook. Oh, gotcha. Nobody suspected a thing. Looking after a younger friend or a relative's kid at school wasn't exactly a rare occurrence. You should hurry up and go, then. Realizing that Kai actually had legitimate business to take care of, Yui immediately started urging him along. I'll try to wrap it up quick and come back to keep you company. Why, you don't have to rush. But before she could even finish her sentence, Kai had already slipped out of the classroom. Catching the incredibly meaningful smirks from Yumiko and the other girls, Yui shyly dropped her head. Must be nice. Seeing her close friend landing a boyfriend, Yumiko was naturally fully supportive. By the time Kai made it up to the rooftop, he immediately spotted Yukino Shida. She was sitting there with her lunchbox, her expression as cold and aloof as ever. A gentle breeze swept past, causing her long black hair to flutter gracefully in the wind. Yukino instinctively raised a hand, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. You're here. Seeing Kai arrive, Yukino simply offered a quiet greeting. Sorry for the trouble, Yukino Shida-san. He was honestly a bit mesmerized. She truly lived up to her reputation as the school's untouchable ice queen. Sure, her figure was definitely lacking in certain departments, but her sheer facial aesthetics were absolutely god-tier. Clearing his throat, Kai casually walked over. It's no trouble at all. To be completely honest, eating lunch at school with other people was an experience Yukino had literally never had before. The reason she agreed to it yesterday wasn't purely out of the goodness of her heart, either. People who were lonely didn't actually enjoy being lonely, most of the time, they just didn't have any other choice. Did anyone seriously believe that deep down, Yukino Shida didn't want to make a few friends of her own? It seems Goto-san hasn't arrived yet. Do you think she isn't coming? Yukino didn't really know much about Hidori Goto. The only thing she knew was what Kai had told her, that the girl had crippling social anxiety. Kai didn't say a word. His gaze swept over a cluster of empty storage boxes sitting in the corner of the rooftop. He could clearly see a tiny, trembling foot poking out from behind one of them. A knowing smile crept onto his face. Actually, I think she didn't just show up, I think she got here way earlier than both of us. Isn't that right, the person hiding behind the boxes over there? Surprised by his sudden declaration, Yukino turned her head to look. Being suddenly called out made Hidori let out an involuntary yelp, followed immediately by a loud thump. In the very next second, Hidori weakly shuffled out from her hiding spot, clutching the top of her head in pain. Gee, good afternoon. In reality, Hidori really had arrived incredibly early. The sheer excitement of actually having a friend kept her tossing and turning all night, and the absolute second the lunch bell rang, she sprinted straight up to the roof. But immediately after getting there, the anxiety kicked in. What if this whole friends thing was just a cruel joke? Would anyone actually want to be friends with a pathetic, single-celled paramecium like her? A massive wave of self-deprecating thoughts completely overwhelmed her. The second she heard footsteps approaching, she instinctively scrambled for a place to hide. It was as if curling up in a dark, forgotten corner where nobody could see her was the only way she could feel safe. You really are an absolute idiot, Bachi-chan. Looking at the trembling mess that was Hidori Goto, Kai couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Yukino instinctively nodded in agreement before immediately catching herself. Wait, calling someone an idiot is incredibly rude. But then Bocce. She shot Kai a confused look. Wasn't her name Hidori Goto? He had accidentally blurted out the nickname on instinct. Kai quickly covered his tracks. Look at it this way, Hitori never really had any friends growing up, so she was always totally alone. Hidori. Doesn't Bocce fit perfectly? So Bocce-chan is the special nickname I gave her. Isn't giving someone a nickname based on them being a loner incredibly disrespectful? Yukino furrowed her brows. Who on earth literally calls someone a loner to their face? Wasn't that just straight-up bullying? Given Yukino's rigid, justice-oriented personality, her reaction wasn't surprising in the slightest. Kai just shrugged and gestured for Yukino to look at Hidori. Well, it looks to me like Bocce-chan absolutely loves it. When Yukino turned her head, she was greeted by the sight of Hidori practically glowing with sheer delight, stars in her eyes. I love it. Please keep calling me Bocce-chan from now on. This is amazing. Is this what having a nickname feels like? A special nickname that only true friends use with each other. I finally have a friend who gave me a nickname. Kai-senpai, you are literally my god. She wasn't just thrilled on the surface, deep down, she was genuinely moved to tears. Now it was Yukino's turn to be left completely speechless. Maybe I really am just completely out of touch with how people socialize nowadays. Want me to brainstorm a cool nickname for you too, Yukino Shida-san? Kai looked at Yukino with an amused smirk. No thank you. She rejected the offer without a single microsecond of hesitation. A nickname like that was the absolute last thing Yukino ever wanted. Fair enough. Looks like I'll just have to wait until you actually accept me as a true friend before I can give you one. Kai's casual remark left Yukino falling into a thoughtful silence. Kai, on the other hand, just casually waved Hidori over. What are you waiting for, Bocce-chan? Lunch break isn't going to last forever. Get over here and let's eat. She nodded blankly before quickly jogging over to join them. The three of them popped open their bento boxes at the same time. Looking at Kai and then over at Yukino Shida, a blissfully happy smile spread across Hitori's face. This is incredible. Eating lunch surrounded by friends, this feeling is just the absolute best. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 10, Inferiority Complex. Absolutely not possible. 1450 words. I didn't expect you to have such great cooking skills, Bocce-chan. Hidori Goto's lunch was incredibly lavish. In comparison, Kai's bento looked painfully plain and monotonous. My mom made this. Hidori awkwardly lowered her head. Aside from playing the guitar, it seemed she genuinely didn't have a single other life skill. Thinking about it objectively, she really was just a completely useless paramecium. Well, that's still great. Look at me, I live alone, so the lunch I prep for myself is super basic. Even though Kai actually possessed some decent cooking skills, who in their right mind wanted to wake up at the crack of dawn just to painstakingly prep a bento? Throwing some random ingredients together was more than enough to get by. Did your mom prepare your lunch too, Yukino Shida-san? Kai already knew Yukino's living situation perfectly well. He only asked the question to forcefully pry the conversation open. No, I live alone. I prepare all my meals myself. Yukino's dining etiquette was incredibly elegant, clearly a habit drilled into her since childhood. She gracefully paused with her chopsticks mid-air before speaking. That's so amazing. Staring at the exquisitely prepared, perfectly balanced lunch spread out in front of Yukino, Hidori couldn't help but let out a genuine gasp of awe. Living entirely alone and cooking all her own meals. If Hidori tried doing that, she was absolutely certain she would starve to death within a week. It really is impressive. Kai chimed in, nodding in agreement. It's really nothing that exaggerated. It's just basic life skills. Being praised so directly by both of them made Yukino feel visibly uncomfortable. She nervously tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and averted her gaze. She had practically never received such straightforward, unfiltered praise before, leaving her momentarily struggling to adapt. No, it's genuinely impressive. Just look at me, I live alone too, so why is there such a massive gap in our cooking abilities? After saying that, Kai let out an incredibly theatrical sigh, shooting Yukino a highly suggestive look. Give it up. By this point, Yukino had already managed to regain her composure. Catching his loaded stare, she fired back in a perfectly flat, deadpan tone. Preparing a proper lunch for one person is already a massive hassle. I absolutely do not have the time or energy to prepare a second one. Not to mention, the very idea of making a home-cooked lunch for a high school boy was just way too weird. Their relationship was absolutely nowhere near that level yet. This was literally only the second time they had ever spoken to each other. You so right through me instantly. You really are amazing, Yukino Shida-san. Kai laughed it off without a care in the world. He was only throwing the joke out there to keep the atmosphere light and active anyway. She had almost defaulted back to calling him Kai-senpai, but catching the look he shot her way, Hidori instantly corrected herself to his first name. You live completely alone, Kai-kun. Kai nodded casually. My family's from out in the countryside, and we're not exactly rich. But since my grades were solid, I managed to test into Sobu High here in Tokyo all by myself. Until recently, I was grinding away at a part-time job just to cover my living expenses, so I didn't exactly have the luxury of time to practice my culinary skills. But I'm actually planning to pivot to a different way of making money soon, which should free up a lot more of my schedule. Even though he could just farm cash endlessly by completing system quests. Kai was still mulling over whether or not he should establish a legitimate, publicly acceptable cover for his income. Something like writing light novels or drawing manga. Hitori's surprised exclamation snapped Kai out of his thoughts. What's wrong? I just think you're incredibly amazing, Kai-kun. Kai had always projected an aura of absolute confidence, warmth, and easygoing charm. If he hadn't explicitly stated it himself, Hidori never would have guessed that he came from such a difficult background. Even Yukino, sitting off to the side, found herself nodding in silent agreement. It genuinely was impressive. Haha, come on. He waved it off nonchalantly. Life is already hard enough as it is. If you can't even force a smile, doesn't that just make it infinitely worse? Besides, I firmly believe that since I managed to make it all the way to Tokyo, I'll definitely be able to carve out a solid place for myself here. Kai spoke with absolute, unwavering certainty. Armed with cursed spirit manipulation alone, establishing dominance in this world was virtually guaranteed. Hidori nodded furiously, backing him up without a shred of hesitation. In her eyes, someone as incredibly capable and amazing as Kai could definitely accomplish absolutely anything he set his mind to. Yukino Shida, on the other hand, born into the ultra-wealthy, incredibly influential Yukino Shida family of Chiba, was far less naive. In a place like Japan, where the class system was rigidly locked in place, the odds of a normal person successfully rewriting their destiny were practically absolute zero. Unless you married into a powerful family or completely sold your soul as a corporate wage slave, you basically had zero chance. However, Kai's radiating confidence and unshakable optimism made it impossible for Yukino to say anything overly cynical to shoot him down. On the contrary, she actually found herself genuinely hoping that his sheer force of personality would carry him through. I'm sure you'll be able to do it. She offered the sentiment in a quiet, incredibly soft voice. The lunch went incredibly well, leaving everyone in high spirits. Yukino transitioned from her initial, stiff awkwardness to gradually relaxing her guard. She even managed to initiate a bit of small talk with Hidori Goto. Faced with someone so endearingly clueless and hopelessly clumsy as Hidori, Yukino found it completely impossible to maintain her usual Ice Queen persona, nor could she bring herself to unleash her signature venomous tongue. It's getting late. I should head back to class first. Kai bok Goto-san. She had accidentally slipped up and used Hitori's nickname. Even though she corrected herself instantly, she still felt incredibly rude for addressing someone that way. It was entirely Kai's fault for aggressively spamming the nickname. She had just absorbed it subconsciously. With that thought in mind, Yukino shot Kai a harsh, freezing glare right before she turned to leave. Kai just shrugged, completely unbothered. Honestly, he was incredibly excited to see exactly what this unyielding ice queen would look like once she finally melted down. You're already leaving? Watching Yukino walk away, Hitori couldn't hide her disappointment. If possible, she really just wanted to hang out with her friends for a little while longer. If you don't mind, Bachi-chan, I can stick around and keep you company for a bit. Of course. We're friends, aren't we? Hearing Kai reaffirm their friendship made Hitori break into a massive, beaming smile. Sitting right next to him, she happily swung her little legs back and forth over the edge of the roof. Hey, check that out. Suddenly spotting something, Kai pointed down toward the small grove of trees situated just behind the school track. A guy and a girl were sneaking into the shade. From their vantage point up on the roof, they had an absolutely crystal-clear view of the entire scene. Check what out. What is it? Hitori leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. They're KKK kissing. Her eyes blew wide open in sheer, unadulterated panic. This was literally her first time ever seeing people kiss in real life. Her entire face instantly ignited, turning a violently bright shade of crimson. They're just friends. Doing stuff like that is completely normal. Seeing Hitori's hyper-exaggerated reaction, Kai let out a low chuckle and leaned in just a fraction closer to her. NN normal. Is doing stuff like that really considered normal between friends? Having literally never possessed a single friend in her entire life, Hitori was completely and utterly clueless about the mechanics of social relationships. Bachi-chan, you and I are friends too, right? Kai suddenly dropped his voice to a soft, intimate whisper right next to her ear. The warm rush of his breath against her skin made Hitori's brain completely short-circuit. She felt incredibly dizzy, as if she had just chugged a bottle of heavy liquor. She nodded purely on instinct. Want to try it out? Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 11, Hitori Goto's Massive Victory. 1273 words. Hitori Goto felt like she had completely lost her memory. For the rest of that time, her brain was an absolute blank. About 10 minutes later. Face burning red, Hitori frantically bolted down the stairs from the rooftop. Kiss Hitori Goto quest completed. Physically measure Hitori Goto's chest quest completed, knocking out 2 quests in one fell swoop. Kai stared in the direction Hitori had fled without a shred of regret. If they had already gone this far today, was the next step really that far off? If his hands hadn't acted with a mind of their own, the whole thing probably would have lasted a bit longer. System, claim both rewards. Standing up and stretching his stiff joints, he thought to himself, now this is the kind of life a transmigrator is supposed to live. Congratulations, host reward acquired, 200,000 yen in cash. Congratulations, host reward acquired, the complete light novel series of Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. One was 200,000 yen in cash, which was perfect, considering Kai was currently strapped for cash, but the second reward was incredibly interesting. A light novel of all things. He had literally just been debating whether he should try writing web novels or drawing manga, and the system immediately handed him this. In the vast ocean of isekai novels, this particular series was an absolute legend. A rare, top-tier masterpiece. The inevitable anime adaptations later down the line would rake in massive profits. At the very least, he wouldn't have to stress about money in the early stages anymore. When I go out this weekend, I should probably pick up a laptop first. He obviously couldn't just magically pull the system-rewarded books out of thin air. He would have to type it all out himself, print the manuscript, and submit it to a publishing house. Since this was a massive anime crossover universe, there had to be plenty of powerhouse light novel publishers around, right? After school let out for the afternoon. Kai had originally planned to just head straight home. "Yo Kai, wanna come play soccer with us?" Hayato Hayama and Kakeru Tobe were massive soccer fans. Hayato was even on the school's official team. "Tobe, did you forget that Kai has to go to his part-time job?" Yumiko Miura stood up and pointed out. They ran in the same circle, so they obviously knew about each other's schedules. Kai had never bothered to keep his after-school job a secret. My bad. Completely slipped my mind." Tobe apologized immediately with an awkward, sheepish laugh. "No worries." Kai waved it off casually. But catching sight of Yui Yokohama out of the corner of his eye, he smiled and added, "I actually quit that job recently. I'm completely free now, so let's go." "You're not working anymore?" "Not exactly. I'm just taking a break for now. Plus, it frees up a lot of time for me to hang out with Yui. I really wouldn't mind if you had to work." Yui was still completely unaccustomed to such aggressive, straightforward flirting. She immediately ducked her head, thoroughly embarrassed. Normally, after the final bell rang, Hidori Goto would find a quiet little park to sit in for a while, desperately avoiding going home too early. But today, the absolute second the bell rang, she sprinted off campus and practically threw herself onto the train home. Seeing her daughter walk through the front door this early, Hitori's mother looked completely shocked. "Why are you home so early today?" "And nothing much was going on today, so I just came back. I'm heading upstairs." Terrified that her mom might notice something off, Hidori bolted up the stairs at lightning speed. Watching her frantic, panicked escape left Michio Goto utterly confused. Upstairs, the moment she slipped into her room, Hidori slammed the door shut. Leaning heavily against it, she slowly slid down to the floor, clamping both hands tightly over her mouth. Hidori Goto might have been a completely friendless, socially anxious mess, but she wasn't actually stupid. Not to mention, girls in Japan were exposed to that kind of media pretty early on. She knew exactly what all of that meant. That is absolutely not something normal friends do with each other. "You massive liar." But even as she thought it, a completely goofy, lovesick smile broke across Hitori's face. Her mind was completely consumed by what had happened up on the rooftop earlier that day. Oh, right. Suddenly remembering something, Hidori threw her door open and practically skipped down the stairs. Sitting in the living room, Michio looked over at her daughter on the staircase with a highly perplexed expression. "When you're making lunch tomorrow, could you maybe pack an extra portion?" "An extra portion?" Meeting her daughter's nervous gaze, the smile on Michio's face slowly twisted into something incredibly teasing. "I can definitely do that. Who exactly is this extra portion for?" "Don't tell me our little Hidori finally got herself a boyfriend." "A boyfriend?" Hearing the commotion, Hitori's father suddenly came bursting out of the adjacent room. "Has the day finally arrived?" Naoki Goto clenched both fists, looking every bit the proud, emotionally overwhelmed father. He was so hyped he was literally tearing up. It was a good thing Hitori's little sister, Futari, wasn't home yet, otherwise the teasing would have been infinitely worse. And no, it's not like that. Hitori's face burned a brilliant red. It's just a really close friend. After all, Kai hadn't actually confessed to her yet. So he technically wasn't her boyfriend. Are you absolutely sure this isn't just another one of your imaginary friends? You couldn't blame them for being skeptical. Hidori had a long history of fabricating imaginary friends to cope. Her parents knew perfectly well just how severely socially crippled their daughter was. Hidori was genuinely getting frantic now. All right, I'm just teasing." Michio laughed, waving her hands dismissively. "Mommy was wrong. There's no problem with the bento. If you get the chance, do you think you could bring this friend over to the house so we can meet them?" Beside her, Naoki also looked over intently. As much as he desperately wanted his daughter to make friends, he was also absolutely terrified she might have somehow gotten mixed up with the Yakuza or something. Or is this just another made-up friend you invented to trick us? Oh, of course not. Just you wait. I'll bring my friend over in a couple of days. Damn it, they're underestimating me way too much. Hidori had already made up her mind. Once she brought her friend back to the house, she was going to force her parents to witness the undeniable proof that she, Hidori Goto, actually had a social life. Having made her grand declaration, Hidori stomped back to her room with an imposing aura. The exact millisecond she crossed the threshold and closed the door, the adrenaline instantly evaporated, and she collapsed to her knees. What do I do? I'm completely doomed. Sure, she technically had a friend now, but she had never once in her life actually invited someone over to her house. She had absolutely no idea how to even bridge the topic. What if he thinks my house is gross? What if he hates it? A chaotic storm of completely unhinged, self-deprecating thoughts began violently clashing inside her brain all over again. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you liked the story, please leave a review. Chapter 12, Encountering a Cursed Spirit Again, Miko Yatsuya's cry for help. 1537 words. At this moment, Kai had absolutely no idea that yet another girl was going to be tossing and turning all night because of him. Plagiarizing is seriously the ultimate speed run. Inside his rented apartment, Kai sat at his desk, his fingers flying effortlessly across the keyboard of his newly bought laptop. If you wanted to get famous, you had to strike early, and the exact same rule applied to making money. That was exactly why, the second school let out for the afternoon, he had hit up the nearest electronics store and grabbed this laptop. Even though it was just a standard office model, it still set him back over 100,000 yen. In his past life, he had been a corporate drone grinding through 12-hour workdays. He might have lacked other skills, but his typing speed was absolutely cracked. Not to mention, he already had the entire novel perfectly downloaded in his head. All he had to do was act as a human typewriter. In just a single, short hour, Kai had already banged out over 10,000 words. If the local light novel authors saw this typing speed, they'd literally cry tears of absolute envy. The light novel industry here in Japan was notoriously slow. Most authors barely pumped out 100 or 200,000 words an entire year. With a sluggish output like that, they'd starve to death in the web novel scene from his old world. Taking a quick second to grab a sip of water, Kai geared up to keep writing. His goal was to hit the 100,000-word mark within the next few days. Light novels here were typically published in volumes of roughly 100,000 words, give or take. Once Volume 1 was finished, he could take it straight to a publisher. As for whether it would get accepted, he was absolutely confident. If one publisher rejected it, he'd just take it to the next. It wasn't like every single editor in the industry was completely blind. Right at that moment, the smartphone sitting next to his laptop suddenly chimed. Picking it up, he saw it was a message from Miko Yatsuya. He had been so entirely locked into his typing zone that he completely forgot to chat with her. The moment he unlocked his screen and read the text, his brows knitted together in a tight frown. "Help, please save me." Over on Miko Yatsuya's end, the terrified girl was currently curled up tightly in her own bedroom, completely buried underneath her heavy quilt. "What do I do? What do I do? Why the hell is one of those things inside my house?" It was a nightmare scenario she never could have anticipated. Why would the same kind of grotesque monster she had just encountered at the bus stop suddenly show up right inside her own home? Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. She grabbed her phone and desperately fired off a message to Kai. At this exact moment, he was the absolute only person she could think of who might actually be able to save her. "Can you see me? Can you see me?" The monster's raspy, sickening whispers kept echoing right next to her ear. Miko clamped her hands over her ears in sheer terror. It's okay. I'm hiding under the blanket. It can't find me. But in the very next second. Found you. As she slightly tilted her head up, a horrifying monster resembling a massive, mutated sea serpent easily 3 or 4 meters long phased its entire grotesque head straight through the fabric of her quilt, stopping just inches from her face, dead staring right into her eyes. Why the hell doesn't the blanket shield work? Can you see me? Miko's entire body went completely rigid. Fighting with everything she had to keep her facial expression totally blank, she reached out with a trembling arm and pulled her phone closer. My hand is getting kind of numb from holding my phone for so long. At that exact moment, a notification chime rang out from Miko's phone. Her eyes instantly lit up, and she frantically swiped her screen to unlock it. Kai didn't waste time asking what had happened, he just demanded her location with a single word. Even though it was just a single word, it sent an overwhelming, anchoring wave of pure relief crashing through her chest. Without hesitating for a fraction of a second, she immediately texted him her exact coordinates. As for the horrifying sea serpent hovering inches from her face, she forcefully pretended it didn't exist. You can't see me. Seeing her entirely focused on typing on her phone, as if she genuinely couldn't perceive it, the sea serpent let out a disappointed groan and slowly phased its head back out of the quilt. However, it didn't leave the room. It just kept slithering and coiling its massive body around the confines of her bedroom, acting as if something in there was drawing it in. A long, agonizing while passed. No further messages came through on her phone. Miko knew perfectly well that even if Kai was rushing over, it was still going to take him some time to get there. Hiding completely submerged under the heavy quilt, she was already suffocating and drenched in sweat. Did it leave? Maybe it had finally gotten bored after failing to get a reaction out of her, and just drifted away. Clinging to that desperate sliver of hope, Miko slowly prepared to peek her head out to check. But in the very next second, it was her mother's voice. Hearing that familiar, comforting tone, Miko instinctively threw the blanket aside and looked toward the sound. But the absolute second she pulled the quilt down, she wasn't greeted by Toko Yatsuya. Instead, she was met with the sea serpent's malicious, cunning glare. You can see me. It let out an ear-piercing roar and lunged straight for her throat. Miko scrambled backward in sheer, unadulterated terror. Why is this happening? Since when did these monsters know how to trick people? I'm completely dead. Left completely defenseless, all Miko could do was watch helplessly as the grotesque abomination closed the distance. She had backed herself completely into the corner of the wall, there was nowhere left to run. Slaughter it. In the very next second, Kai's commanding voice suddenly echoed from the direction of her bedroom window. A jagged tear in space violently ripped open right in front of Miko. A massive pitch-black arm shot out from the void, driving a brutal, heavy punch straight into the side of the sea serpent's head. Caught completely off guard, the sheer kinetic force of the punch knocked the sea serpent's head violently to the side. At that exact same moment, Kai threw the window open and vaulted into the room. Thank God Miko hadn't locked it. A grade 3 cursed spirit. Seeing the sea serpent simply shake its head to shrug off the blow, Kai immediately calculated that its power level was definitely a step above a grade 4. I'll exterminate you right now. But even a grade 3 cursed spirit wasn't nearly enough to intimidate Kai. Kill you. The cursed spirit obviously didn't care about the power dynamic. Recovering its balance, it roared furiously and launched itself straight at Kai. Controlled entirely by cursed spirit manipulation, the grade 4 cursed spirit acted as a fearless meat shield, throwing itself directly into the sea serpent's path. Even as the massive snake tightly coiled around its entire body, it didn't flinch. Seizing that split-second opening, Kai slammed his palm dead center onto the sea serpent's skull. Cursed spirit manipulation. As dense cursed energy violently surged from his palm, the sea serpent's entire massive body began to grotesquely warp and compress, violently tearing itself apart as it was sucked directly into Kai's hand. The cursed spirit's eyes finally flashed with genuine, primal panic. A mere grade 3 cursed spirit absolutely did not possess the raw power required to resist the absolute authority of cursed spirit manipulation. Within seconds, a dense, faintly glowing black orb materialized in the palm of his hand. He raised his hand and swallowed it whole without a second thought. This feeling, the sheer, intoxicating rush of his cursed energy permanently expanding and surging through his veins, it was genuinely addictive. Fall back. With a casual wave of his hand, the battered grade 4 cursed spirit dissolved back into the void. Even though it was the absolute lowest grade of cursed spirit, utilizing it for a surprise attack had yielded surprisingly perfect results. Only after the entire situation was completely neutralized did Kai finally turn around to look at Miko, who was still slumped in the corner. "Are you okay?" Before he could even finish his question, Miko suddenly scrambled forward and practically tackled him. She buried her tear-streaked face deep into his chest, wrapping her arms around him, and holding on with a desperate, vice-like grip. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 13, Quest completed, Miko Yatsuya's mother 1325 words. Thank you all so much for your support. Miko Yatsuya didn't say a single word. She just kept sobbing, her hands gripping Kai in a desperate, death-like hold, completely terrified that the moment she let go, he would just vanish into thin air. It wasn't hard to understand why. For a teenage girl her age to suddenly encounter something so utterly horrifying, managing to hold it together without instantly breaking down crying on the spot was already incredibly impressive. There. I'm here now. Everything's okay. Gently patting Miko's back, Kai began to softly comfort her. But right at that exact moment. "Miko, what happened in here?" Perhaps the commotion from the fight had simply been way too loud. Living downstairs, Toko Yatsuya had heard the crashing and rushed up the stairs, assuming the worst. But the absolute second she threw the door open, she was met with the sight of her daughter desperately clinging to a completely strange man, sobbing quietly into his chest. Add in the utterly trashed state of the bedroom, and the expression on Toko's face slowly morphed into one of absolute, unadulterated shock. "I am so sorry for intruding. My little girl has finally grown up." Toko didn't even stop to question who the hell this guy was or where he had come from. She just felt a sudden, overwhelming wave of maternal realization that her daughter was growing up. She slowly began pulling the door shut, deciding that whatever questions she had could definitely wait until later. "Wait, Mom." Finally snapping back to reality, Miko desperately tried to explain. But she could only watch helplessly as her mother firmly clicked the door shut. In the blink of an eye, it was just her and Kai alone in the room again. By this point, Miko's emotional breakdown had gradually started to stabilize. Looking up, she was immediately met with Kai's incredibly close, perfectly innocent expression. "Do you need me to go explain things to your mom?" She reluctantly loosened her grip on him, taking 2 small steps back before shaking her head. "And no, it's fine. I'll explain everything to her later. Honestly, this was entirely my fault too. I was so worried about your safety that I just vaulted straight through the window without bothering to say hello first." "It's okay." Miko shook her head softly. "I'm the one who should be thanking you. If it hadn't been for Kai, she would probably be completely dead right now." There was absolutely no way she was going to blame him for how he chose to make his entrance. "Well, since the danger is gone, I should probably get going." Seeing Miko keeping her head completely down, Kai suddenly cleared his throat, putting on a highly convincing act of preparing to leave. But the absolute second he turned his back, Miko frantically reached out and grabbed a fistful of his sleeve. "See, can you stay just a little bit longer? Just a little bit." The sheer, paralyzing terror of what had just happened was still violently pulsing through her veins. She was absolutely terrified of being left alone in that room. "All right, fine." Kai hadn't actually planned on leaving anyway. It was just a classic tactical retreat to advance his position. He smoothly sat right back down next to her. Want to hug for a little while longer? Seeing the lingering trauma still swimming in Miko's eyes, Kai naturally opened his arms. Even though she was completely mortified, the overwhelming sense of absolute safety she felt while wrapped in his arms was a drug Miko desperately craved right now. She silently leaned her weight back against him. Thank you. Thank you so much. She was still in the prime of her youth. If given the choice, Miko obviously did not want to die. If Kai hadn't braved the night to come to her rescue, she would already be a corpse. Don't worry about it. Besides, with Miko being this cute, if something actually happened to you, I'd be absolutely heartbroken. See cute. I'm not. Kai's teasing made Miko lower her head in pure embarrassment. The faint, natural fragrance of the young girl drifting into his nose put Kai in an incredibly good mood. The arm he had wrapped around her waist unconsciously began to slide a little lower. Your hand. Miko obviously noticed the rogue trajectory of his hand, squirming slightly with an embarrassed flush. What's wrong with my hand? He smoothly used his other hand to tilt her chin up, locking his gaze directly onto hers. Seeing the completely unapologetic, teasing glint in his eyes, Miko couldn't help but let out a soft, whiny complaint, but she made absolutely no move to physically stop him. That silent, unspoken compromise made the smirk on Kai's face grow even wider as he slowly leaned his head down. Realizing exactly what he was about to do, Miko panicked for a split second before her eyelashes fluttered and she slowly squeezed her eyes shut. Miko, Mom really thinks, having just made it back downstairs, the more Toko Yatsuya thought about it, the more wrong the whole situation felt. She knew her daughter's personality better than anyone. Even if she had managed to land a boyfriend, there was no way she would try to hide it like this. Maybe she had completely misunderstood the entire scene. With that thought in mind, Toko marched right back upstairs. But the absolute second she threw the door open, the scene playing out in front of her made her freeze completely solid for the second time. Please, carry on. The bedroom door was violently yanked shut once again. But Toko didn't retreat immediately. She hesitated in the hallway for a few seconds before shouting through the wood. Miko, you two are still young, so make absolutely sure you use protection. Miko's muffled shriek of agonizing humiliation echoed from inside the room. Use protection. If she didn't know exactly what her mother was implying, Miko would have to be an absolute idiot. You two just keep chatting. Mommy is going back downstairs. Listening to Toko's footsteps rapidly retreating down the stairs, Miko finally dared to look back up at Kai. Maybe we should. Given the current atmosphere, the vibe was just completely ruined. But before she could even finish her sentence, Quest completed. The mechanical chime echoing in his ears made Kai smile in absolute satisfaction. Another 2 quests knocked out back to back. It took a solid 3 or 4 minutes before Kai finally broke the kiss. That was just the interest, Miko-chan. I'm really looking forward to our date this Sunday. His low whisper brushed right against her ear, his warm breath making Miko's gaze glaze over in a completely intoxicated daze. She nodded absent-mindedly. Let's go. Time to go meet your mom. Hearing her mother's name instantly snapped Miko completely out of her daze. She's your mom, right? What's the difference between meeting her now or meeting her later? Kai said it with complete, casual confidence. The actual reason, of course, was that he had distinctly noticed a massive cluster of quests popping up over Miko's mother's head just a minute ago. But to Miko, those words carried an entirely different weight. Not only was Kai not trying to run away after what they just did, but he was actively volunteering to go formally introduce himself to her mother. That realization sent an inexplicable, overwhelming surge of joy fluttering through her chest. What's wrong? Do you not want me to meet her? Oh, of course not. Miko frantically shook her head. Then put a smile on. Kai chuckled, reaching out to pull her up from the floor. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 14, down in 1266 words. Thank you all so much for your support. Before long, Kai led Miko Yatsuya downstairs. Sitting on the couch, Toko Yatsuya watched Miko follow step by step behind Kai like a perfectly obedient little wife. For a moment, she was completely at a loss for words. Good evening, ma'am. I'm Kai, Miko's classmate. Taking a seat directly across from Toko, Kai introduced himself with natural, unforced confidence. Looking at Toko's inherently dangerous, anime mom-side ponytail, an inexplicable glint flashed through his eyes. Just a classmate. Toko didn't seem to notice his fleeting look. She just swept her gaze over Kai, then looked back at her daughter, her tone gradually shifting into something much more teasing. Miko let out a flustered, embarrassed whine. All right. I'll stop prying. It's Kai, right? You can call me whatever you'd like, ma'am. Kai smiled naturally, completely lacking the usual suffocating tension of meeting a future mother-in-law. His open, confident demeanor actually made Toko think very highly of the young man sitting in front of her. I'm obviously thrilled that Miko found herself a boyfriend. But you two are still very young, you know what I mean, right? You have absolutely nothing to worry about on that front, ma'am. I would never do anything to hurt Miko. Kai said it with absolute sincerity. But listening to this exchange only made Miko die even more of embarrassment. Mom, Kai-kun is a really good person. He didn't take advantage of me. So I barely say two sentences, and you're already jumping to fiercely defend him. They say a daughter's loyalty shifts when she gets married, but you aren't even engaged yet, and you're already taking his side over mine. Seeing her daughter act so hopelessly smitten, Toko was once again completely left at a loss for words. It's getting pretty late, so I should probably head home. I'll find some time to properly visit during the day later on. Toko agreed that it really was way too late right now. You're leaving already? Miko looked at him with incredibly reluctant eyes, clearly not wanting him to go. Just as she was about to stand up and walk him to the door, Toko shot her daughter a completely deadpan look. Even though she didn't say a single word, that look alone was enough to make Miko duck her head, absolutely terrified to meet her mother's gaze. We've got plenty of time in the future. Don't worry, we go to the same school, so we can see each other whenever. As he spoke, Kai reached out and gently brushed a stray lock of hair from Miko's forehead. After exchanging a few more parting words, he finally took his leave. Tonight's haul had been incredibly solid. Not only had he bagged a grade 3 cursed spirit, but he'd also cleared 2 quests. More importantly, it seemed he was only inches away from fully claiming the sweet little cake named Miko Yatsuya. Miko's eyes tracked Kai's figure the entire time. Only after he was completely out of sight did she finally, reluctantly, pull her gaze back. But the second she turned around, she was met with her mother's intensely knowing smirk. Mom, it's getting really late, so I'm just going to head back up to my room. Hold it right there. Did she really think she could just slip away without explaining anything? Miko, we need to have a little chat. Even though Toko was usually an incredibly gentle and sweet mother, right now, Miko felt completely and utterly terrified. What is there to chat about? I still have school tomorrow. Oh, so you actually remember you have school tomorrow. Relax, it won't take long. System, claim rewards. Having already left the Yatsuya residence, Kai enjoyed the cool night breeze. He smoothly cashed in the rewards for the 2 quests he had just completed. Congratulations, host. Reward acquired, 200,000 yen in cash. Congratulations, host. Reward acquired. Kato number 4 by Akurai White Lightning. More cash was a great reward. It perfectly covered the dent from buying the laptop earlier. But what genuinely caught Kai off guard was the reward for the second quest. As a massive anime fan in his past life, Kai had consumed countless series. Bleach was one of the undisputed titans of shonen manga, so he had obviously watched it. And Hado the Destructive Arts was a core power system from the Bleach universe. It was a classification of Kido demon arts. Alongside Bakudo binding arts used for restraining, and Kaido healing arts used for recovery, Hado was exclusively designed for unleashing immense, devastating destructive power. Even though Byakurai was only the 4th-ranked spell, if utilized correctly, it packed some seriously lethal firepower. Not bad at all. He rolled his wrists, loosening his joints. With this, he finally had an offensive method in his arsenal besides just relying on cursed spirit manipulation. It really seemed like today was his lucky day. The haul was absolutely insane. This specific reward put a noticeable bounce in his step as he walked the rest of the way home. But the moment he walked up the stairs to his apartment complex and took a few steps down the hall, he spotted Sakiko Tagawa standing right outside the door to the unit next to his. Right now, Sakiko had her head bowed, just standing there blankly. Her pale blue hair hung limply, making her look completely drained and exhausted. She's just now getting back. It's this late. But thinking about it logically, juggling high school with multiple part-time jobs meant getting back at this hour was already a massive accomplishment for her. Good evening. Stopping outside his own door, Kai thought about it for a second before raising a hand to greet her. She probably hadn't expected him to actually acknowledge her. Sakiko shot him a fleeting look of surprise. Purely out of the aristocratic manners drilled into her since childhood, she gave a stiff nod. Good evening. If Kai's physical specs hadn't been heavily upgraded, he practically wouldn't have even heard her. After that, she didn't say another word. She just unlocked her door and slipped inside, projecting a heavy, "Do not approach me" aura. Sakiko Tagawa was currently at the absolute rock bottom of her life. She was in her most vulnerable, hypersensitive state, where anyone trying to get close or offer help just felt like they were pitying her with cheap charity. It was an incredibly conflicting, twisted psychology. Kai wasn't in any rush to hit on her. Having watched her anime, he knew exactly when the perfect window to approach her would open. Where's my alcohol? Did you seriously not buy any booze again? The absolute second Kai stepped into his apartment, he heard a muffled yell from next door. That was immediately followed by the sharp crash of shattering glass hitting the floor. The commotion only lasted for a brief moment before the apartment plunged back into complete silence. It really is tough on Sakiko. Judging by how things were going. The day he finally made his move on Sakiko Tagawa was definitely getting closer and closer. Sitting back down at his computer, Kai was still in great spirits. He didn't rush to sleep. Instead, he cranked out another chunk of his novel and chatted on his phone for a bit before finally calling it a night. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 15, Only kids make choices, I want them all. 1317 words. Thank you all so much for your support. The next day. While Kai was still sound asleep, over on the other side of the city, Yukino Shida had already woken up early. As she prepared her own breakfast, she was simultaneously putting together her bento for lunch. It seems I prepared slightly too many ingredients. Looking at the 2 freshly packed bento boxes sitting on the counter, Yukino haughtily made up an excuse for herself. Her thoughts drifted back to the lunch she had shared with Kai yesterday. He came from a difficult background and had moved to Tokyo entirely on his own, yet he faced the future with absolute, unshakable confidence. Compared to him, even though she was born into an incredibly powerful and wealthy family, she completely lacked the courage to truly rebel against them. Her biggest act of rebellion was probably just moving out to live on her own. But Yukino knew perfectly well that this tiny slice of independence would end the exact second she graduated high school. She would inevitably be dragged back to the Yukino Shida family to obey whatever future her mother dictated for her. Thinking about all of this, a complex, conflicted emotion flashed through her eyes as she quickly packed the 2 bento boxes away. "Oh heyo, Yui-chan. Stepping into the classroom, Kai flashed Yui Yokohama a bright smile and a casual greeting. Compared to her overwhelming shyness from the first few days, their recent interactions had finally given Yui the courage to actually respond to him out loud. Is that the latest trendy greeting? Can I start greeting you like that from now on? He said it while casually sliding into his seat next to her. You can. At first, she had been completely terrified that greeting people like that would just make her look weird. But Kai's enthusiastic response instantly made Yui's heart flutter with joy, and she nodded frantically. Right at that moment, Yumiko Miura and the rest of the girls walked through the classroom door. Kai casually raised a hand to greet them. Yahalo, Yumiko. You smell amazing today. Are you trying out a new perfume? Kai's tone was incredibly natural. It sounded exactly like a totally normal conversation between close friends. Even Yui didn't feel like anything was weird or out of place. Obviously, it's the absolute newest release. Even though her family wasn't ultra-wealthy elite, both of Yumiko's parents were high-level corporate executives with a very substantial income. Because of that, Yumiko could easily afford to occasionally treat herself to high-end luxury goods. Yahalo. Is that some kind of new trendy greeting? Yui actually just taught it to me. Isn't it cute? It works when Yui says it. But coming from you? Hard pass. Yumiko had never been the type to mince her words or act timid. As long as you didn't blatantly disrespect her, she was actually surprisingly easy to get along with. That's so mean, Yumiko. Right, Yui. As he complained, Kai dramatically leaned closer to Yui. Why, Yumiko is actually a really good person. Terrified that Kai might genuinely think Yumiko was mean, Yui quickly whispered a defense for her friend. But seeing her frantic, overly earnest reaction, Kai and Yumiko just locked eyes for a second before bursting into laughter simultaneously. Hey. Just as they were laughing, Hayato Hayama and the rest of the guys walked into the classroom. Seeing Kai completely meshing with the girls, Kakeru Tobe couldn't help but walk over. Kai, you've been glued to the girls lately. You don't even hang out and chat with us anymore. He phrased it like a complaint, but it was dripping with incredibly obvious envy. What high school guy didn't want to be constantly surrounded by a group of top-tier, beautiful girls? The only difference was that the rest of them only had the guts to fantasize about it in their heads, while Kai was actually out here living it. Kai shrugged, looking at Tobe with an expression of mock pity. Tobe, I've already been completely corrupted by the girls' clique. You need to stop talking to me. I'm worried they might get the wrong idea about us. Tobe stood up, faking righteous indignation. Yumiko and the girls, on the other hand, couldn't stop themselves from laughing out loud at the ridiculous exchange. Seeing this incredibly harmonious, lively scene made Hayato Hayama smile as well. Watching his friends all getting along and having a genuinely good time was the exact kind of atmosphere he loved the most. However, noticing how Kai and Yumiko Miura were subconsciously inching closer and closer to each other as they bantered, an inexplicable, tiny knot of unease formed in Hayato's chest. But remembering that the person he actually had feelings for was Yukino Shida, he forced himself to suppress the feeling. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Good morning. Right in the middle of their conversation, Megumi Kato quietly walked through the classroom door. Catching her gaze immediately zeroing in on him, Kai smiled and raised a hand to greet her. He noticed me again. Her face maintained its usual, completely deadpan expression, but a strange, unfamiliar emotion began bubbling up inside her. Good morning. She returned the greeting in a soft whisper before heading straight to her seat, her eyes still locked onto Kai's side of the room. Who was that? Kai's sudden greeting obviously caught Yumiko and the others' attention. They all turned to look in confusion. That's Megumi Kato. She's in our class. Kai said it completely casually. There wasn't a single trace of guilt or hesitation on his face. Megumi Kato. Since when did we have someone like that in our class? Yumiko racked her brain for a solid few seconds, but she genuinely couldn't recall a single memory of anyone by that name. Beside her, Yui looked equally bewildered. If Kai hadn't explicitly pointed her out, they wouldn't have even realized someone was sitting over there. That's so mean. Kato-san is incredibly cute too, you know. Just because you're drop-dead gorgeous, Yumiko, doesn't mean you get to completely ignore the rest of our classmates. Even though he was technically calling her out, Yumiko couldn't help but feel incredibly happy hearing him say that. Since when did this guy become such a smooth talker? Kai hadn't lowered his voice in the slightest. Megumi obviously heard every single word, which was exactly the effect Kai had engineered. Megumi silently lowered her head. Am I actually cute? Megumi had never once thought of herself that way. In fact, she had always considered herself aggressively, painfully average. If she wasn't, why else would everyone constantly forget she even existed? But hearing Kai say that out loud caused those strange, unfamiliar emotions swirling inside her to intensify. She couldn't stop herself from lifting her head and stealing another glance at Kai. Her lips pressed tightly together as she fell into deep thought. Class is starting. Everyone, get back to your seats. First period. It was Shizuka Hiratsuka's class. The absolute second Shizuka stepped through the door, the loud, chaotic chatter in the classroom was instantly vaporized. That alone was a massive testament to her sheer, overwhelming aura of intimidation. Resting his chin on his hand, Kai stared up at the podium. Watching Shizuka standing there in her signature lab coat, radiating older sister energy, he realized he had already established a solid connection with Yukino Shida. When Yukino eventually founded the service club, he could use that as the perfect excuse to get close to Shizuka Hiratsuka. Only kids forced themselves to choose just one. Since he had transmigrated into this world, Kai fully intended to take them all. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 16, Ice Queen. That's exactly what I want. 1360 words. Thank you all so much for your support. During the lunch break. As per his usual routine, Kai headed up to the rooftop, once again being the absolute last one to arrive. Yukino Shida and Hidori Goto had both arrived early, and were currently sitting there. The only problem was, one of them had crippling social anxiety, and the other had absolutely zero experience talking to friends. They were both just sitting there blankly in complete silence, causing the atmosphere to gradually curdle into suffocating awkwardness. Since you're already here, why don't you just come out? Or are you just trying to watch us make fools of ourselves? Noticing Kai casually leaning against the rooftop doorway without stepping outside, Yukino immediately fired off a venomous remark. You really have a terrible personality, Kai-kun. You're so mean, Yukino Shida-san. Kai laughed and walked over. The absolute second she saw him, a flash of pure joy lit up Hitori's face, but then, remembering something, she couldn't help but immediately drop her head. She didn't dare to look him in the eye. I was actually really looking forward to seeing you and little Bachi-chan become friends, Yukino. You don't need to waste your energy worrying about something like that. Despite her sharp words, Yukino's tone had actually softened considerably. At this stage in her timeline, alongside her venomous tongue, Yukino also had a slight tsundere streak. Being at tsundere wasn't necessarily a bad thing as long as it wasn't exaggerated to Airi Spencer Sawamura's insane levels. It was perfectly fine. Kai casually strolled over and sat down right in front of the two girls, offering a warm smile to Hidori beside him. You're doing great today, Bachi-chan. Are really? Hidori raised her head, looking genuinely pleasantly surprised. At the very least, you didn't instantly dive behind the boxes to hide the second you got here like you did yesterday. That honestly didn't sound like a compliment at all. Yukino shot him a completely speechless look, but in the very next second, Hitori, acting as if she completely missed the backhanded nature of the comment, nodded enthusiastically in sheer delight. I'll keep doing my absolute best. She really was a total idiot. But strangely enough, because of that exact endearing foolishness, Yukino found herself genuinely starting to enjoy the feeling of eating lunch together. All right. We don't have that much time left. Let's eat while we chat. I'm actually starving. As he spoke, Kai casually pulled out the convenience store bread he had just bought. That kind of bread has absolutely zero nutritional value. Staring at Kai's pathetic excuse for a lunch, Yukino couldn't help but knit her brows together in disapproval. Well, prepping a proper lunch is just way too much of a hassle. Besides, my physical specs are top tier. Nutrition doesn't even matter as long as it fills my stomach. Kai looked completely and utterly unbothered. He had originally considered making his own bento, but the sheer effort required was just too annoying. It was vastly easier to just grab some cheap bread from the school cafeteria and call it a day. You're only saying that because you're young right now. Yukino couldn't stop herself from shifting into lecture mode. Eating like that was a guaranteed way to completely ruin his health down the line. But seeing that Kai clearly couldn't care less, Yukino just shook her head and smoothly pulled out the extra bento she had prepared. Don't read too much into this. I just happened to prepare slightly too many ingredients this morning, so I have extra right here. Almost at the exact same time. Yukino Shida and Hidori Goto both pulled out an extra bento box, each extending one out toward Kai. As their gazes locked together, the expression on Hitori's face rapidly morphed into sheer guilt. I'm doomed. The way Yukino Shida is staring at me, is she actually trying to murder me with her eyes? Yukino didn't say a word. She clearly hadn't expected Hidori to have the exact same idea. Finally, she shifted her piercing gaze onto Kai, her expression effectively screaming, "Make your choice." A literal romantic standoff. Good lord. He had barely been in this transmigrated world for a few days, and he was already caught in a textbook love triangle. However, since he had the sheer audacity to bring these two girls together in the first place, Kai absolutely was not worried about a little crossfire. He smoothly reached out and accepted both bento boxes at the exact same time. I was actually just thinking that a single piece of bread wasn't going to be enough. You two are incredibly thoughtful. Honestly, my appetite has been expanding like crazy lately, so having two bentos is absolutely perfect. As he spoke, Kai popped open the lids to both lunchboxes. They were both incredibly exquisite, top-tier bentos. It was painfully obvious that a massive amount of care had gone into preparing them. This tastes incredible. Your culinary skills are seriously impressive, Yukino. I already know that. You didn't need to point it out. A faintly arrogant, entirely tsundere smirk tugged at the corner of Yukino's mouth. She opened her own bento and began to eat, her mood clearly skyrocketing. Kai seamlessly took a bite from the bento Hidori had brought as well. Bachi-chan's bento is absolutely delicious too. Please pass my thanks on to your mom. It's really nothing. Hidori scratched the back of her head, completely flushed with embarrassment. Seeing Kai eating so happily made her own heart swell with joy. As for the whole romantic standoff situation, with Hitori's crippling social anxiety, her brain literally lacked the capacity to even process the interaction from that angle. Honestly, even if Kai had completely ignored hers and exclusively eaten Yukino's bento, Hidori probably wouldn't have thought twice about it. It's getting late. I'm going to head back to the classroom first. Yukino was the first to finish her meal. Noting the time, she stood up and prepared to leave. It's a massive shame though tomorrow's the weekend, which means I won't get to eat your incredible cooking. Kai waved goodbye first before dropping that heavily regretful remark. Don't flatter yourself. I already told you, I just had too many ingredients. Seeing just how much Kai loved her cooking made Yukino genuinely want to smile. She threw out one last classic tsundere deflection before walking away with a noticeably light, brisk step. It was such a textbook teenage girl reaction. It made Kai let out a genuine chuckle. Who kept calling her an unmelting ice queen? She was incredibly easy to read. It was just her freezing, unapproachable aura that terrified normal people from getting too close. Bachi-chan. Once Yukino had fully left the rooftop, Kai pulled his gaze back, leaned forward, and locked his eyes intensely onto Hidori Goto. Looks like it's just the two of us now. Kai-kun. A highly specific, deeply intimate tension began to spread across the roof. Hidori instantly dropped her head again, absolutely terrified of meeting his gaze. But this time, Kai directly reached out, hooked a finger under her chin, and tilted her head up, forcing her to look him dead in the eyes. Let's pick up exactly where we left off yesterday. Is that okay? We're friends, remember? Friends do stuff like this all the time. It's completely normal. She couldn't stop her internal voice from screaming in protest. She was socially stunted at worst, but she definitely wasn't stupid. How could she possibly not see right through such a blatantly manipulative line? Sometimes, the dynamic between a guy and a girl was a game of unspoken mutual understanding. It all boiled down to whether or not you were willing. If you weren't, no amount of smooth talking would ever change the outcome. After a fraction of a second of silence, Hidori simply nodded. Deep down, she didn't possess a single shred of desire to reject him. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 17, the date 1265 words. Thank you all so much for your support. It took longer than yesterday. Almost 20 minutes passed before Hidori Goto sprinted down from the rooftop, her face flushed with absolute panic. At the same time, she hastily adjusted her slightly disheveled top. Kai, on the other hand, leaned back with an entirely relaxed expression. System, claim my reward. Without even realizing it, he had completed yet another quest involving Hidori Goto. Her bottom line had dropped just a fraction lower. He just wondered how much longer she'd be able to hold that line the next time around. Congratulations, host reward acquired. High school physics knowledge. Last time it was math, and now it was physics. Not bad at all. Kai wasn't disappointed in the slightest. After lying there and resting for a bit, he headed down from the roof with a brisk, light step. When school let out that afternoon, Kai made sure to turn to Yui Yokohama and say, "Don't forget about our date tomorrow, Yui-chan." Tomorrow was Saturday, the exact day scheduled for his date with Yui. I know. Hearing him explicitly call it a date made Yui drop her head in sheer embarrassment as she replied in a tiny whisper. Beside her, Yumiko Miura smiled, wrapping an arm around Yui's shoulders as she leveled a look at Kai. If I find out you bullied Yui, I absolutely won't let you off the hook. If you're that worried about it, Yumiko, you can always tag along tomorrow. Kai laughed casually, completely unfazed by her threat. I'll pass. I have zero interest in being a third wheel. It was only because it was Kai. If it had been literally any other guy, Yumiko definitely would have shadowed them just to make sure. The next day, his designated meeting time with Yui Yokohama was 9 a.m., but Kai didn't leisurely wake up until 8:30. Stretching and yawning, he slowly dragged himself out of bed. In stark contrast, over on the other side of town, Yui Yokohama had been up since 6 or 7 in the morning getting ready. First came washing up, then makeup. Girls here in Japan usually started learning how to apply makeup back in elementary school. After that came the endless cycle of trying on different outfits. This one. No, that's way too plain. Maybe this one. Actually, that set looks pretty good too. It was her very first time going on a solo date with a guy, so she was naturally a bundle of nerves. Completely engrossed in the process, Yui completely failed to notice that at some point, her mother had leaned against the bedroom doorframe, quietly watching her daughter cycle through her entire wardrobe. Yui, didn't you tell me you were just going out shopping with Yumiko and the girls? The sudden, ghostly comment made Yui nearly jump out of her skin. Meeting her daughter's complaining glare, Mama Yokohama was a bit speechless. She had been standing there for quite a while. Yui just hadn't noticed her at all. First, tell your mother the truth. Are you absolutely sure you're going out with the girls? What do you mean? Yui tried to defend herself, but she completely lacked any real conviction. That incredibly guilty expression made it blindingly obvious that something was up. Her daughter really was terrible at lying. If you were just going shopping with your girlfriends, there's no way you'd spend this much time agonizing over what to wear. So you're actually going out with a boy today, aren't you, Yui? And no, I'm not. Having her inner thoughts completely exposed, Yui frantically tried to deny it. Seeing that her mother was about to press the issue, Yui quickly interrupted. Ugh, Mom, stop asking. I'm running out of time. It really was a boyfriend, wasn't it? Thank goodness. Someone is actually willing to take my idiot daughter off my hands. Given her daughter's track record, she was terrible at chores, her cooking was a biohazard, and she wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed. If it hadn't been for a sudden stroke of sheer luck, she wouldn't have even tested into Sobu High. Her chances of getting into a decent university were practically zero. Her future as a stay-at-home housewife was basically set in stone. Yui, even though Mommy is thrilled that you managed to find a partner, you can't just go out with some shady character. You absolutely must stay away from anyone involved with the Yakuza. Kai isn't a shady person. Her mother's warning made Yui instinctively fire back a defense. Oh, so his name is Kai. Mama Yokohama flashed a highly meaningful, teasing smile. Realizing she had just completely outed herself, Yui's face burned bright red as she practically shoved her mother out of the bedroom. You're so annoying. Get out, Mom, I'm going to be late. All right. Stop pushing, Mommy won't ask any more. Knowing full well how thin her daughter's skin was, Mama Yokohama allowed herself to be pushed out into the hall. But she made sure to get one last word in. Make sure you bring him home so Mommy can meet him sometime. Yui's only response was violently shutting the door in her face. That girl. Staring at the closed door, Mama Yokohama couldn't help but shake her head. Deep down, she was genuinely curious about exactly what kind of guy her daughter had managed to land. The clock quickly ticked toward 9 a.m. Kai was already waiting inside a cafe over in Ginza. Over here. Seeing Yui lightly jogging through the entrance, he raised a hand to flag her down. I'm so sorry I'm late. By the time she reached Kai's table, Yui was already panting heavily. She had spent way too much time agonizing over her outfit that morning, and before she knew it, the time had completely slipped away. It's fine. Kai offered a warm smile. He smoothly picked up a napkin from the table, and gently dabbed the beads of sweat from her forehead. Have a seat, and catch your breath first. You look incredibly cute today, Yui. You definitely put a lot of effort into getting dressed up, didn't you? Feeling his gentle touch, a bright blush crept across Yui's small face. Especially with the way Kai was looking at her right now, his gaze was so intensely focused, as if he were admiring a priceless piece of art. It made her heart flutter with genuine happiness. He guided Yui to sit down in the seat right next to him. Even though there was a perfectly good empty seat across the table, this was a date, there was absolutely no reason to keep their distance. Take a look and see what you want to eat. The desserts here are really good. Judging by how much of a rush you were in, you definitely didn't eat breakfast, did you? She hadn't noticed it before, but now that Kai mentioned it, Yui suddenly realized she was actually pretty hungry. Kai's attentive care made Yui feel incredibly cherished. Even though the only reason she had initially agreed to go out with him was because the pressure of the group dynamic had made it impossible for her to say no. After interacting with him these past few days, Yui genuinely felt that giving things a shot with Kai might actually be a really good idea. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 18, bonus 1380 words. Thank you, we've hit 100 power stones. This is the bonus chapter. After they finished eating, Kai and Yui Yokohama left the cafe. If you don't have anywhere specific in mind, Yui, I'll be the one leading the way today. Yui was never one to have strong opinions. Whenever she hung out with Yumiko Miura and the others, she just blindly followed wherever they wanted to go. Even if she actually wanted to visit a specific place, she never had the courage to voice it out loud. Ginza was packed on the weekend. The streets were bustling with heavy foot traffic, including plenty of couples out on dates. Glancing at Yui beside him, who was practically radiating youthful, maidenly charm, Kai smoothly reached out and took her small hand in his hand. The exact second their skin made contact, he could feel Yui's entire body violently stiffen. Her eyes darted around in pure panic. It's just way too crowded around here. Holding hands is the best way to make sure we don't get separated. Is that okay? She wasn't a little kid, how could she possibly get lost? However, meeting Kai's gentle gaze, Yui couldn't bring herself to utter a single word of rejection. Instead, she offered a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. Everything required a steady, step-by-step approach. Swinging for a home run right off the bat was a guaranteed way to strike out. The goal right now was simply to get Yui completely accustomed to basic physical contact with him. He could distinctly feel how nervous she was, her palms were already starting to sweat. Where are we? Even though she honestly didn't care where Kai dragged her, staring up at the massive, Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko publishing building right in front of them made Yui freeze in her tracks. She shot him a deeply confused look. Kai just smiled, pulling out the manila envelope he had been carrying and waving it slightly. I mentioned it before, didn't I? The pay for my part-time job was just way too low, so I decided to try my hand at writing a light novel. I'm actually here to submit my manuscript today. I'm sorry I didn't tell you beforehand, but the truth is, I was just way too nervous to do it alone, so I really wanted you here to keep me company, Yui. Writing a novel. That's so amazing. Here in Japan, anyone who could actually make a living writing novels held a surprisingly high social status. Sure, light novel authors faced a bit of elitist stigma, but to the average person, it was still an incredibly prestigious, almost unreachable profession. Seeing her overwhelmingly positive reaction made Kai let out a genuine laugh. It hasn't even been published yet. Hell, there's a solid chance they might reject the manuscript entirely in a few minutes, and then I'd be totally screwed. Despite what he was saying, there wasn't a single trace of actual nervousness on his face. It's definitely going to pass. This time, Yui proactively tightened her grip on his hand, her eyes shining with absolute sincerity. You're going to be totally fine, Kai. It was as if she was trying to channel her own courage straight into him through those words. Please have a seat inside for a moment. Editor Machida will be with you shortly. After stepping inside the Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko offices, a receptionist escorted Kai and Yui Yokohama to a private waiting room, leaving them there to wait for an editor to review the manuscript. The waiting room wasn't entirely empty. When Kai walked in, there was already another teenage girl sitting there. She had long, perfectly straight black hair held back by a white headband. The moment they entered, the girl's striking burgundy eyes clearly swept over them for a fraction of a second before immediately returning to her book. Her long legs, clad in sheer black tights, were incredibly eye-catching. I desperately want senpai to step on me, cling onto senpai's legs, and never let go. I want senpai to verbally abuse me. Goddess to your feet. Goddess to your feet. Still the same barrage of absolutely degenerate, cultured quests. Yuraha Kasumigakaka. It looked like choosing to submit his manuscript here today was an incredibly solid move. Yui obviously noticed exactly where Kai's gaze had lingered. She gave his hand a light tug, calling his name in a slightly resentful, melancholic whisper. You couldn't really blame her. Yuraha Kasumigakaka radiated an incredibly oppressive aura that made Yui feel entirely outclassed. Between her mature figure and her flawless aesthetics, Yui felt completely overshadowed. What are you getting all jealous for? Snapping back to reality, Kai chuckled. He pulled Yui over to a pair of seats and leaned in close to whisper in her ear. I just realized that she's actually a third-year upperclassman at our school. Her name is Yutaha Kasumigakaka, or something like that. Yui was genuinely caught off guard. Were high schoolers nowadays really this insane? They were out here literally writing and publishing novels. Looking back at her own absolute lack of skills, Yui felt even more painfully useless. Kai obviously had no idea what kind of self-deprecating spiral was happening in her head. He just raised a hand and affectionately pinched her soft cheek with a smile. Besides, I already have you, Yui. Why would I ever bother looking at other girls? The incredibly intimate gesture made Yui duck her head in pure, bashful bliss. The brilliant flush on the young girl's face was genuinely intoxicating. Kai couldn't stop his breathing from hitching slightly, feeling a sudden surge of impulse. Leaning even closer to her ear, he dropped his voice to a hushed whisper. You're so incredibly cute right now. Can I kiss you? This. Yui was internally panicking. Was he just messing with her? But after meeting the dead serious, burning intensity in his eyes, she was absolutely certain he wasn't joking in the slightest. And not here. There was literally someone else sitting right across the room. Her maidenly heart absolutely could not handle doing something so incredibly brazen in public. So she was basically saying that doing it somewhere private was completely fine. Kai suppressed the rising impulse in his chest, a satisfied smirk tugging at his lips. Then I'll make sure to savor you properly later. Stop saying stuff like that. Her entire face was already a brilliant, burning crimson. A couple. Sitting just a short distance away, Yutaha Kasumigakaka was currently observing Kai and Yui out of the corner of her eye. Flaunting their nauseatingly sweet PDA public display of affection like they were the only two people on the planet. They literally had zero consideration for the absolute single casualty sitting right in the same room. She subconsciously began to rapidly tap the tip of her shoe against the floor. It was Yutaha's signature physical tic whenever she was feeling intensely irritated. I'm the one submitting a manuscript here, so why does it feel like you're infinitely more nervous than I am? As the minutes slowly ticked by, Kai could distinctly feel Yui gripping his hand even tighter, the sweat on her palms growing noticeably heavier. Her emotions were completely spiraling into nervous anticipation. It prompted him to throw out a teasing remark to lighten the mood. You're my lucky star, Yui. With you here by my side, I'm absolutely guaranteed to pass. She didn't even have that much confidence in herself. You're going to be totally fine, Kai. But she still managed to muster up her courage and look him dead in the eye. Right at that moment, the door to the waiting room was pushed open again. Sonoko Machida, dressed sharply in professional office lady attire, strode into the room. My apologies for the delay, I got held up with some business. You two must be the ones here to submit your manuscripts, correct? As a senior editor, Sonoko Machida's daily workload was absolutely massive. She had been slammed with tasks up until this exact second. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. If you like the story, please leave a review. Chapter 19, Contact with Senpai, submitting to Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko 1450 words. Thank you all so much for your support. Who would like to go first? Sonoko Machida's gaze swept across Kai and Yutaha Kasumigakaka. As for Yui Yokohama standing right beside Kai. With Machida's years of experience, it took her exactly 1 second to recognize that the young girl was just there to keep her boyfriend company. Must be nice, having a partner at that age. Unlike her, pushing 30 and still completely unmarriageable. Working herself to the bone was exhausting enough, but seeing them triggered an immediate, intense spike of resentment in Machida's eyes. Senpai got here before I did, so it's only right she goes first. Yutaha Kasumigakaka shot Kai a look of pure surprise. She scrutinized his face for a moment, absolutely certain she didn't recognize him. Kai maintained his calm, unbothered composure as he smoothly explained. I had the privilege of seeing you around campus before, senpai. Nice to meet you. I'm Kai, a second year at Sobu High. And this is my friend, Yui Yokohama. He seamlessly introduced Yui as well. More like girlfriend, right? Senpai. Yutaha's blunt observation made Yui duck her head in massive embarrassment. Kai just chuckled, not bothering to correct or deny it. Under normal circumstances, Yutaha Kasumigakaka would have absolutely fired off a few more venomous, razor-sharp remarks. But she was here for actual business today. She took a deep breath, recalibrated her mindset, pulled out her manuscript, and slid it across the table to Sonoko Machida. Please take a look. I will read it thoroughly. Seeing the title Kwasura Metronome, the metronome in love printed across the cover, Machida's expression remained perfectly professional. It was safe to assume this was a standard youth romance novel. Her reading speed was blistering, which was completely normal. She was a seasoned professional editor, reviewing manuscripts at breakneck speed was basically a prerequisite for the job. It took less than half an hour for Machida to blow through the several thousand-word draft. However, the moment she closed the manuscript, her brows furrowed into a tight knot. That single micro-expression instantly caused Yutaha's tension levels to skyrocket. Tell me, Kasumigakaka-san, you've never actually been in a relationship before, have you? Yutaha's eyebrow twitched violently. She felt a sudden, inexplicable wave of pure malice radiating toward her. Does my personal life have anything to do with my book? My apologies, my apologies. Realizing her phrasing had caused a massive misunderstanding, Machida quickly backpedaled. It's just that certain parts of the narrative in this book are incredibly idealized. Only someone who has literally never experienced a real romance would write a dynamic like this. Yutaha instantly understood the underlying critique. It was a severe lack of real-world experience. Does this mean my manuscript is rejected? Her hands subconsciously balled into tight fists. For her entire life, Yutaha Kasumigakaka had always possessed absolute, unshakable confidence. She succeeded at literally everything she attempted. She spent practically every single class sleeping on her desk, yet she permanently held the absolute #1 rank in her entire grade. So when she suddenly decided on a whim to try writing a novel, the concept of failure had genuinely never even crossed her mind. Not at all. Machida smiled and shook her head. While certain aspects of the plot are undeniably weak, it's incredibly obvious that your actual prose and writing mechanics are exceptionally high level. This draft has absolutely met our publishing standards. However, if you're aiming to release a second volume, the narrative structure is going to require some serious adjustments. It passed. A massive jolt of relief and energy surged through Yutaha's mind. Understood. I'll make sure to carefully consider the issues before starting Volume 2. Right now, her primary focus was simply getting the first volume officially approved. The terrifying prospect of getting completely axed later on hadn't even registered as a possibility yet. In that case, on behalf of Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko, I'd like to officially welcome you aboard. Machida stood up and offered Yutaha a professional handshake. Wait, that's it. She just passed. Sitting on the sidelines, Yui Yokohama was completely shocked by how seamlessly Yutaha Kasumigakaka's manuscript had been approved. She hadn't expected the process to be this straightforward. That realization instantly ignited a massive wave of hope for Kai. As expected of the #1 ranked student in our grade. You really are amazing, senpai. Kai offered a genuine, smiling compliment. The sheer euphoria of getting her manuscript officially accepted made Yutaha feel slightly intoxicated with pride. Hearing Kai stroke her ego, she instinctively fired back with her signature haughtiness. Well, if your manuscript happens to get rejected, Kohai-kun, I really wouldn't mind giving you a few pointers. Don't read too much into it, just consider it the benevolence of a senior looking out for her junior. Kai is going to be totally fine. Kai didn't take any offense, but Yui instinctively jumped to his defense. In Yui's eyes, Kai was the absolute most amazing person in the room. If Yutaha Kasumigakaka could pass, there was zero logical reason why Kai wouldn't. Yutaha didn't bother arguing with Yui. After all, she was still riding the high of her own victory. If I do end up failing, I'll definitely be sure to humbly seek your guidance, senpai. Kai laughed, stepping forward and sliding his own manuscript across the table to Sonoko Machida. To be completely honest, Machida genuinely hadn't expected these two aspiring authors to not only be from the exact same high school, but to also be a senior and a junior. She seriously wondered if they had planned this together. Please wait a moment. Relying on her ingrained editorial professionalism, Machida smiled, accepted the manuscript, and gestured for Kai to hold on. Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. An isekai novel. Makes sense. Teenage boys basically worshipped the isekai genre. Even though it was currently the absolute most dominant, mainstream trend in the industry, the sheer quality of isekai submissions was incredibly volatile. The god-tier ones were absolute masterpieces, and the garbage ones were literally unreadable trash. She began to rapidly skim through Kai's manuscript. Unlike her read-through of Yutaha's work, Machida blasted through the first few chapters at her usual breakneck speed, but as the pages turned, her reading pace began to drastically slow down. Her entire posture shifted, her demeanor morphing into something incredibly intense and laser-focused at a speed visible to the naked eye. Absolute gold. I've struck absolute gold. As a veteran editor, she possessed the uncanny ability to instantly gauge the true quality of a manuscript with just a single glance. Even before she had finished half of it, simply based on the opening act alone, Machida was absolutely certain she had stumbled upon a literal gold mine. Yui obviously didn't understand the nuances of the editing process. Seeing the editor suddenly slow down so drastically made her panic, assuming there was a massive flaw in the manuscript. She pressed her hands tightly together, desperately praying for Kai's success. Even Yutaha Kasumigakaka, who had been completely relaxed and aloof just a moment ago, found herself unintentionally sitting up straighter, her expression growing serious. This time around, it took Sonoko Machida over 2 solid hours to finish reading. When she finally turned the last page, the expression on her face screamed that she desperately wanted more. She shot up from her chair, staring at Kai as if he were the most priceless treasure on earth. Please, you absolutely must sign with Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko. Yutaha Kasumigakaka's eyes blew wide open. That was a completely different attitude compared to how the editor had treated her. Even an absolute idiot could figure out that Kai's novel had to be an unbelievable, generation-defining masterpiece to provoke such an extreme reaction from a senior editor like Sonoko Machida. Yui, on the other hand, practically exploded with joy. Did it pass? Did Kai's manuscript actually pass? That's putting it lightly. Machida nodded with intense, absolute conviction. Let me put it this way, in all my years working in this industry, this is without a single doubt the absolute greatest opening to a light novel I have ever laid eyes on. If he can maintain this exact level of quality throughout the rest of the series, I can personally guarantee you right now this is a top-tier masterpiece that will easily sell millions, maybe even tens of millions of copies. Note, so far, what do you think about the direction this fanfic is taking? Is it worth the read? Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 20, I'm so jealous of senpai, being all by yourself 1428 words. Thank you for the kind words yesterday, they really motivated me to keep working on this story. So, I'm introducing a new event with even more bonus chapters. Milestone bonus chapters, for every 500 power stones, there will be 2 additional bonus chapters. So for example, 500 power stones equals 3 bonus chapters total. The same applies to 1000/1500/2000 and so on. As the person at the center of all this hype, Kai remained completely and utterly unfazed. If anything, he was quietly admiring Sonoko Machida's sharp eye for talent. She really was a heroine capable of triggering the system's quest lines for a reason. In his original world, the Konosuba light novel series had easily sold tens of millions of copies. But in this massive, crossover anime universe, practically no light novel had ever broken the 10 million sales mark. Guessing it would sell a few million was already considered an incredibly bold prediction. Thank you, Editor Machida. I'll do my best, Kai accepted with a confident smile. Please wait here just a moment, I'm going to get your contract prepared immediately. Acting as if she were terrified that a genius author like him might suddenly get up and run away, Machida didn't waste a single second. Please rest assured, Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko deeply respects every genius author who walks through our doors. Even though you are a completely new writer, with my current seniority, I can absolutely secure you a top-tier contract. Geniuses always received preferential treatment. Sure, Kai's primary motivation for writing this novel was just to establish a legitimate, real-world cover for all the cash he was printing through the system. But then again, who would ever complain about making even more money? I'll leave it in your capable hands, Editor Machida. It's no trouble at all. Just sit tight and relax for a few minutes. With that, Machida practically sprinted out of the waiting room to print the paperwork, absolutely refusing to waste a single second. Once she was gone, Yuraha Kasumigakaka turned her gaze toward Kai, her burgundy eyes practically glowing with a dark, complicated intensity. Were you doing that on purpose, Kohai-kun? As the undisputed #1 student in her entire grade, Yuraha's intelligence was unquestionable. She had instantly put the pieces together. Kai's entire act earlier had likely been completely intentional. He knew perfectly well that his manuscript was an absolute masterpiece, yet he had deliberately played the role of the nervous, unconfident rookie. Thinking back to just a few minutes ago when she had smugly offered to mentor him if he got rejected, her face began to burn. As it turned out, his writing was leagues beyond hers. Just the thought of it made a rare, genuine blush of embarrassment creep up Yuraha's neck. She hadn't humiliated herself this badly in her entire life. As a defense mechanism, her signature venomous tongue instinctively took over. You really have a wicked personality, Kohai-kun. Were you deliberately playing dumb just to catch your senpai's attention? Well, I have to admit, you definitely succeeded. Yuraha was genuinely intrigued. She was incredibly curious to see exactly what kind of novel could possibly eclipse hers so completely. Kai isn't like that. Yui Yokohama instinctively fired back, jumping to his defense without a second thought. Seeing the fiercely protective, utterly devoted look in Yui's eyes completely derailed Yuraha's train of thought. Beauty really is in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? Before long, the paperwork was finalized and signed. Sonoko Machida hadn't been exaggerating, she had genuinely secured Kai an S-tier contract, complete with the absolute highest royalty split available. In comparison, Yuraha had only secured an A-tier contract. For a complete rookie, an A-tier contract was an incredible, highly coveted achievement. Under any other circumstance, Yuraha would have been overwhelmingly satisfied. But with Kai's flawless masterpiece sitting right next to hers, Yuraha, who had literally never lost at anything in her entire life, felt an incredibly uncomfortable knot of frustration tightening in her chest. She had actually lost. And to a boy a year younger than her, no less. Just wait until it gets published. I'm definitely buying a copy. I refuse to believe whatever you wrote is actually that much better than mine. She silently made a vow to herself. Having finalized both contracts, Sonoko Machida stood up and stretched her stiff shoulders. After a chaotic morning, she finally had a moment to breathe. To celebrate you both officially joining the Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko family, let me treat you to lunch today. When she wasn't completely buried in editorial work, Machida was actually a remarkably great person to be around. In the original canon, it was entirely due to her relentless backing that Yuraha's novel hadn't been axed early on, paving the way for it to eventually hit 500,000 sales. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Yui asked hesitantly, her people-pleasing nature making her terrified of being a burden. Of course not. As a senior editor, I have a corporate expense account for meals just like this. So please, don't feel bad about making me spend money.
As one of the top 3 publishing titans in Japan, Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko's employee benefits were top tier. Or is it that you're worried I'm crashing your sweet little date, Yui-chan? Now that the formal business was out of the way, Machida's naturally teasing, easygoing personality began to show. That single teasing remark instantly turned Yui's face bright red, leaving her staring at her shoes, completely unable to formulate a comeback. Well, naturally. Unlike Yui, Kai wasn't the slightest bit embarrassed by the teasing.
He smoothly wrapped an arm around Yui's shoulders and pulled her close. He smiled effortlessly. Today is actually our very first date. We were originally planning on heading to a nice couple's restaurant, but since editor Machida is offering such a generous invitation, I obviously can't refuse. Yui squeaked, her face practically steaming, but she made zero effort to pull away from his embrace. Being force-fed this nauseatingly sweet display of teenage PDA left Machida completely speechless. I never should have opened my mouth. Were high schoolers really this smooth nowadays? Why was she pushing 30 and still completely incapable of even finding a boyfriend? Reading the exact despair playing out across Machida's face, Yutaha Kasumigakaka suddenly clicked her tongue in annoyance. You just clicked your tongue, didn't you? I have no idea what you're talking about, Yutaha replied, her face the picture of absolute innocence. I was merely lamenting the fact that some people, despite not even having boyfriends of their own, still insist on actively volunteering to be force-fed other people's PDA. How did you know that? Was I really being that obvious? Machida shot Yutaha a highly suspicious, teasing look. Don't tell me, was that the sympathetic resonance of a fellow perpetually single woman? Please don't use such childish internet slang at your age. What did she mean, perpetually single? She simply had zero interest in dating right now, and she refused to settle for mediocrity. You're incredibly mean, little Yutaha. Having her age weaponized against her, Machida shot Yutaha a dark, resentful glare. Despite the sharp banter, the short interaction completely dissolved the professional tension. Machida didn't put on any overbearing, corporate senior airs, she joked and laughed with them like they were friends her own age. Even when the jokes bordered on being a bit sharp, she never actually took offense. After finishing lunch, Machida quickly took her leave. She still had a mountain of editorial work waiting for her back at the office, after all. Are you two heading anywhere specific next? Setting down her cutlery and picking up a napkin, Yutaha casually threw out the question, clearly preparing to say her own goodbyes. They had basically just met today, it was only natural that they would all go their separate ways after the meal. Kai casually grabbed a napkin and gently wiped a small smudge of sauce from the corner of Yui's mouth before replying in a breezy, effortless tone. We're going to hit up a movie theater first, kick back and relax for a bit, and then probably do some more shopping. He paused, flashing a highly sarcastic, sympathetic smile. I'm genuinely so jealous of you, senpai. Getting to spend your entire weekend completely by yourself. It must be very peaceful. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 21, teasing Yutaha Kasumigakaka 1349 words. Thank you all so much for your support. The words of farewell died on her lips before she could even utter them. Is he mocking me for being all alone? Yutaha's gaze toward Kai gradually grew dangerous. Yui's small face flushed slightly, still not quite used to such an intimate gesture in public. Don't move. There's still a little bit on the corner of your mouth there, all clean. Setting down the napkin, Kai smiled and lowered his head, locking eyes directly with Yui until she was completely flustered. Only then did he finally pull his gaze back. Turning his head, he noticed Yutaha Kasumigakaka was still sitting there. Feigning surprise, he asked, "Oh, senpai, you haven't left yet. You know perfectly well I'm your upperclassman, and yet you still talk to me like that." Yutaha had always considered herself someone with a sharp, venomous tongue, but looking at him now, Kai was definitely giving her a run for her money. Forcing a completely fake, plastic smile, she replied, "I'm afraid you're mistaken, Kohai-kun. When did I ever say I was leaving?" She had actually been planning to leave, but since he had specifically framed it like that, walking away now would basically be admitting that she really was completely and utterly alone. Don't tell me senpai is actually waiting for someone. Is it illegal for me to go shopping by myself? Ah, I see. In that case, enjoy your solo shopping trip, senpai. Yui and I are going to head out. Wearing an inscrutable smile, he shot Yutaha one last glance before standing up and leading Yui away. That look. He was definitely mocking me, wasn't he? Thinking back to the look Kai gave her right before he left, Yutaha uncontrollably started tapping her foot against the floor, feeling intensely irritated. But then, as a sudden thought struck her, the corner of her lips curled up into a faint, calculating smirk. Does senpai really enjoy being a third wheel this much? Walking down the street, Kai had originally planned to wrap an arm around Yui's waist. But thanks to the burning, piercing glare practically searing holes into their backs from the side, Yui refused to let him do it. Just holding his hand was already taking every ounce of courage she had. There was nothing he could do about it, Yui's skin was just way too thin. Kai could only cast a sidelong glance at the absolute mastermind behind it all. Ever since they stepped out of the restaurant, Yutaha Kasumigakaka had been relentlessly tailing them. She didn't say a single word, she just kept staring. Third wheel. You're overthinking things, Kohai-kun. I just happened to be shopping in the exact same direction. Confronted by Kai, Yutaha just stared back with a pair of perfectly wide, innocent eyes. However, she couldn't completely hide the smug amusement dancing in the depths of her gaze. That's what you get for mocking me about being alone. So what if I'm a third wheel? I'm absolutely not going to give you two a single chance to get intimate. You're good. If you've got the guts, feel free to keep following us. Seeing that Kai couldn't do anything about her, Yutaha felt even happier. Basking in her own smugness, Yutaha completely failed to notice the fleeting, calculated amusement that flashed through Kai's eyes. The oldest tricks in the book really were the most effective, that was an eternal, unchanging truth. And just like that, Yutaha Kasumigakaka tailed Kai all the way to a movie theater. Are you seriously going to watch this? Seeing that Kai had picked a horror movie, Yutaha couldn't help but furrow her brows in distaste. Don't tell me senpai is actually scared. If you aren't scared, how am I supposed to find an opening? Sweeping his gaze over Yutaha, Kai bluntly provoked her. Oh well, it's totally understandable if senpai is a coward. There are plenty of other movies playing anyway. This works out perfectly, it'll give Yui and me some alone time. After saying that, Kai turned to Yui and spoke in a soft, reassuring voice. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Even though Yui was easily frightened herself, the sense of safety Kai provided gave her a massive boost of courage. He was incredibly gentle and sweet when talking to Yui, but the second he turned to her, he acted like an absolute jerk. Is he completely blind? In what universe does that little girl outclass me? Yutaha had actually been slightly terrified of watching a horror flick, but being blatantly provoked like that completely ignited her competitive drive. I'm just worried that my little Kohai-kun might end up wetting his pants from fear. Now that would be truly humiliating. I was just about to say the exact same thing to you, senpai. Seeing Kai matching her tit for tat, Yutaha let out a cold humph. After buying her own ticket, she confidently took the lead and marched straight toward the screening room. Watching Yutaha walking ahead of them, Yui suddenly gave Kai's hand a gentle, nervous tug. Senpai is actually a really good person. You shouldn't argue with her so much. The entire way there, Kai and Yutaha hadn't stopped bickering for a single second. Yui genuinely thought that Kai hated Yutaha, so she wanted to try and smooth things over. After all, apart from having a venomous tongue, Yutaha really didn't seem like a bad person. Don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing. He hadn't expected Yui to interpret it that way. Kai didn't bother explaining the intricate details, he just offered her a reassuring smile. In reality, this was the exact psychological effect Kai had been aiming for. If he had acted like some rigid, boring nice guy, someone like Yutaha Kasumigakaka wouldn't have even given him a second glance. On the contrary, the more aggressively he matched her energy, the more he provoked and engaged her emotions. As for having Yui right there next to him, Kai wasn't worried in the slightest. It wasn't like he hadn't successfully managed a 1v2 scenario before. There was absolutely nothing to fear. It seems Kohai-kun really needs to practice his taste in movies. We're literally the only people in here. It's obviously not going to be a good film. After stepping into the theater, they realized that apart from the three of them, the room was completely empty. It was painfully obvious that the movie was a total flop. Isn't that perfect? We basically rented out the entire theater. It's not like I actually came here to watch the movie anyway. Pulling Yui along, he found their assigned seats and sat down. Seeing that Kai wasn't bothered by her jab in the slightest, Yutaha clicked her tongue in annoyance and sat down as well. However, she deliberately left a single empty seat between herself and Kai. What are you looking at? Who knows if you might try to take advantage of me once the lights go out. It wasn't necessarily that she didn't trust Kai, it was purely because sitting that close to a guy in a dark theater made Yutaha feel incredibly self-conscious. Despite her talent for effortlessly dropping highly suggestive, aggressive banter, deep down, she was actually incredibly conservative. Simply put, she was all bark and no bite. Take advantage of you. Kai didn't bother offering a verbal defense. He simply wrapped an arm around Yui and shot Yutaha an incredibly disdainful, unimpressed look. She could let a lot of things slide, but absolutely not when it came to her personal charm and physical appeal. Yutaha Kasumigakaka had never once been looked down upon in that department. If she hadn't been taking Yui's feelings into consideration, Yutaha would have straight up demanded, "In what universe does that little girl look better than me? Are these black tights completely invisible to you?" Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 22, Accursed Spirit in the movie theater. You can see it. 1,296 words. Thank you all so much for your support. Seeing Kai act so sweet and attentive toward Yui while treating her completely differently made Yutaha Kasumigakaka genuinely start to doubt her own charm. Soon enough, the lights inside the theater dimmed, and the movie began playing on the big screen. Because it was a horror film, the overall lighting in the room was exceptionally dark and oppressive. Yui Yokohama shifted uncomfortably in her seat. She could distinctly feel the hand Kai had wrapped around her waist starting to wander, growing noticeably restless. Meeting her gaze in the dim light, Kai whispered softly, "This is actually all your fault, Yui." "My fault?" Yui's small face filled with surprise. "Who told you to be so cute? You're making it impossible for me to sit still." He leaned right into her ear to deliver that line. After saying it, he closed the distance between them even further. Realizing exactly what he was about to do, Yui instinctively threw a panicked, nervous glance in Yutaha Kasumigakaka's direction. "Don't worry. It's pitch black in here, senpai can't see a thing." Before Yui could protest any further, her lips were completely sealed. "Yutaha Kasumigakaka, I might not be able to see it, but I can definitely hear it." "Are you two seriously whispering that loudly?" Even with an empty seat between them, looking at the silhouette of Kai's turned back, Yutaha could vividly imagine exactly what was happening over there. For some inexplicable reason, the air around her suddenly felt thick and suffocating, and a light sweat began to break out across her skin. Quest completed. 2 consecutive system notification chimes rang out in his head. Pressing her hands against Kai's chest, Yui looked up at him with pleading eyes. Some things were just moving way too fast for a high school girl to handle. Kai didn't push it. He simply smiled and slowly pulled his hands back. I'll give you plenty of time to get used to it. Her face burning a brilliant red, Yui quickly rebuttoned her blouse and gave a tiny, shy nod. Kai leaned back into his seat, a thoroughly satisfied, smug smile plastered across his face. It was finally over. Over on her side, Yutaha couldn't help but let out a massive sigh of relief. The constant, soft rustling sounds drifting into her ears earlier had felt like some kind of demonic torture. She hadn't been able to calm her racing heart no matter how hard she tried. Thank God it had finally stopped. Sensing her reaction, Kai shot a sidelong glance past the empty seat at Yutaha, raising a single brow with a teasing smirk. That bastard. He did that entirely on purpose. Catching his look, Yutaha couldn't stop her hands from balling into tight fists. She had completely figured him out. He had a fundamentally wicked personality. All that polite, gentlemanly behavior he displayed at the very beginning was a 100% fabricated act. But given the current situation, she had absolutely nowhere to vent her frustration. The movie played on. After a while, the three of them finally managed to pull their attention back to the screen. Even though the movie was cliché in Kai's eyes, some of the specific horror scenes were actually directed pretty well. Especially the exact moment the female lead's severed head suddenly floated across the screen. Terrified, Yui practically threw herself against Kai, hiding her face against his shoulder. Even Yutaha, sitting a seat away, visibly jumped in shock. With one arm securely wrapped around Yui, Kai casually patted the empty seat between him and Yutaha. He didn't say a word, but the message was blindingly obvious: if you're scared, feel free to slide closer. To be completely honest, Yutaha was genuinely tempted. But her pride refused to let her be looked down upon. It was just a movie, the jump scare would be over in a few seconds anyway. It seemed every single one of these anime heroines had a serious tsundere streak wired into them. Kai didn't push the issue, just letting out a light chuckle and pulling his gaze back to the screen. As the runtime dragged on, the terrifying scenes began popping up back to back. Kai had been watching with complete boredom. For someone who possessed cursed spirit manipulation, these on-screen fabricated ghosts were literally child's play. But in the very next second, right in front of the massive projection screen, a dense cluster of pitch-black matter began to slowly manifest. That sight made Kai immediately furrow his brows. The black mass steadily expanded, gradually taking on the grotesque, twisted shape of a monster. It looked like a massive, 5 to 6 meter long centipede swimming through the air right inside the theater. A cursed spirit. Why the hell is one spawning in here? Then it clicked. According to JJK lore, cursed spirits were born from the buildup of negative human emotions, fear being one of the strongest catalysts. So, did the sheer terror of the audience in this room literally birth this cursed spirit right on the spot? Clearly, this horror movie had successfully terrified a massive chunk of people over its runtime. This newly spawned cursed spirit had instantly materialized with grade 3 power levels, and it actually felt a bit stronger than the average grade 3. Interesting. He hadn't expected to score an extra summon just by coming to watch a movie. He was just about to raise his hand and use cursed spirit manipulation to instantly exorcise the newborn anomaly. But suddenly, the hands Yui had wrapped around his arm began to shake violently, as if she were experiencing an absolute, paralyzing level of terror. On his other side, Yutaha Kasumigakaka had somehow closed the gap and was now sitting right next to him. She tightly grabbed the hand he was about to raise. WWE need to run. Right now. Yutaha's voice trembled with sheer, unadulterated panic. She was pressed completely against him, and just like Yui, her entire body was shuddering uncontrollably. That reaction. Sweeping his gaze over the two girls, an unbelievable theory suddenly flashed through his mind. You guys can see it. Both girls simultaneously snapped their heads up to look at him. Why isn't he panicking? Shouldn't he be figuring out how the hell we're going to escape? What even is that grotesque monster? What is happening to the world? Normally, ordinary humans were completely incapable of perceiving cursed spirits. So was it because these specific anime heroines had special constitutions, or were the rules for cursed spirits in this crossover universe just different? Why could both Yuraha and Yui see it? What does that even mean? Cursed spirit. Whatever, I'll explain later. Since they could already see it, there was absolutely zero point in trying to hide anything anymore. He gently patted their hands, gesturing for them to let go, and stood straight up from his seat. He looked directly at the centipede cursed spirit and shouted, "Hey! Look over here!" Both girls' eyes blew wide open in sheer horror. But in the very next second, attracted by his shout, the cursed spirit let out a deafening screech and violently lunged straight toward them. "We're dead." Just as the girls thought their lives were completely over, Kai casually raised a single hand. "Exterminate it!" Roar. The space directly behind him violently tore open. The two cursed spirits he had previously subjugated burst out from the void simultaneously, roaring as they charged straight at the centipede. In that exact moment, the normal, mundane worldview that Yui and Yuraha had known their entire lives, completely and utterly shattered. Drop some power stones. Chapter 23, 23. The bold Yuraha Kasumigakaka 1521 words. Thank you all so much for your support. I'm thinking of making longer chapters. What do you guys think? Bonus chapter soon. Did it level up? Watching the newly spawned anomaly battle his two summoned cursed spirits, he could distinctly feel its power surging. It had gone from being on the losing end to fighting with ease, and now it was actually starting to gain the upper hand. A breakthrough in power. It seemed the sheer terror of the moviegoers had fed this cursed spirit enough negative energy to push it straight to a grade 2 level. A grade 2 cursed spirit. Perfect timing. Even though the sudden evolution caught him slightly off guard, it still wasn't anywhere near enough to pose an actual threat to Kai. If anything, it was exactly what he had been hoping for. It was the perfect opportunity to finally test out the new power he had just acquired. He aimed his open palm squarely at the massive centipede thrashing in midair. Crackling sparks of blinding energy rapidly condensed at the center of his palm. Byakurai. Pale lightning. The absolute second those two sharp words left his lips. FZZZT boom. A devastating bolt of pale lightning violently erupted from his hand, blasting straight toward the centipede. Roar. Grade 2 cursed spirits still lacked the ability to speak. All it could do was let out an agonizing, ear-piercing shriek. Because Kai had deliberately held back his output, the Byakurai hadn't completely blown a hole through the creature, but it had instantly charred more than half of its massive body into a smoking, blackened husk. Restrain it. Following Kai's absolute command, his two summoned cursed spirits instantly pinned the severely weakened centipede down, dragging its thrashing body right to his feet. Being forced to confront such a grotesque, horrifying abomination at point-blank range made both girls instinctively flinch and shrink back in terror. Cursed spirit manipulation. Kai didn't waste a single breath on small talk. As his power violently flared, the 5 to 6 meter long centipede's entire body began to grotesquely twist and compress. It violently folded in on itself until it was completely condensed into a dense, palm-sized orb resting perfectly in his hand. He swallowed it. This time, the surge in his maximum cursed energy reserves was noticeably larger, and he had permanently added a highly capable grade 2 cursed spirit to his arsenal. The sheer, intoxicating rush of his own power rapidly expanding, it was genuinely addictive. Exhaling a slow, steady breath, he casually waved his hand, dismissing his two summoned cursed spirits back into the void. The horror movie was still playing on the big screen without skipping a beat. By the time Kai sat back down in his seat, it was almost as if absolutely nothing had happened. The two girls were left so stunned they genuinely began to wonder if the entire sequence had just been some shared, hyperrealistic hallucination. What on earth? It took a long, suffocating moment before Yuraha finally managed to subconsciously voice the question. It was a cursed spirit. Kai replied calmly. You can basically think of them as living urban legends. That's probably the easiest way to wrap your head around it. Urban legends were deeply rooted in Japanese culture, making it the perfect, easily digestible comparison for them to understand. However, normally speaking, ordinary humans are completely incapable of perceiving cursed spirits. Even Kai was currently stumped. He couldn't definitively say whether these specific anime heroines possessed special constitutions, or if the cursed spirits in this crossover world operated under slightly altered rules. But he figured he would find out soon enough after a few more encounters. "You're an onmyoji." Yuraha stared at him, her eyes wide with sheer disbelief. She had assumed they were all just perfectly ordinary high school students. Who could have possibly predicted that fantasy would literally bleed into reality? An actual onmyoji was casually sitting right next to her in a movie theater. "Not exactly. Technically, my classification is a jujitsu sorcerer. But if calling me an onmyoji makes it easier for you to process, feel free to use that." Is the specific terminology really the main issue here? Still reeling, Yuraha couldn't stop herself from firing off several more questions about cursed spirits and jujitsu sorcerers. Beside her, Yui remained completely silent, but her wide, curious eyes were glued to Kai, absorbing every word. Kai answered them effortlessly. It wasn't exactly highly classified taboo knowledge, anyway. After a while he finally asked, "Do you guys want to leave now?" The movie hadn't actually finished playing yet. But after experiencing a literal brush with the supernatural, it was pretty safe to assume that absolutely zero of their attention was still on the screen. "Let's wait just a little bit longer. My legs. I don't think I can actually stand up right now." Yuraha shifted slightly in her seat, her tone incredibly stiff and unnatural. The sheer terror from just a few moments ago had completely drained her adrenaline, leaving her legs like jelly. Me too." Yui nodded in fervent agreement. She had been terrified entirely out of her wits as well. "Are there a lot of those cursed spirits out there?" Kai had been there to save them this time, but if they had run into that monstrosity while completely alone, neither of them even dared to imagine how horrifying their final moments would have been. At the moment there probably aren't too many. That was purely Kai's own educated guess. However, if you're ever walking around by yourselves from now on, absolutely avoid completely dark alleys, and try not to walk alone late at night. If you ever do happen to see one, whatever you do pretend you absolutely cannot see it. For an ordinary human facing a cursed spirit, playing completely blind was literally their only viable survival tactic. Noticing that Yui was still visibly shaking with residual fear, Kai offered a warm, comforting smile, and gently pulled her into his embrace. "Don't worry. I'll always protect you." Yui gave a soft, tiny nod. Burying her face deep against his shoulder, the lingering dread and icy terror gripping her heart finally began to slowly melt away. She had originally only tagged along to this theater entirely out of pure, competitive spite. But right now, watching the incredibly gentle, intimate dynamic between Kai and Yui, Yuraha Kasumigakaka found herself feeling a sudden, inexplicable stab of genuine envy toward her underclassmen. Just minutes ago, when Kai had stepped in front of her to shield her from the monster, Yuraha had experienced a level of absolute, unshakable security she had never felt in her entire life. Right in the middle of her distracted days, Yuraha suddenly sensed something slightly off. She instinctively lowered her gaze. At some completely imperceptible point in time, Kai's other hand had seamlessly dropped down, and was now resting lightly against her black tights-clad thigh. Her head immediately snapped up, instantly locking onto Kai's face, only to be met with his completely unapologetic, knowing smile. "If you're still feeling scared, senpai, we should definitely exchange line contacts later. That way, if you ever run into another cursed spirit, you can reach out to me immediately. We go to the same school, after all. If you're ever in genuine danger, I'll definitely make sure to protect you properly, too." Kai's tone was smooth and completely natural. He didn't sound the slightest bit guilty or out of place. Thanks to the pitch-black lighting in the theater, Yui obviously completely failed to notice what Kai's other hand was currently doing. Hearing his words, she actually nodded in genuine agreement. Yui was an inherently kind-hearted girl. She absolutely didn't want Yutaha to end up getting killed by one of those horrifying monsters just because she couldn't reach out for help. Yutaha didn't answer immediately. She first glanced down at the hand resting on her leg, and then looked back up at the incredibly natural, shameless smile plastered across Kai's face. A sudden realization clicked in Yutaha's mind. Strangely enough, instead of feeling furious or violated, a highly amused, thoroughly entertained smile slowly bloomed across her own face. All right then. It looks like your senpai will just have to rely entirely on her sweet Kohaikuin for protection from now on. Just an hour ago, he was acting like I was completely invisible compared to that little girl. So what exactly is this hand doing right now? It felt like her charm had finally been thoroughly validated. Yutaha's smile grew incredibly smug. She shot a quick glance at Yui, who was completely oblivious to the silent transaction happening right next to her. Instead of pulling away or slapping his hand, Yutaha actually deliberately shifted her weight, leaning just a fraction closer to Kai, granting his resting hand an even better, softer angle. Even Kai was genuinely caught off guard by her bold reaction. Now that is incredibly bold. But then again, I'd expect nothing less from senpai. Quest completed. Drop some Power Stones. Chapter 24, bonus. 1345 words. Thank you, we've hit 100 Power Stones. This is the bonus chapter. The fanfic hasn't gotten many reviews yet, so if you have some extra time, I'd really appreciate it if you could leave one. I must be going completely crazy. Yutaha Kasumigakaka thought silently to herself. He already had a girlfriend, and she was literally sitting right next to him. Yet here she was, acting exactly like a shameless homewrecker leaning into the affair. Unlike the painfully dense Yui Yugahama recalling Kai's behavior along the way, with Yutaha's sharp intellect, she had already figured it out. He had likely orchestrated all of it on purpose. He had perfectly utilized those verbal provocations to manipulate her into coming here. But even after realizing this, not only did Yutaha feel zero disgust, she actually felt an inexplicable sense of thrill. Didn't this just prove exactly how overwhelming her charm really was? Sensing that Kai's hands were getting increasingly brazen under the cover of the dark theater, Yutaha adjusted her breathing and slowly squeezed her eyes shut. Just this once. I'll let myself indulge. What's wrong with senpai? After they finally left the movie theater, Yui watched Yutaha's back as she practically sprinted toward the restroom. She looked over at Kai in pure confusion. She probably just drank too much water earlier. It's totally normal. With a playful, knowing smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth, Kai offered Yui a completely deadpan explanation. Oh, I see. The pure and innocent Yui didn't overthink it for a single second, simply nodding in agreement. However, having the topic brought up suddenly made Yui feel the urge to go as well. Sorry, Kai-kun. Could you wait here for a second? I need to use the restroom too. Go ahead, go ahead. Kai smiled and nodded. He casually leaned against the wall of the movie theater lobby. When Yutaha Kasumigakaka finally emerged, the first thing she saw was Kai standing there alone. Where's Yugahama? She just went in a minute ago. Kai pointed toward the restroom doors, then swept his gaze over Yutaha with a highly suggestive smile. I actually thought senpai was going to stay in there a little longer. After all. Don't you dare say it. Before Kai could even finish his sentence, Yutaha violently interrupted him, her entire face flushed bright red. This is entirely your fault. She shot him a coquettish, reproachful glare. I certainly didn't expect you to have such dishonest hands. Stepping slightly closer to him, Yutaha's breathing grew noticeably heavier. Aren't you worried I'll go tell your little girlfriend all about what just happened? Kai let out a low chuckle. He seamlessly wrapped an arm right around Yutaha's waist. Which one are you referring to? Good lord. So Yugahama isn't even the only one. In the past, Yutaha had absolutely despised cheating scumbags like this. Yet, now that she knew Kai was an unapologetic playboy, she actually felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The crushing psychological guilt of ruining her underclassman's relationship completely evaporated into thin air. It seems senpai's charm is just too overwhelming. So why don't you tell your senpai, how was the experience just now? Do you want to try getting even closer? What was this feeling? Ever since surviving the cursed spirit incident, it felt like Yutaha was actively evolving into a literal succubus. However, Kai was no innocent, naive virgin to be easily flustered. He immediately fired back. I recall there being quite a few love hotels in this exact area. What do you say, senpai? Want to go give them a try right now? At the end of the day, she was still all bark and no bite. She let out a light scoff of feigned disgust and immediately took a few steps back. Even with her face burning red, she stubbornly craned her neck and shot back. You should probably deal with your little girlfriend first. Deal with what? Right at that exact moment, Yui Yokohama stepped out of the restroom. Hearing the tail end of the conversation, she looked over at them in total confusion. And nothing. The sudden voice clearly startled Yutaha, causing her to jump slightly. She frantically tried to cover it up. Her guts really aren't that big after all. Sweeping an amused glance over Yutaha, Kai smiled and walked back to Yui's side. Senpai was just showing some concern for our relationship. I think she was worried that maybe one day, my Yui might leave me. I would never. Hearing Kai say that, Yui immediately and anxiously denied it. Even though she had initially only agreed to the date because the pressure of the atmosphere made it impossible to refuse, spending all this time together today had genuinely made Yui fall deeply for him. Furthermore, inside the dark movie theater just now, everything they should and shouldn't do had basically already been done. For someone as traditionally conservative as Yui, she naturally began to view Kai as her definitive future husband. She had even started picturing the rest of her life. Once she graduated high school, she would probably just marry Kai and become a happy, full-time housewife. Because Yui loves me very much, right? Seeing her earnest, panicked reaction, Kai smiled and lowered his head, locking eyes intensely with Yui. Although she was incredibly embarrassed, Yui still gave a shy, fully affirming nod. Watching this nauseatingly sweet scene play out, Yutaha Kasumigakaka couldn't help but click her tongue twice. If this had been earlier today, she might have just felt annoyed at being force-fed PDA. But now, somehow, watching their dynamic actually sparked a strange, illicit thrill inside her. Did I just awaken some kind of bizarre and twisted fetish? After eating dinner together, Kai escorted both Yui and Yutaha back to their respective homes separately. On one hand, they ultimately hadn't made the necessary mental preparations for that final step yet. Kai wasn't in any rush. The entire process of the chase was incredibly enjoyable in its own right. Yui's house was closer, so Kai dropped her off first before escorting Yutaha back to hers. Did you have a fun time on your date today? Seeing her daughter return home, Mama Yokohama looked over from the living room with a highly knowing smile. It was really fun. Thinking back on the date, even though the cursed spirit popping up in the middle was absolutely terrifying, the overall experience had been incredibly sweet and romantic. Just thinking about it made the brilliant, lovesick smile on Yui's face completely impossible to hide. She practically skipped all the way up the stairs back to her bedroom. Mama Yokohama was genuinely surprised. After all, when Yui left the house that morning, she was vehemently denying that it was a date. She hadn't expected her to completely change her tune and embrace it so quickly. She was starting to look forward to meeting him. Meanwhile, on the other side of town. We can't do this. I'd feel way too guilty toward my underclassmen. Right outside the front gate of the Kasumigakaka residence. Yutaha Kasumigakaka currently had both her arms securely wrapped around Kai's neck, her burgundy eyes locked dead onto his. With a gaze as deeply seductive as a literal succubus, practically no normal man alive could have withstood it. Senpai, you're so good at this. Even though she was the one who made the first move just now. Don't you find doing it like this incredibly exciting, Kohai-kun? She must be possessed by a demon right now. Seeing Yutaha acting like this, Kai suddenly let out a low laugh. Well then, senpai, do you want to experience something even more exciting? Like what? Yutaha tilted her head slightly, her eyes brimming with a teasing smile, but also carrying a genuine trace of deep anticipation and desire. Meeting her intensely seductive gaze, Kai suddenly broke into a massive grin, and looked directly over Yutaha's shoulder. Good evening, ma'am. Drop some Power Stones Chapter 25, The Perfect Timing, The Broken Girl 1287 words. Thank you all so much for your support. We've reached 10 reviews, bonus chapter coming soon. He could clearly see it. The look in Yutaha Kasumigakaka's eyes shifted from initial confusion to utter shock, and finally, sheer terror. She slowly, stiffly turned her head. Only to see her mother standing by the door, expression completely blank, staring dead at them. She had no idea how long she had been standing there. Good evening. Taking a moment to steady her breathing, Mama Kasumigakaka offered Kai a polite nod out of basic courtesy. It's getting pretty late, so I should probably head home. I'll properly introduce myself next time, ma'am. Please be careful on your way back. It worked out perfectly. There were a few things Mama Kasumigakaka needed to discuss with her daughter in private anyway. See you next time, senpai. Taking in Yutaha's completely petrified expression, Kai chuckled, waved goodbye, turned around and left. That bastard. He actually just left me here to die alone. There was no way around it. Facing her own mother, Yutaha didn't dare show a single trace of her usual haughty attitude. Mama Kasumigakaka fell silent for a moment. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own two eyes, she absolutely never would have believed that her usually elegant, well-mannered daughter could act so boldly. After reeling her emotions back in, she spoke in a deeply earnest tone. Yutaha, I know you're still young, and it's natural to be curious about a lot of things. But there are certain lines you simply cannot cross. Guessing exactly what her mother was about to say, Yutaha hastily interrupted her. You completely misunderstood. We were just joking around just now. We didn't actually mean any of what we said. Are you sure? Hearing that her daughter wasn't actually acting as a homewrecker stepping into someone else's relationship, Mama Kasumigakaka finally breathed a massive sigh of relief. Of course. You know exactly what kind of person I am, don't you? She had no choice. At this exact moment, Yutaha could only lie through her teeth. Fortunately, Mama Kasumigakaka felt that her daughter had always been incredibly independent and sensible since childhood, so she figured Yutaha wouldn't lie to her about something like this. Then stop casually saying things that can easily cause such massive misunderstandings. At the very least, make sure there's no one else around first. Maybe this is just how couples flirt nowadays. Feeling like she was completely out of touch with the younger generation, Mama Kasumigakaka suddenly glanced in the direction Kai had left. That boy. His name is Kai. Whenever this Kai-kun is free, you should invite him inside to hang out. Even though she had only seen him once, as long as it was a normal, healthy relationship, Mama Kasumigakaka had no intention of deliberately standing in their way. I'll invite him over when there's a chance. Seeing that she had successfully managed to placate her mother, Yutaha couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Ahem, let's drop it, Mom. I've been walking around outside all day and I'm completely exhausted. Just let me rest for a bit. Without giving her mother another chance to speak, Yutaha quickly slipped past her and bolted straight back to her room. That girl. Watching her daughters retreating back, Mama Kasumigakaka shook her head helplessly, deciding she would just have to interrogate her later. Meanwhile, on Kai's end, his phone was continuously buzzing with a barrage of furious line stickers sent by Yutaha Kasumigakaka. This is all your fault. Now my mom has the completely wrong idea. Is it really the wrong idea, though? Whatever, it's still entirely your fault. Reading her replies, the smirk on Kai's face grew even wider. He walked the rest of the way home with a brisk, light step. Perfect timing. He could finally claim the rewards for the 3 quests he had completed earlier that day. Congratulations, host. Reward acquired, 200,000 yen in cash. Congratulations, host. Reward acquired, high school Japanese literature knowledge. Congratulations, host. Reward acquired, high school chemistry knowledge. Not bad at all. He didn't really care much about the cash anymore. At this rate, he would quickly collect the complete set of knowledge packs for every single high school subject. By the time Kai finally arrived back at his apartment building, the sky outside had already begun to darken into dusk. The second he reached the second-floor landing, he saw Sakiko Tagawa violently throw open the door to the adjacent apartment and storm out. Tear streaks stained her face. From inside the room, a man's slurred, heavily intoxicated voice was aggressively yelling. Slamming the door shut behind her, Sakiko didn't care about anything else. Her only thought right now was to escape this suffocating place. Seeing her blindly rushing toward the stairs and completely missing the first step, Kai, who happened to be walking right past her, instinctively reached out and caught her in his arms. Sakiko had never expected that one day, she would end up being caught in a man's embrace like this. I am so sorry. Even at her absolute lowest, most pathetic point, Sakiko still desperately clung to her ingrained aristocratic manners. She frantically wiped the tears from her face, took 2 steps back, and offered Kai a deeply earnest bow of gratitude. It's fine. We're neighbors, after all. Kai waved it off with a gentle smile. Only then did Sakiko realize that the person who had just saved her from a nasty fall was the exact same neighbor she had briefly crossed paths with not too long ago. There is no hurdle in life that you can't overcome. Don't worry, just give it some time, and I'm sure your father will bounce back. Bounce back? Sakiko couldn't stop a bitter, self-deprecating smile from twisting her lips. When she had first been forced to leave the wealthy Tagawa family estate, she had genuinely believed the exact same thing. But look at them now. Heavy drinking, gambling, wasting his life away playing pachinko. She had never imagined that her previously elegant, gentle father would degenerate into something so pathetic. Could a father like that really ever bounce back? I'm sorry, I have somewhere I need to be. Please excuse me. Refusing to dwell on the topic, and absolutely terrified of letting anyone else witness her vulnerability. After offering a stiff excuse, Sakiko immediately turned to leave. Anywhere was fine. She just absolutely could not stand to be near this apartment for another second. Since you literally fell right into my lap, how could I possibly let you slip away? Besides, wasn't this the exact opportunity he had been patiently waiting for? Tagawa-san, it's getting pitch black outside. It's way too dangerous for a girl to be wandering the streets alone right now. If you don't have anywhere else to go, why don't you come wait it out in my apartment for a while? It's literally right next door. Your apartment? Sakiko hadn't expected him to offer something like that. But then, it clicked. You know who I am? She was certain she had never introduced herself to him. How did he know her family name was Tagawa? That's because I'm a massive fan of yours. Kai smiled and casually raised a hand. I watched your band's previous live performance. The song you guys played was called Haruhikage Spring Sunlight, right? It was an absolute masterpiece. I was genuinely looking forward to your next release, but it's a real shame that your band completely dropped off the map after that single song. Chapter 26, bonus 1258 words. Thank you for the 10 reviews. This is the bonus chapter. We're getting close to 200 power stones. If we reach it before I go to sleep, I might post another bonus chapter today. Hearing the title, Haruhikage, Sakiko's expression noticeably softened. Her initial guard dropped significantly, and a nostalgic glint slowly filled her eyes. She was reminiscing about her days in the band. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the band is no longer together. As she forced out the last few words, she couldn't stop her hands from balling into tight fists. It was all her fault the band broke up. Because of her, everyone It's fine. I'm sure you just ran into some difficult circumstances, Tagawa-san. But I've seen you up on that stage. You were absolutely radiant and brimming with confidence. I genuinely believe that someone like you can overcome whatever hardships you're facing right now. Kai's sincere words actually made Sakiko feel a sudden wave of guilt. After all, just a few moments ago, she had genuinely entertained the thought of giving up entirely. Please come with me. It looked like you twisted your ankle just now. My apartment is literally right next door. If you feel like you're in any danger, you can just scream for help. The soundproofing here is terrible, so the entire floor will hear you. I wasn't. Prompted by his words, Sakiko suddenly felt a sharp throb of pain shooting up from her left ankle. But hearing him lay everything out so honestly made her feel deeply ashamed for suspecting his intentions. The soundproofing is terrible. Realizing the implication, Sakiko's head snapped up in disbelief. Knowing exactly what was running through her head, Kai supported her weight as they walked to his door, smiling and nodding. I've heard the shouting from your side plenty of times. You've been having a really rough time lately, haven't you, Tagawa-san? She had refused to let anyone see her vulnerability. But Kai's gentle concern made her nose sting. She quickly tilted her head back, forcefully suppressing the urge to break down in tears right there in the hallway. Sakiko Tagawa, you are no longer the heiress of the Tagawa family. You absolutely cannot let anyone see you looking this weak and pathetic. Hold it together. Watching her stubborn display, Kai just offered a soft smile. He unlocked his door and guided her inside. Excuse the intrusion. As she slipped into a pair of guest slippers, Sakiko felt a jolt of surprise. She hadn't actually expected to follow a complete stranger into his apartment. Maybe it was because he was a fan of her music, or maybe, deep down, she was just desperate for a little bit of warmth and care. Make yourself at home. I live alone, Kai said casually as he helped her sit down before heading over to a cabinet. Give me a second, I'll go find the first aid kit. You really don't have to go through all this trouble. Seeing that he completely ignored her protest, Sakiko pressed her lips together and began to scan the room. The layout was nearly identical to her own apartment. However, there were no empty liquor bottles haphazardly strewn across the floor, and no discarded bento boxes rotting on the table. Even though the space was small, it was very clean and meticulously organized. That stark contrast made her subconsciously relax her guard. Found it. Kai walked back over with a tube of medical ointment and a warm smile, seamlessly taking a seat on the floor right in front of her. What are you doing? Seeing him reach out for her ankle, Sakiko instinctively tried to pull her leg back. You still have to go to work tomorrow, right? Kai's smile was perfectly disarming. If a sprain like this isn't treated properly right away, it'll only swell up and get infinitely worse by tomorrow morning. I doubt you want to be limping through your shift. Hearing that it might compromise her job, her resistance instantly evaporated. I've twisted my ankle plenty of times before, so I know exactly how to handle this. You can trust me. Kai's movements were gentle and precise. Staring at her delicate, pristine foot, he had to take a slow, deep breath to keep himself from completely losing his composure. Does it hurt? I'll use a lighter touch. It's fine. Sakiko frantically shook her head. Seeing the intense concentration on his face as if treating her ankle was some sort of sacred duty, a bright flush began to creep across Sakiko's pale cheeks. The atmosphere in the room suddenly felt entirely too intimate. She desperately searched for a way to change the subject. You can just call me Kai, he offered without even looking up. Do you live alone? The second the words left her mouth, Sakiko wanted to slap herself. Wasn't that blindingly obvious just from looking around the room? My parents are still back out in the countryside. I moved here to Tokyo to attend high school all by myself. That's incredible. That wasn't just empty flattery, Sakiko genuinely meant it. Her recent plunge into poverty had brutally taught her exactly how suffocating it was to survive entirely on your own. Considering he was living in a cheap rental apartment like this, his family clearly wasn't wealthy. He was likely in the exact same boat as her, juggling high school academics with grueling part-time jobs. It's not that bad, I'm pretty used to it by now. You're the truly amazing one here, Tagawa-san. After all, you have to work to support your family as well. If Sakiko only had to worry about providing for herself, even if she wasn't rich, she wouldn't be dragged down into such a miserable, suffocating situation. Just call me Tagawa. After a brief moment of silence, Sakiko firmly sidestepped his comment. Even in her current state, she fiercely clung to the last shreds of her dignity. Kai just nodded understandingly, and went back to massaging the ointment into her ankle. Right as the atmosphere settled into a comfortable quiet, her father's violently drunken shouts completely shattered the peace through the thin walls. "Where's the booze? Where's my damn booze?" He yelled for another minute or two before the apartment fell completely silent again. He had likely passed out in a drunken stupor. Sakiko deeply ducked her head, an overwhelming wave of crushing humiliation washing over her. If she could, she would have ripped a hole in the floorboards and buried herself alive. "I'm sorry, I really have things to do. I need to go back." Even though they had just officially met, not only was he a fan of her old band, but they were also practically living in the exact same harsh circumstances. Sakiko had subconsciously already begun to view him as a friend. And precisely because he felt like a friend, she was even more desperate to maintain the fragile illusion of her dignity in front of him. However, just as she tried to stand up, Kai gently but firmly pressed her right back down onto the chair. "It's fine. He's probably already passed out for the night. Even the strongest, most capable people in the world need to rest sometimes. You've already been working so hard, Tagawa. If it had been literally anyone else in your shoes, they would have completely broken down a long time ago. Don't you think?" Drop Some Power Stones Chapter 27, Capturing Sakiko Tagawa's Heart 1323 words. Thank you all so much for your support. Kai knew perfectly well. Right now, Sakiko Tagawa's defensive walls were at their absolute highest. She had practically severed all ties with her former friends. The only way to truly begin capturing her heart was to entirely strip away her forced dignity and break down those walls. His incredibly gentle tone was the final straw. Her desperately suppressed tear ducts completely gave out, and massive teardrops began to stream down her pale face. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Kai pulled her into his embrace, gently patting her back. "You've worked so hard just to survive on your own up until now, Sakiko. I completely understand. I've lived through those exact same harsh days. You've done amazingly well. It's okay. Just take a proper rest today." Sakiko honestly didn't know what psychological state she was in anymore. She just clung to Kai and bawled. It was as if she were venting every single ounce of suffering, stress, and grievance she had endured over the past few months all at once. "This is so humiliating." Sakiko hadn't gone back to her apartment. Inside the bathroom, soaking in the warm bathtub, the mere thought of what had just happened made her bury her flushed face in her hands. She had never been so thoroughly humiliated in her entire life. She genuinely felt like she had completely lost her mind. She was actually taking a bath in the apartment of a guy she had just properly met. This feels so good. Soaking in the hot water, Sakiko's face melted into pure bliss. It had been far too long since she had enjoyed a relaxing bath like this. The water heater in her own apartment next door had broken ages ago. She didn't know how to fix it herself, and hiring a repairman would cost an exorbitant amount of money she couldn't afford, so she had just been enduring the freezing showers. For someone as inherently cleanly as Sakiko, managing to endure it for this long was already a massive feat. "Need me to come in and scrub your back?" Kai's teasing voice suddenly drifted in from outside the bathroom door. It startled Sakiko so badly she instantly shrank back into the water, bubbles popping around her chin. Sorry. You were just taking so long that I started getting worried you might have passed out in there." Kai's teasing actually made Sakiko let out a soft laugh, significantly easing the suffocating tension in her chest. That's right. Kai was an incredibly good person. There was no way he'd actually do something so perverted. I'm fine. I'll be out in a second. Ah, I see. So you really don't need me to scrub your back. I absolutely do not. What a shame. Listening to his footsteps gradually fading away from the door, Sakiko finally stood up from the tub. She muttered softly, "Pervert." However, there wasn't a single trace of actual disgust on her face. Instead, a genuine, warm smile curled the corners of her lips. She slowly breathed out two quiet words. "Thank you." In Sakiko's eyes, Kai was only teasing her like that to alleviate the awkwardness and take the heavy psychological pressure off her shoulders. He really was such a gentle, considerate person. By the time Sakiko finally came out, she was dressed in one of Kai's oversized t-shirts. What is it? Is there something weird about how I look? Seeing Kai's gaze locked onto her, Sakiko instinctively turned her head away, her expression growing entirely unnatural and flustered. You look beautiful. I'm probably going to treasure that shirt for the rest of my life. Don't even think about it. Watching her flustered reaction, Kai just chuckled lightly. I've already laid out a futon for you. The bedding is completely brand new. Get some rest, I'm going to take a shower. With that, he casually strolled into the bathroom. Sakiko didn't look away until the bathroom door clicked shut. She couldn't explain it. Even though they had basically just met, interacting with him gave her an inexplicable sense of absolute ease, almost as if she were hanging out with a lifelong friend. Perhaps it was because he had already witnessed her at her absolute lowest, most pathetic point. There was no longer any reason to put up a front. Right at that moment, Sakiko's phone suddenly lit up, chiming with a rapid succession of incoming messages. Sakiko, can we please talk? Sakiko, I can help you. Sakiko, I know you still care about the band. All the messages were from the exact same person. Staring at the name, Soyo Nagasaki, glowing on the screen, Sakiko let out a heavy sigh, shook her head, and turned the screen back off. This was far from the first time this had happened. If it weren't for the fact that they used to be bandmates and friends, Sakiko would have blocked her number a long time ago. When Kai finally stepped out of the shower, he saw Sakiko already curled up tightly inside the futon, her eyes closed. Is she asleep? Looking down at her, Kai raised a single brow. He didn't make a sound to wake her, nor did he entertain a single thought of taking advantage of the situation. He definitely loved women, but he wasn't completely devoid of class. He simply turned off the main lights and slid into his own futon on the other side of the room. Letting out a quiet yawn, he slowly closed his eyes. After a long, silent moment, Sakiko, who had supposedly been fast asleep, slowly peeled her eyes open. With half her face buried safely beneath the covers, she tilted her head and quietly watched Kai's sleeping features in the dim light. The truth was, she had just felt incredibly awkward and hadn't known how to face him when he came out, so she had squeezed her eyes shut and faked being asleep. Kai's respectful restraint made her feel even more at ease. Thank you. To think that someone as pathetic as me could still be treated with such gentle kindness. Naturally, the pure and innocent Sakiko had absolutely no idea that this entire scenario was just another calculated part of his routine. Perhaps because she had gone so long without a proper night's sleep. Sakiko ended up sleeping in quite late the next morning. She let out a soft yawn. Her consciousness hadn't fully booted up yet, as she stared blankly around the unfamiliar room. Where is? Then it all rushed back. The scenes from last night instantly replayed in her mind. She had actually spent the night at a strange man's apartment. In the past, this was something Sakiko never would have even dared to imagine. Just then. Are you awake? Kai's voice drifted in from the main room. Sakiko instinctively pulled the blanket tighter around herself. Come on out whenever you're ready. I've already made breakfast. I'll be right out. That's right. He's an incredibly gentle person. Being this highly guarded around him is just rude. Barefoot, she stepped out onto the floorboards. The moment she walked out, she saw Kai setting breakfast down on the table. My cooking is pretty average, so please don't mind. And not at all. Sakiko frantically shook her head. Besides, just looking at the spread, this was undeniably the absolute best breakfast she had eaten in a very, very long time. How is it? Does your foot still hurt? It's already feeling a lot better. Kai's warm concern brought a genuinely heartwarming smile to Sakiko's face. In that case, I'll apply another layer of ointment for you after we eat, and you should be perfectly fine. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 28, The Overly Familiar Hana Yurikawa. 1223 words. Thank you all so much for your support. Thinking back to the feeling of Kai holding her ankle last night, Sakiko Tagawa couldn't help but avert her gaze, but she still agreed. After eating, Sakiko watched the man in front of her with a deeply flushed face. At this moment, Kai was carefully applying ointment to her sprained ankle. All done. After finishing the task, Kai looked up, immediately catching Sakiko's evasive, darting gaze. What's wrong? Sakiko hesitantly pointed a finger, then, realizing exactly what she was pointing at, frantically looked away. Originally confused, Kai looked down and instantly understood what had Sakiko acting so flustered. He was a young guy, after all, and it was morning. His testosterone was running high, and little Kai had pitched a tent at some unknown point, standing right at attention. Don't get the wrong idea, this is just a completely normal biological reaction. It's fine. In reality, not only did Sakiko not feel disgusted, but a distinct sense of smug pride actually swelled up inside her. Didn't this prove that Kai was genuinely attracted to her? Ahem, anyway, I have some things I need to take care of, so I'm going to head out. Get some rest. If you need to step out for anything, just pull the door shut behind you. I have my keys on me. Kai hadn't forgotten. He still had a date with Miko Yatsuya today. Saying that, he quickly gathered his things and prepared to leave. Be careful on your way. Instead of asking where he was going, Sakiko saw him off, just like a newlywed wife sending her husband out the door. You don't need to get up, just rest. Seeing Sakiko trying to stand, Kai waved his hand and headed straight out the door. She was the only one left in the apartment. What is actually wrong with me? With no one else around to worry about, Sakiko laid back on the sofa, the image of little Kai standing at attention constantly flashing through her mind. I shouldn't. She really shouldn't be feeling this way. So why couldn't she stop feeling so incredibly smug about it? On Kai's end, he quickly met up with Miko Yatsuya. What Kai absolutely hadn't expected was that Miko hadn't come alone. She brought along someone with an absurdly exaggerated figure. I'm so sorry, this is Hana Yurikawa. Catching Kai's stare, Miko introduced her with a highly apologetic look. Hana is my best friend. When she heard I was going out today, she absolutely insisted on tagging along. Hana Yurikawa was a childhood friend of Miko's. She had bright orange hair and seemed to wear a permanent, sunny smile on her face. But of course, the absolute most eye-catching thing about her was always her ridiculously well-endowed figure. In Kai's memory, even his senpai probably couldn't hold a candle to her in that specific department. You're so mean, Miko. We literally grew up together, and you didn't even bother telling me you got a boyfriend. If I had known this would happen, I never would have told her in the first place. However, Hana didn't seem to mind in the slightest. After teasing her friend, she turned her bright, cheerful gaze straight onto Kai. Hi there. I'm Hana Yurikawa. You can just call me Hana, exactly like Miko does. She really was incredibly overly familiar. A normal high school guy would probably be blushing and stammering right now, but a display like this wasn't nearly enough to intimidate Kai. "Nice to meet you, Hannah." "Nice to meet you too." As she spoke, Hannah casually reached out and linked her arm through his, acting as if they were already the best of friends. Seeing this, Miko frantically pulled her friend back. "You can't just be so rude." Even though she knew perfectly well that Hannah was hopelessly dense and lacked personal boundaries, Miko still couldn't help but feel a massive pang of jealousy. This was her boyfriend, after all. "It's totally fine. Isn't Kaikuin your boyfriend, Miko?" "You literally just said he's my boyfriend, not yours." Ultimately, Kai cleared his throat, interrupting the banter between the two girls. "It's getting kind of late. Why don't we go find a cafe and sit down for a bit?" "Sounds great." Hannah was the first to enthusiastically agree. "I actually know this one place that has absolutely amazing desserts. I'll lead the way." Hannah was the exact type of person who would literally start starving if she went more than a few hours without eating, so she was a total expert when it came to local food spots. Grabbing Kai with one hand and Miko with the other, she enthusiastically dragged them down the street. Miko looked completely drained, lacking the energy to even complain. This was absolutely nothing like the romantic date she had imagined. If she had known this would happen, she would have waited until the date was completely over before breathing a word of it to Hannah. "It's totally fine. A friend of yours is a friend of mine. Besides, Hannah has a really great personality." "Yeah, and it isn't just her personality that's great, her figure is top tier too. The feeling of her pressing against my arm just now. I definitely wouldn't mind experiencing that again." Hearing Kai compliment her, Hannah instantly beamed, shooting Miko an incredibly smug look. Letting go of her frustration, Miko couldn't help but laugh along with them. At the end of the day, Hannah was her absolute best friend. Seeing her boyfriend get along so well with her friends was exactly what Miko had hoped for anyway. Following a nearly identical itinerary to yesterday, they headed straight to the movie theater after eating. In fact, it was the exact same theater. It was just a shame that yesterday's specific circumstances didn't repeat themselves. Plus, Hana Yurikawa and Yuraha Kasumigakaka were completely different types of girls entirely. Using the exact same probing tactics on Hana was completely useless. This girl was simply way too dense and innocent for any of it to register. Wow, it got so late without us even noticing. Miko usually didn't like going out much, so it was incredibly rare for Hana to get to hang out and have this much fun. Noticing the sky growing dark, Hana complained in a distressed tone she clearly wanted to keep playing. "Why don't we go grab something to eat before heading home? Didn't we literally just eat?" Miko looked completely burnt out. She naturally lacked physical stamina on a normal day. After running around the city for the entire afternoon, Miko felt like her legs were going to fall off. She genuinely couldn't comprehend how Hana still had the energy to think about food. "What we just ate were desserts. And your point is? So now it's time to go eat an actual meal." Even though she ate like a literal black hole, Hana never gained a single pound. On the flip side, Miko had to actively watch her portions just to maintain her figure. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 29, bonus 1193 words. Thank you, we've hit 200 power stones. This is the bonus chapter other people might not know, but Kai knew perfectly well. Hana Yurikawa possessed a special kind of power. This energy protected her from being harmed by the supernatural, but at the same time, it massively accelerated her body's calorie consumption. And the only way for her to replenish that spent energy was to constantly eat. That was exactly why Hana was always hungry and could eat endlessly without ever gaining a single pound. Whatever she consumed was burned off almost immediately. It was literally impossible for her to get fat. Originally, Kai had planned to escort both Hana and Miko home. However, Hana generously waved him off. It's totally fine. We live super close anyway, so I can just walk Miko home myself. Under Miko's deeply resentful glare, Hana let out a triumphant, smug laugh. All right then. Seeing this unfold, Kai chuckled and gently pulled Miko toward him. He lightly tilted her chin up. Compared to the first time, Miko was noticeably much bolder now. This sudden display of PDA caught Hana completely off guard. She quickly slapped her hands over her eyes. Though to be fair, the gaps between her fingers were entirely too wide to actually block anything. We still have plenty of time, Kai murmured. Hearing his words, Miko smiled sweetly and gave a soft nod before hopping onto the train with Hana. You're so bold, Miko. On the train, Hana couldn't help but tease her friend. Oh, come on, don't be mad. Hana might have been a bit of an airhead, but she wasn't a total idiot. Seeing the absolute resentment radiating from Miko's face, she could easily guess exactly what her friend was thinking. She laughed and threw an arm around Miko's shoulders. I was just curious. It's your fault for not telling me about your boyfriend earlier. And here I was, treating you like my best friend, only to find out you've been hiding a whole boyfriend from me. Well, you know now, don't you? You really have great taste, Miko. I think Kaikuin is a great catch. Keep it up. I can't wait to attend your wedding. Wedding. That's way too far in the future. Stop saying such stupid things. She said that, but imagining what life would be like married to Kai made it absolutely impossible for Miko to hide the brilliant smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Meanwhile, back at the station, after watching Miko and Hana board the train, Kai had originally planned to head home himself. He stretched his stiff joints. But the absolute second he turned around, he spotted Megumi Kato standing just a short distance away. He had no idea how long she had been there. He paused mid-stretch. When did she get there? Did she see everything that just happened? He raised a single brow. Without a single trace of panic on his face, he simply let out an amused chuckle and strolled right over to her with complete confidence. Megumi pursed her lips slightly, but she made no move to leave. In reality, Megumi, who had been waiting for the train for a while, hadn't expected to bump into Kai here either. She had originally wanted to say hello. After all, she held a highly specific, unique impression of the only boy who always managed to actually notice her. But in the very next moment, she had seen Miko Yatsuya and Hana Yurikawa walking right alongside him. And when one of the girls left, she shared an incredibly intimate moment with Kai. That level of PDA was glaringly obvious. They were definitely a couple. But wait, wasn't Kai's girlfriend supposed to be Yui Yugahama from their class? Is he two-timing? Realizing exactly what she had just witnessed, Megumi suddenly found herself praying that Kai hadn't noticed her standing there. Besides, even if he did spot her, surely he would act at least a little bit guilty, right? She absolutely never expected him to just casually stroll right up to her without a care in the world. Good evening, Kato-san. Is he really not feeling a single ounce of guilt? Staring at Kai's completely natural, unabashed smile, Megumi gave a soft nod. Good evening. Didn't expect to run into you at this hour. Are you out running errands? Catching sight of the shopping bags in her hands, Kai asked curiously. Yeah, we were running low on groceries, so my mom asked me to make a quick trip. Their back and forth was incredibly casual and harmonious. But the bizarre, twisted sense of dissonance in Megumi's heart was only growing stronger. Did she completely misunderstand the situation? Unable to suppress her burning curiosity, Megumi finally just asked. That girl from just now was. Oh, her name is Miko Yatsuya. She's my girlfriend. He just admitted it that easily. Even with Megumi's chronically deadpan expression, her eyes couldn't help but blow wide open in shock. Then what about Yugahama-san from our class? Yeah, she's my girlfriend too. Are you seriously just shamelessly admitting all of this without missing a single beat? Furthermore, he answered with such absolute, unwavering confidence that it genuinely made Megumi feel like she was the one with the problem here. So Kai-kun, you're a cheating scumbag who's two-timing them. Not quite. So it was a misunderstanding. She had just breathed a tiny sigh of relief internally, but in the very next second. I'm actually three-timing. There's an underclassman named Hidori Goto, she's also my girlfriend. Of course, that was only the current tally. There would undoubtedly be more in the future. Regardless of what kind of mental short-circuit Megumi was experiencing, Kai just casually continued. Hidori is an incredibly cute girl too. I'll have to introduce you guys when the opportunity arises. Who knows, you might even become good friends. Watching Kai enthusiastically offer to introduce her to his other girlfriend like it was the most normal thing in the world, Megumi had to take a deep breath to recalibrate her sanity. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly spoke. Aren't you the least bit worried that I might go tell Yokohama-san about this, Kai-kun? Is being an unapologetic scumbag really this normalized nowadays? Shouldn't he feel at least a tiny shred of guilt? His absolute lack of shame was genuinely making her question her own common sense. So, are you going to tell her, Kato-san? Looking at Megumi's flabbergasted expression, Kai suddenly chuckled. He leaned in closer, his gaze locking dead onto her eyes. Why, you're way too close. The sudden proximity made Megumi take an unnatural half-step back. You still haven't answered my question, Kato-san. Are you going to spill my secret? After a long moment of silence, Megumi finally squeezed out the word. It wasn't that she approved of Kai's blatant scumbag behavior, it was purely because Megumi simply wasn't the type of person to go around gossiping about other people's business. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 30, What's there to be afraid of? 1337 words. Thank you all so much for your support. New week, let's push. We were only 30 power stones away from the bonus chapter. We had reached 270, just short of the 300 goal, so if we reach those remaining 30, I'll count it as 300 and drop a bonus chapter today. Megumi Kato genuinely didn't have any particular impression of Yui Yokohama. At most, they were just classmates who shared the same room. On the contrary, she held a very distinct, unique impression of Kai, the only person who could consistently notice her existence. In fact, Megumi inexplicably felt that Kai must have some complex, special reason for doing all this, rather than just purely wanting to be a three-timing scumbag. Her brain must be broken. You really have a wicked personality, Kai-kun. Why do you say that? Having already reined in her chaotic emotions, Megumi looked up. With her perpetually deadpan expression, she stared straight at Kai and said, You know perfectly well that even if someone as painfully ordinary as me went around telling people about this, hardly anyone would actually believe me. It was the honest truth. Given her absolute lack of presence, Megumi genuinely believed that even if she told Yui the truth directly to her face, Yui wouldn't believe it. It was far more likely that Yui would just assume Megumi was making things up out of jealousy. Ha 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 ha. Kai couldn't hold back his laughter. If Megumi hadn't explicitly pointed it out, that thought wouldn't have even crossed his mind. However, the real reason he wasn't panicking was simply because he thoroughly understood Megumi's personality. Besides, so what if she actually told everyone? He had transmigrated into a second life. If he couldn't follow his own desires and live exactly how he wanted, completely unburdened by fear, then what was the point of transmigrating in the first place? I never actually thought of it that way. Besides, I don't think you're ordinary in the slightest, Kato-san. Not ordinary. I get completely ignored on a daily basis by everyone around me, and yet I'm not ordinary. After all, you're incredibly cute, Kato-san. As he said that, Kai tilted his head, looking at Megumi with a warm, genuine smile. She had her signature bob cut. Even though her face was completely expressionless, her features were delicate and refined. In terms of pure aesthetics, she could easily hold her own against any of the other top-tier anime heroines. Of course, the main reason Megumi was revered by fans as Saint Megumi was her personality. She was widely considered the absolute best anime heroine to have as a girlfriend, or even a wife. Are you just saying that to flatter me, Kai-kun? Any other girl in this exact situation would probably be flustered, blushing furiously, and at a complete loss for words. But Megumi wasn't. Instead, she just tilted her head slightly, subconsciously assuming he was merely trying to sweet-talk her into keeping his secret safe. You really don't need to do all this, Kai-kun. I'm not going to. Before Megumi could finish, Kai smoothly cut her off. I meant it. You really are incredibly cute, Kato-san. If possible, I'd absolutely love for you to be my fourth boat. Fourth boat? His fourth girlfriend. Even though she knew perfectly well that he was an absolute scumbag, hearing those words didn't trigger a single ounce of disgust or displeasure in Megumi's heart. Alright, it's getting late, so I'm going to head back now. You should get home safely too, Kato-san. He didn't stick around to pester her. Sometimes, knowing exactly when to pull back and leave an impression was the best strategy. He waved casually at Megumi, shoved his hands into his pockets, and swaggered away. Staring at his retreating back, a strange, unfamiliar emotion finally began to ripple across Megumi's perpetually flat expression. Does he really think I'm cute? Even Megumi herself didn't realize it, but as she murmured those words, a tiny, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of her lips. When Kai finally returned to his apartment, he found Sakiko Tagawa bustling about in his kitchen. He was genuinely surprised. He had assumed she would have already gone back to her own place next door. You're back. Leaning to the side to confirm it was him, Sakiko went back to cooking and smoothly added, Go ahead and rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. Even though he had already eaten while he was out on his date, Kai wasn't about to completely ruin the mood by pointing that out. Coming home to a beautiful girl cooking me dinner, have I died and gone to heaven? Stop saying such weird things. Carrying the freshly plated food to the table, Sakiko shot him a coy, reproachful glare. How should he put it? The taste wasn't exactly great. Even Sakiko herself took a bite and immediately realized that some of the dishes were severely underseasoned. I'm sorry. I followed the recipe exactly. She looked noticeably crestfallen. She had really wanted to cook him an amazing meal as a proper thank you for taking her in. It's totally fine, this is actually really good. I can tell you put a lot of heart into it, Sakiko. It was completely understandable. She used to be a pampered heiress who never had to lift a finger in the kitchen. Having the former young lady of a massive conglomerate personally cook a meal for him was an incredibly rare, exclusive privilege in its own right. By the way, is everything okay with your father next door? Seeing Kai earnestly tasting every single dish brought a genuine smile back to Sakiko's face. She shook her head and replied, It's fine. I left a portion of food over there for him. Besides, for him, as long as he has alcohol, he's probably perfectly content. When bringing up her father, the smile on Sakiko's face noticeably dimmed. When she had popped back over earlier, she had found him still completely passed out anyway. Well then, as a reward for cooking me dinner today, how about I help scrub your back when you take a bath later? She rejected him without a single second of hesitation, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Stop constantly saying such weird things, Kai-kun. Is it really that weird? I was actually really looking forward to it. Was he really looking forward to just scrubbing her back? She turned her head away to avoid looking at him, but deep down, her heart was doing joyful backflips. Anyway, and not right now. Not right now. That implies that later is perfectly fine. It seemed that ever since he had witnessed her at her absolute lowest, Sakiko's defensive walls against him had drastically plummeted. You're so stingy. Kai huffed, feigning displeasure. He hadn't actually expected a single line of flirting to work on her anyway. Whatever, fine. You might be stingy, Sakiko, but I'm not. So when I take a shower later, you can come in and scrub my back. Don't worry, I won't mind at all. Compared to the very beginning, Sakiko was already starting to build an immunity to Kai's shameless banter. After finishing the meal, she proactively gathered the dishes, not even bothering to dignify his comment with a real response. "Oh right, how's your foot? Does it still hurt?" Kai had incredibly thick skin. He didn't feel a single ounce of embarrassment from the rejection. Remembering her injury, he immediately asked. "It's completely fine now." Standing at the sink washing the dishes, seeing that Kai hadn't forgotten about her sprained ankle brought a heartwarming smile to Sakiko's face. "He really does care about me." 10 advanced chapters available on my Patreon soon +20. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 31, 31, Sakiko Tagawa, almost couldn't hold the line. 13-19 words. Thank you all so much for your support. That night, soaking in the bathtub, Kai's face was a picture of pure contentment. Even though cleaning up was a hassle, the feeling of soaking in a hot bath was incredibly relaxing. However, looking toward the sound of the door opening, he saw Sakiko Tagawa walking in, wrapped only in a bath towel. Her face looked incredibly unnatural and stiff. "Didn't you say you needed your back scrubbed? Don't read too much into this. I'm just doing this as thanks for all your help recently." As she spoke, her eyes darted around erratically, absolutely refusing to meet Kai's gaze. "I must be completely out of my mind. Then I'll leave it in your hands." Turning his back to Sakiko, Kai knew perfectly well when it was okay to push, and when he needed to hold back. Under these circumstances, if he said even one extra teasing word, Sakiko would probably get scared and bolt right out the door. His calm, casual reaction actually managed to significantly settle Sakiko's wildly anxious heart. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she finally walked over. "I've never actually done anything like this before. Generally speaking, scrubbing someone's back required a bit of technique, and it was blindingly obvious that Sakiko, a former heiress, had zero experience in this department." "It's fine. You'll just have to practice more in the future until you get used to it. Don't even think about it. This is a one-time thing." In response to that, Kai simply chuckled. When it comes to certain things, there is only 0 times and countless times. Once a bottom line is dragged down, it will only continue to sink lower and lower. Time slowly ticked by. "What on earth are you thinking about right now?" Even though she was situated behind him, Sakiko clearly noticed something shifting, causing her to curse at him with a beet-red face. "You can't blame all of this on me." The exact same situation from that morning had reared its head once again. Seeing Kai's completely innocent expression, Sakiko couldn't help but let out a soft scoff. Anyway, not right now." Even though Sakiko silently admitted to herself that she really did have strong feelings for Kai, certain things were still moving way too fast for her right now. "You're so cute, Sakiko. How could I possibly ever hurt you?" Kai inevitably felt his patience wearing thin, and his blood running hot. "So do you trust me, Sakiko? Isn't it a bit weird to be asking a question like that at a time like this?" "I trust you. Good girl. Look up, don't think about anything else, and just listen to me. Become a man who makes Sakiko bow her head." Quest completed. The system notification chimed 4 consecutive times. However, at this exact moment, Kai completely ignored it. Even though Sakiko had managed to guard the final base, basically everything else had been thoroughly surrendered. Watching her frantically stumble out of the bathroom in a completely flustered state, a deeply satisfied smile spread across Kai's face. By the time Kai finished cleaning up and stepped out, Sakiko was nowhere to be seen inside the apartment. She had likely already fled back next door. On his phone, there was a message from her. "I'm heading back to rest for the night. But without my Sakiko here, I'm going to have insomnia. As if I'd believe you. Safely back in her own apartment next door, Sakiko stared at the texts on her screen, unable to stop a smile from blooming on her face. Her heart softening, she fired off one last reply. I'll make you dinner again tomorrow. Does that mean we can continue scrubbing backs? Setting her phone down, the brilliant crimson blush painted across Sakiko's face refused to fade for a long, long time. He doesn't think I'm some kind of desperate nymphomaniac now, does he? Thinking back to what had just transpired in that bathroom, Sakiko began to fret. Would Kai think she was an indecent, easy woman? If not, why on earth had she actually gone through with it? Or maybe, deep down in my bones, I really am. Meanwhile, Kai obviously had no idea what kind of internal crisis Sakiko was experiencing. If anything, he actually found it slightly amusing. You might have managed to hold the line today, but I don't believe you'll be able to keep holding it forever. Soon enough, the next day arrived. The weekend was over, meaning it was time to head back to school. Kai let out a yawn as he opened his door and stepped outside. Right on cue, Sakiko happened to step out of her apartment at the exact same time. Good morning. Gee, good morning. The absolute second she laid eyes on Kai, the memories of last night instantly rushed back, causing her small face to flush bright red all over again. You look incredibly cute today too, Sakiko. I told you to stop saying such weird things. Kai completely ignored her protest. Instead, he leaned in closer as they walked down the stairs together, whispering softly right into her ear. But I'm starting to want it again. What should I do? She felt like her heart was about to literally pound out of her chest. She frantically scanned their surroundings, and after confirming no one else was around, Sakiko finally whispered back to him. I have an extra shift tonight. I'll be coming home a little late. Instantly grasping the underlying implication, Kai replied without skipping a beat. I'll wait up for you until you get back. Seeing how intensely he was looking forward to it made Sakiko feel a bizarre mix of anticipation and overwhelming shyness. After dropping that hushed remark, she quickly sped up her pace, putting some distance between them. Once they arrived near their schools, Kai and Sakiko finally parted ways. Walking into his classroom, the first thing he saw was Yumiko Miura leaning in close to Yui Yokohama, whispering something to her. Yui's face was completely red. Yumiko was obviously teasing her about something incredibly embarrassing. Good morning, Kato-san. Upon entering, Kai first raised a hand and casually greeted Megumi Kato, who was sitting not too far away. Then, he swaggered over and comfortably dropped into his seat right next to Yui. You aren't bullying my Yui, are you, Yumiko? Hearing that, Yumiko immediately scoffed without an ounce of hesitation. You're the only person around here who would actually bully Yui. I'm just intensely curious about what exactly happened on your date this weekend. Did you use the opportunity to take advantage of her? She had been interrogating Yui for half the morning, but Yui just kept her head ducked, blushing furiously without uttering a single word. It was driving Yumiko absolutely crazy with curiosity. What else could possibly happen on a date? It was just the usual stuff. If you're really that curious, Yumiko, why don't you just tag along with us next time? As for whether or not I took advantage of Yui. Pausing right there, Kai smiled, reached out, and seamlessly wrapped an arm around Yui's waist, pulling her close. How could I possibly ever bully Yui? KKAIKUN. The incredibly intimate gesture made Yui duck her burning face, but a genuinely blissful smile graced her lips. Yumiko curled her lip in exaggerated disgust. She had absolutely never expected to see the day where she would be the one getting force-fed PDA like a stray dog. 10 advanced chapters available on my Patreon soon +20. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 32, 32. Bonus 1352 words. Thank you, we've hit 300 power stones. This is the bonus chapter. Apologies, I was planning to publish this chapter last night, but I ended up going to sleep early. Tagging along is a hard pass. I have zero interest in being a third wheel. Despite her dismissive words, Yumiko Miura couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy deep down. After all, her close friend now had a boyfriend, while she was still entirely single. For someone as proud as Yumiko, it felt slightly embarrassing to be the odd one out. How would you be a third wheel? You could help us carry our shopping bags and pay for our meals when we eat out. Nobody would call that a third wheel. You're literally treating me like your minion. Help you carry bags and pay for your meals. It seems you've completely forgotten who the boss is around here. Yumiko obviously wasn't genuinely angry. She could easily take a joke. Seeing her best friend and her boyfriend bantering so effortlessly, Yui Yokohama let out a bright, happy laugh. She genuinely hoped that peaceful, joyful days like this would last forever. Meanwhile, on Megumi Kato's end. Although her eyes remained fixed on the book in her hands, her gaze kept subtly drifting over to where Kai was sitting. If it hadn't been for their unexpected encounter last night, Megumi never would have guessed that a guy like him was actually an unapologetic, two-timing scumbag. She couldn't help but feel a morbid curiosity if Yui and the rest of his girlfriends ever found out about each other's existence, what kind of chaotic fallout would ensue. Furthermore, she didn't know if Kai had just been joking last night when he boldly offered to make her his fourth boat. But right now, Megumi found herself actually starting to take the offer seriously. During the lunch break, using his usual string of flawless excuses, Kai bid farewell to Yui and the others and made his way up to the school rooftop. Bocchi-chan, Yukino. Perhaps because they genuinely had no other friends, both Hidori Goto and Yukino Shida always arrived incredibly early. Kai was almost always the last one to show up. Even though they had been hanging out for quite a while now, Hidori still acted painfully shy whenever she saw him. Yukino Shida, on the other hand. Hearing how he had just addressed her, Yukino raised a sharp, questioning eyebrow and leveled a cool glare at him. What's wrong? Aren't we already friends? This sudden shift to using her given name was a calculated probe on Kai's part. It was the perfect way to test exactly where he stood in Yukino's heart. I have absolutely no recollection of us ever becoming friends. Yukino replied with absolute, deadpan composure. Her tone was completely flat, as if she were simply stating an objective, indisputable fact of the universe. However, Kai knew perfectly well that a reaction like this actually proved she had already accepted him. If she truly disliked it, she would have completely ignored him and refused to dignify the comment with a response. It was just her inherent, stubborn tsundere nature refusing to let her openly admit it. We still aren't friends. You're so mean, Yukino. Kai played along, dramatically feigning a look of heartbroken shock. Even Hidori Goto, sitting off to the side, looked over in sheer surprise. I am so sorry for presumptuously assuming that Yukino Shida-san was our friend. Taking the bit far too seriously, Hidori immediately began to profusely apologize. If Kai hadn't physically stopped her, she probably would have dropped into a full, desperate prostration right there on the concrete just to express her profound remorse. Yukino genuinely hadn't expected Hidori to react so intensely to a simple bout of sarcastic banter. I never said that. Anyway, a name is just a name. Call me whatever you want. Faced with Hitori's overwhelmingly pure, straightforward, and hopelessly naive personality, even the icy Yukino Shida found herself completely unable to hold her ground. Really? Why yes, really. Meeting Hitori's sparkling, hopeful eyes, Yukino could only sigh and nod in defeat. Catching sight of Kai desperately trying to suppress a smirk out of the corner of her eye, Yukino shot him a lethal glare. He actually has the nerve to sit there and laugh. All right. It's getting late, let's just eat. Clearing his throat, Kai smoothly broke the tension and shifted the topic. Hidori obediently handed a freshly prepared lunchbox over to him. "Thanks for the food, Bachi-chan." "It's no problem at all." Kai's warm gratitude made Hidori laugh bashfully, her heart practically soaring with happiness. After accepting Hitori's cooking, Kai didn't immediately start eating. Instead, he turned his head and aimed an identical, highly expectant gaze straight at Yukino. She had originally planned to completely ignore him. But under the sheer, scorching intensity of his stare, Yukino eventually caved. Feigning absolute nonchalance, she said, "I already told you before. I simply prepared too many ingredients this morning, so I packed an extra portion. It's not like I made it specifically for you." Kai didn't say a single word. He just kept staring at her, the expectation in his eyes not wavering for a fraction of a second. For some inexplicable reason, her usual icy, unshakable composure always seemed to slightly crumble whenever she had to deal with him. "If you keep staring at me like that, I'm not going to give it to you." As she spoke, she reluctantly pulled a pristine bento box from her bag. Originally, she had planned to keep it hidden if Hidori hadn't brought anything for him. But faced with Kai's relentless puppy dog eyes, Yukino completely failed to hold the line. "Yukino is the absolute best." Kai threw both hands into the air and cheered. "Keep your voice down." Thank God they were up on the isolated rooftop where no one else could hear them. Otherwise, Yukino couldn't even begin to imagine how utterly humiliating a scene like this would be in public. While they were eating their lunch, Yukino glanced at Kai, then looked over at Hidori, before suddenly announcing, "I've decided to establish a club." "Is the service club finally making its debut?" Having watched the anime, Kai obviously knew exactly what kind of club Yukino was planning to create. He simply nodded in acknowledgement. "That's amazing." Having offered his obligatory praise, he immediately went back to scarfing down his food. Seeing Kai's reaction, Hidori instinctively parroted him without a second thought. That's amazing." Yukino took a deep breath to steady her rising blood pressure and continued, "I've already submitted the application for a clubroom with the faculty advisor. We can head over there later. And just so you know, I fully intend to take this club's activities very seriously." "That's amazing." That's amazing." Watching Kai and Hidori completely ignore everything she was saying while blindly nodding and shoveling food into their mouths, Yukino felt her carefully maintained self-control violently snap. She reached out and forcefully clamped her hand down over Kai's chopsticks, stopping him mid-bite. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. "If you're going to keep giving me such incredibly half-hearted responses, you can completely forget about ever getting another lunch from me again." "Wait, so that means she was planning on making me lunch in the future too?" Clearing his throat, Kai instantly set his chopsticks down, sat up perfectly straight, and looked at her with an expression of absolute, unwavering solemnity. "Please continue." Seeing his drastic change in attitude, Yukino gave a satisfied nod. Perhaps even Yukino herself hadn't realized it yet, but for someone who prided herself on being perpetually calm and detached, her emotional state was now constantly and drastically fluctuating based on Kai's slightest reactions. 10 advanced chapters available on my Patreon soon +20. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 33, The Service Club, Hidori Gotoa's Moment of Triumph. 1168 words. Thank you all so much for your support. Yukino Shida couldn't care less about how others reacted. However, Kai's reaction was something she cared about immensely. She desperately wanted his validation. "The club I want to establish is called the Service Club." Service Club. Hidori Gotoa's eyes blew wide open as she stared at Yukino in absolute disbelief. "That's so bold. You sure know what you're doing, little Yukino." Seeing Yukino rendered completely speechless by Hitori's gutter-minded reaction, Kai wiggled his eyebrows playfully. Even though he knew full well that her service club didn't mean that kind of service. It wasn't going to stop him from taking the perfect opportunity to tease her. It seems you really don't want to eat lunch anymore. So you're planning to help others, and that's why you're creating a club like this, Yukino. Kai's words made Yukino completely freeze in her tracks. You guessed that? Obviously, even Yukino herself knew that the club's name was incredibly easy to misunderstand. But seeing Kai instantly deduce the true purpose of the service club made her pause, a strange, fluttery emotion swelling in her chest. He understands me. Isn't it completely obvious? Shrugging, Kai looked as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Given your personality, Yukino, this so-called service club was probably established with the core principle of lending a helping hand to others. Even though she had harbored a tiny bit of hope that Kai might guess her original intention, actually hearing him say it out loud brought an indescribable, overwhelming feeling to her heart. It seems there are still some functioning, normal brain cells left in your head after all. Turning her head away in classic tsundere fashion, she completely failed to hide the brilliant smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Sensing the emotional shift in Yukino, Kai flashed a smug smile. This was the exact effect he had been aiming for. Meanwhile, Hidori Goto, sitting off to the side, felt incredibly awkward. By Yukino's logic, didn't that imply her own brain was filled with nothing but abnormal, filthy thoughts? Yukino obviously noticed Hitori's awkwardness. Clearing her throat, she began to explain in a highly serious, deadpan tone. To extend a helping hand to those in need, that is the foundational purpose behind my establishing the service club. At this point in time, Yukino Shida's personality was still firmly entrenched in her absolute justice phase. Right was right, and wrong was wrong. Because of her childhood experiences with bullying, she could no longer tolerate seeing similar things happen to others, which was exactly why she wanted to create something like the service club. And you too will be the founding members. Having said her piece, Yukino looked at Kai and Hidori with a highly expectant gaze. Although she hadn't explicitly said it out loud, sharing lunch together these past few days had already made her fully acknowledge them as true friends. She naturally cherished these hard-won friendships. Hidori looked completely bewildered, unable to stop herself from glancing over at Kai. As for Kai, he was currently rubbing his chin with one hand, looking deep in thought. Does this mean we don't have to come up to the roof to eat lunch every single day anymore? To be completely honest, it's been pretty windy lately, and I was just thinking about finding a new spot to eat. Excuse me. I'm talking to you about something incredibly serious, and you're bringing up our lunch venue. I'm just joking. Seeing the deadly glare on Yukino's face, Kai laughed and waved his hands in surrender. Well, since it's a club established by Yukino, as a friend, of course I have to show my support. Seeing Kai agree, Yukino couldn't help but let out a soft smile. She then turned her gaze toward Hidori. Hidori scratched her head awkwardly. Are you unwilling? Seeing Hitori's reaction, Yukino assumed she didn't want to join. Even though she felt a sharp pang of disappointment, she would still choose to respect her friend's wishes. No, not at all. Hearing that, Hidori frantically waved her hands. It's just. I originally wanted to join something like a light music club, or a guitar club. I never expected to end up in the service club, but I'd absolutely love to join. Being able to join a club at all made Hidori incredibly happy. Not to mention it was with her actual friends. It was just a slightly bizarre feeling. What was even the point of her practicing the guitar so relentlessly for all those years, then? You know how to play the guitar, Hidori? Yukino looked genuinely surprised. So me walking around carrying a massive guitar gig bag every single day is completely invisible to you? I genuinely thought it was just a fashion accessory. Yukino honestly believed that. After all, even though Hidori hauled the gig bag around everywhere, she had literally never opened it or played a single chord. With that thought in mind, Yukino asked curiously, Are you very good at playing, Hidori? I guess I'm okay. She spoke with feigned modesty on the outside, but on the inside, she was already practically bursting with smug pride. It's here. It's finally here. The exact moment I've been waiting for. Didn't I practice the guitar for all those years just for a moment exactly like this? To show off my godly guitar skills under the curious gaze of my friends, blow them all away, and have everyone stare at me with absolute worship and awe. Hitori's hands were literally trembling with excitement. However, Yukino simply nodded and left it at that. You aren't going to ask me to play. This is completely different from what I imagined in my head. Watching Hitori look as if she were slowly petrifying into solid stone, Kai fought down a laugh and smoothly chimed in. In that case, could you play something for us, Bachi-chan? I'd really love to hear you play. Kai obviously knew all about her secret internet identity as the guitar hero. Of course I can. Hitori instantly agreed. Inside, she was screaming with sheer excitement. Kai, you are my god. Seeing Hitori's intense reaction, Yukino seemed to pick up on the vibe. She didn't say anything to interrupt, simply preparing herself to listen patiently. The absolute second Hitori pulled her guitar out of its case, her entire demeanor shifted, becoming visibly and overwhelmingly nervous at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was her very first time playing the guitar in front of her actual friends. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. She continuously took deep breaths to steady herself. 13 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 34, bonus 1300 words. Thank you, we've hit 100 power stones. This is the bonus chapter. This is the kind of drop I've always wanted for you all, 2 guaranteed chapters every day. Let's keep pushing. The absolute second the first note rang out, Hitori Goto knew. She was completely screwed. When she was trembling so violently she could barely hold the pick, how could she possibly play the guitar well? She forced herself to grit her teeth and power through the rest of the song. Unsurprisingly, not a single note landed in tune. By the time the song mercifully ended, Hitori was completely paralyzed by sheer embarrassment. What do? I just want to die. As a friend, this was the exact moment where one was supposed to tell a white lie. But given Yukino Shida's personality, she was fundamentally incapable of doing such a thing. After deliberately weighing her words for a long moment, Yukino hesitantly spoke up. It's fine. You probably just started learning how to play recently. With a bit more time and practice, you'll definitely improve. We can practice together here in the service club from now on. Even though she had never played the guitar herself, Yukino was incredibly confident in her own learning capabilities. After making such a fool of herself, Hitori didn't dare admit that she had actually been practicing relentlessly for years. She could only offer a numb, hollow nod. I understand. I have something I need to do, so I'll be going now. Abandoning all pretenses, the sheer social death she had just experienced left Hitori with only one thought: escape. Ha 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 ha. The second Hitori bolted through the door, Kai burst out laughing. Mocking your friends isn't exactly a good trait. Yukino felt that her own blunt words had caused Hitori's embarrassment. Seeing Kai laughing so hard, she couldn't help but furrow her brows in disapproval. No, that's not it. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Knowing exactly how Yukino's mind worked, he cut straight to the chase. Have you ever heard of Guitar Hero? Guitar Hero? Clearly, Yukino, who rarely paid attention to internet culture, had never heard the name before. Kai didn't mind. He pulled out his phone and quickly pulled up a video. The person in the video didn't show their face, but the guitar in their hands and the pink track jacket they were wearing were absolutely identical to Hitori Goto's. The only difference was the guitar playing in the video. Even to Yukino's untrained ear, it was undeniably professional tier, perhaps even far surpassing the average professional guitarist. This is Hidori. It was completely night and day compared to her performance just now. I told you before, didn't I? Bocchi-chan has crippling social anxiety. Kai chuckled, putting his phone away. She has zero experience playing the guitar in front of other people. So you guessed this would happen from the very beginning. More or less. Kai didn't bother denying it. Your service club is a place dedicated to helping others, right? Under Yukino's surprised gaze, Kai spoke with complete sincerity. In that case, how about making the service club's very first official request helping Hidori Goto overcome her social anxiety? She almost couldn't believe those words had come out of Kai's mouth. But thinking about it carefully, it actually made perfect sense. As expected. She wasn't wrong about him. Kai really is an incredibly gentle person. On behalf of the service club, I accept this request. Even though she had officially accepted the request. Over the next few days, Yukino completely failed to come up with any effective methods to actually help Hidori. The only thing that had noticeably changed was their lunch venue. They moved from the windy rooftop to the quiet service club room. This place isn't bad at all. It's the perfect spot to eat lunch. Hearing Kai's blatant disregard for the club's actual purpose, Yukino shot him an exasperated glare. Is no one coming to submit any requests? Hidori, who was hovering right next to Kai, asked in sheer confusion. Were high school students nowadays really so capable that they could solve all their own problems? It's just quiet right now. Once we've been established for a while, people will definitely start showing up. At this moment, Yukino was still brimming with confidence. She cast a sidelong glance at Hidori, who was practically glued to Kai's side. She knew perfectly well that Hitori's crippling social anxiety made her instinctively cling to the person she was most comfortable with. Originally, Yukino hadn't cared in the slightest. But lately, for some inexplicable reason, seeing Hidori stick so closely to Kai sent a faint, highly uncomfortable twinge of irritation through her chest. Just as Yukino was about to say something, Kai's phone suddenly started ringing. Glancing at the unfamiliar number flashing on the screen, Kai didn't think much of it and casually swiped to answer. Hello, who is this? The line was dead silent for several seconds. Then, a highly resentful, melancholic female voice drifted through the speaker. So you never bothered to save my number, did you? That incredibly bitter, grievance-filled tone made both Yukino and Hidori instantly snap their heads toward Kai. Why does that voice sound exactly like a woman who was just ruthlessly abandoned by her lover? A messy love triangle confrontation. Sorry, but that simply wasn't going to happen. Acting completely oblivious to the sudden shift in the two girls' expressions, Kai spoke with genuine surprise. Editor Machida. That single word instantly diffused the tension on the girls' faces, replacing it with burning curiosity. Exactly what kind of editor would be calling Kai? Is there a specific reason you're calling me at this hour? Kai genuinely hadn't expected Sonoko Machida to call him during the school day. Wait, Kai-sensei, have you seriously not been paying attention to your own novel? My novel? Has it been published already? It's been officially out for 3 entire days. Any other rookie author debuting their first book would be anxiously calling her several times a day for updates. Yet with Kai, if she hadn't called him herself, he clearly wouldn't have cared in the slightest. It was almost as if he had completely forgotten he even wrote the damn thing. Oh, really? Haha, I've been a bit busy lately. By the way, how are the sales numbers looking? Are they doing okay? What do you mean, doing okay? They are absolutely phenomenal. Speaking of the sales, Machida's tone skyrocketed with uncontainable excitement. In just 3 short days, you've already sold 27,000 copies. If we maintain this momentum, we're highly likely to smash past 500,000 copies in the very first month. You are guaranteed a spot at the Golden Novel Awards at the end of the year. Since the founding of Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko, we've rarely seen a debut perform this exceptionally well. The internet is literally flooding with rave reviews. the publisher is already prepping an emergency reprint of another 100,000 copies. Your second royalty check will be hitting your bank account very soon, Kai-sensei. The more she spoke, the more ecstatic she became. After all, Kai was an author she had personally signed. The better his book performed, the higher her own performance bonuses skyrocketed. Having a literal god-tier author under her wing made every single one of her fellow editors green with absolute envy. For the past few days, Sonoko Machida had been walking on air. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 35, Sonoko Machida, is coming 1391 words. Thank you all so much for your support. Just the thought that even some of her senior colleagues were looking at her with envious eyes made Sonoko Machida feel like she had peaked in life. Even without being familiar with the inner workings of the light novel industry, Hidori Goto and Yukino Shida could easily guess from the conversation that Kai had written something, and its performance was apparently phenomenal. Kai-sensei, are you still there? Are you listening? Realizing that Kai had been completely silent, Machida quickly called out to him. Yeah, I'm listening. Honestly speaking, the novel's explosive success was entirely within Kai's expectations. After all, it was a masterpiece that had effortlessly sold tens of millions of copies in his original world. Furthermore, it had achieved that legendary status in an era where literal titans of the industry clashed daily, conquering a market absolutely saturated with top-tier competition. But in this crossover anime universe, genuinely good, genre-defining novels were exceedingly rare. In Kai's eyes, selling 10 million copies probably wouldn't be the finish line, it was merely the starting point. Anyway, I'll leave all the follow-up marketing and sales to your capable hands, Editor Machida. He was only responsible for acting as the human typewriter. How the book was sold was entirely the publisher's problem. Please rest assured and leave it entirely to me. Machida spoke with unwavering seriousness. After all, this directly impacted her own career trajectory. If she truly managed to cultivate a god-tier author, she might actually secure a massive promotion. It was a well-known fact that in Japan's corporate culture, women faced infinitely more pressure and scrutiny in the workplace than men. Climbing the corporate ladder required significantly more effort and flawless results. There was absolutely no way Sonoko Machida wasn't going to treat this like a matter of life and death. You don't need to worry about the sales at all. Kai-sensei, you just need to focus entirely on writing the subsequent volumes. In reality, the main reason Machida specifically mentioned this was out of pure fear. She was terrified that Kai might turn out to be one of those chronic slackers who couldn't squeeze out a single word for half a year, always waiting until the final deadline to hand in their rushed manuscripts. Actually, I've already finished the follow-up. Finished? You finished Volume 2. I just started the prologue for Volume 3 yesterday. And that was just the result of Kai working on and off whenever he felt like it. He was literally just copying a pre-existing text from his memory, so it required zero actual brain power. His only real bottleneck was his physical typing speed. Absolutely not. Unexpectedly. Hearing this, Sonoko Machida's emotions suddenly spiked in sheer panic. How can you possibly rush through such a top-tier masterpiece? In Machida's seasoned editorial opinion, for Kai to pump out the subsequent volumes that insanely fast meant he was rushing the plot and sacrificing quality. The terrifying thought that such a monumental, generation-defining novel could get axed because of a rushed, sloppy sequel sent Machida into an absolute frenzy. Her entire career is on the line here. Kai-sensei, you must let me review the draft immediately. I'm currently at school. Classes haven't even ended yet. In all the hype, she had completely forgotten that Kai was literally still a high school student. Then please email the manuscript to me the second you get out of class. Actually, no, forget it. I'll come over to your place personally. Please text me your home address. I'll head over there and wait for you to get out of school. All right then. Judging by Machida's frantic tone, it sounded like if he refused, she would relentlessly hound him to the ends of the earth. After a brief moment of thought, Kai gave up trying to argue and simply agreed, quickly texting her his home address. After hanging up the phone, he turned to see both Hidori Goto and Yukino staring at him with burning curiosity. You wrote a novel? Yukino asked, raising an eyebrow. That's amazing. Unlike Yukino Shida, Hidori Goto just purely felt that Kai was incredibly cool, almost as if he were completely omnipotent. He shrugged casually. It wasn't exactly a classified state secret he needed to hide anyway. Didn't I mention it before? I'm living alone here in Tokyo. Juggling part-time jobs is way too exhausting, so I figured I'd try writing a light novel to make some easy cash. Judging by the reaction just now, it seems the results are pretty decent. That absolutely transcends the definition of pretty decent, doesn't it? Just judging by the frantic, ecstatic tone of his editor over the phone, Kai's novel was clearly selling like hotcakes. What's the title of the novel? Even though Yukino Shida had literally never read a light novel in her entire life. Since it was written by Kai, she genuinely wanted to give it a read. Konosuba, God's Blessing on This Wonderful World. That title actually isn't too bad. I will make sure to read it thoroughly. Is that so? Seeing Yukino acting so incredibly serious, Kai couldn't suppress the urge to tease her. In that case, once you finish reading it, make sure to write me a 10,000-word review essay. She didn't say a single word, merely shooting him a sharp, exasperated glare. On the other side of town, having successfully secured Kai's address, Sonoko Machida finally breathed a massive sigh of relief. She was already rehearsing the conversation in her head. She needed to sit Kai down and hammer some sense into him later. She could not let a novel with such explosive, industry-shaking potential get ruined by poor pacing. At the same time, Machida pulled up the sales data for another novel. Since she had signed both authors at the exact same time, she harbored a faint, inexplicable glimmer of hope. However, not even 100 copies. She felt a slight wave of disappointment. But thinking about it logically, this was the brutally realistic sales figure for a complete rookie. Furthermore, it had only been 3 days. Hitting 100 copies in that timeframe was actually considered a highly respectable start. A debut like Kai's was nothing short of a statistical anomaly and absolute miracle. The sales should hopefully pick up later on, right? Machida had a genuinely good impression of Yutaha Kasumigakaka. If possible, she really didn't want to see the poor girl's novel get brutally axed after a single volume. But right now, this wasn't the time to be dwelling on that. After quickly packing up her desk, Machida prepared to leave the office early and head straight to Kai's apartment. For a high-priority emergency of this magnitude, filing a quick fieldwork report with the publisher was more than enough to easily secure the rest of the afternoon off. As expected of scumbag Koen. It's no wonder he could write something exactly like this. After school let out that afternoon, Yutaha Kasumigakaka made her way to a local bookstore. Driven by an intense, burning curiosity, she desperately wanted to see exactly what kind of novel Kai had actually written. Note, Yutaha Kasumigakaka and Yukino Shida are distinct heroines from different anime series. And honestly, it was exactly what she had expected. The content of Konosuba undeniably leaned heavily into the harem comedy genre. If Kai had known that Yutaha was permanently stamping him with the scumbag label simply because of the plot of his book, he definitely would have cried foul. It was purely a coincidence the system was the one that handed him this specific novel after all. Still, it really is incredible. Even though she was actively mocking the questionable themes of the book, Yutaha was forced to admit the cold, hard truth: the writing was absolutely phenomenal. It was better than hers. In fact, it was leagues ahead of hers. A bitter wave of intense frustration and defeat inevitably washed over her heart. Growing up, Yutaha Kasumigakaka had rarely ever experienced the bitter taste of failure. And it stung even more knowing that the person who had completely and utterly outclassed her was a literal underclassman. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 36, Yutaha Kasumigakaka. I refuse to believe you can hold back 1283 words. Thank you all so much for your support. But to say she was genuinely frustrated. Not really. After all, the second Kai crossed her mind, the vivid memories of what happened in that dark movie theater violently resurfaced. His girlfriend had literally been sitting right next to him, and yet he still had the audacity to do that to her. Just thinking about it made Yutaha feel a sudden, undeniable rush of heat. She instinctively took a deep breath to steady herself. Her eyes even misted over slightly. Even without looking in a mirror, Yutaha knew she probably looked like an absolute, shameless pervert right now. He clearly lusted after her, yet after they parted ways that day, he hadn't reached out to her a single time. This only solidified Yutaha's certainty, Kai was an unapologetic playboy. And yet, against a scumbag like him, Yutaha found herself with zero resistance. I refuse to believe you can hold back forever. She might lose in other areas, but when it came to her undeniable physical charm, Yutaha Kasumigakaka had never feared anyone. Meanwhile, on Kai's end, when he finally arrived back at his apartment, he spotted Sonoko Machida standing outside his door, smoking a cigarette as she waited. She was dressed in a sharp, professional office outfit that perfectly accentuated her excellent figure. She wore sheer black tights nearly identical to Yutaha Kasumigakaka's, and her short hair gave her a crisp, clean, and mature look. Seeing Kai approach, she hurriedly stubbed out her cigarette. Kai-sensei. Pushing 30, much like Shizuka Hiratsuka, Sonoko Machida was highly proficient in both chain-smoking and heavy drinking. Perhaps that was the exact reason she still couldn't find a boyfriend. Her smile was noticeably stiff. Being caught smoking by an underage high schooler was more than a little awkward. Just call me Kai. Kai waved a hand dismissively, not bothered by it in the slightest. After a brief greeting, he unlocked the door and stepped inside, gesturing for Machida to follow. The apartment was currently empty. Sakiko Tagawa wasn't around after all, she had her part-time job to get to after school. Excuse the intrusion. Do you live here all by yourself, Kai? Following him inside, Machida curiously scanned the apartment. It was a small space, so she could basically take in the entire layout at a single glance. However, compared to her own messy apartment, Kai's place was impeccably clean, and organized so much so that it actually made Machida feel a bit ashamed of herself. My parents are out in the countryside. I moved to Tokyo by myself for high school. That's impressive. The image of a struggling, independent student working his way through school instantly formed in Machida's mind. When she was his age, just keeping herself fed was a massive struggle. Comparing herself to him, well, comparison truly was the thief of joy. Take a seat, Machida-san. Can I get you anything to drink? Bottled water, soda, or beer? I'll take a beer. Sitting down on the sofa, Machida felt herself relaxing and answered reflexively. But a second later, she realized the glaring issue. Wait, you actually have beer here. In Japan, the legal drinking age was 20. Convenience stores absolutely wouldn't sell alcohol to a minor. Of course not. I was just joking. I didn't expect you to secretly be such a heavy drinker, Machida-san. Kai shrugged. As he spoke, he set a can of soda down on the coffee table in front of her. She was nearly a full decade older than him, yet somehow, she felt like he was the one completely controlling the pace and rhythm of their interaction. Not only had he caught her smoking, but now he had completely exposed her private drinking habits too. Feeling like her professional image was entirely shattered, Machida honestly just wanted to throw in the towel. Let's just look at the manuscript first, She hadn't forgotten her primary mission for coming here. Hold on a second. Kai casually grabbed his laptop from the desk and handed it over. You can go ahead and read it. Given how fast she had read the first volume, it was probably going to take her quite a while to get through this one. I'm going to start prepping dinner. MHM. Machida replied without even looking up. Her eyes were already glued to the screen. She was so entirely hyper-focused on the manuscript that she probably hadn't even registered a single word he just said. Just as expected. By the time Machida finally finished reading, the sky outside had already grown dark. She stood up and stretched her stiff joints. This is absolutely incredible. She had genuinely been terrified that a sequel written this fast would be a sloppy, rushed mess. But after reading it, those fears had completely evaporated into thin air. If anything, Machida was genuinely starting to question her own reality. Were all teenagers nowadays this absurdly talented? It was completely unreasonable. How is it? Kai asked casually as he walked over. It's phenomenal, Machida praised without a single ounce of hesitation. The story flows perfectly, the pacing is incredible, and there isn't a single thing that needs to be altered. This is undeniably a masterpiece. Completely unsurprised by her glowing review, Kai simply said, in that case, let's eat. It's getting pretty late. Wow, it really is late. Prompted by his words, Machida finally glanced at the time, shocked to realize she had been glued to the screen for hours. I think I should probably. Staying for dinner at a young man's apartment made her feel slightly awkward. However, the moment she saw the mouth-watering spread laid out on the dining table, Machida had to admit, she was practically starving. Did you cook all of this? She didn't know how it tasted yet, but it looked absolutely restaurant quality. Well, when you live alone, you have to pick up a few culinary skills. In reality, Kai's original cooking skills had only been aggressively average. The only reason he could whip up a feast like this was because he had recently acquired a master culinary skill from one of the system's quest rewards. I already made plenty, so you might as well join me, Machida-san. Otherwise, it's just going to go to waste. Well, all right then. After all, wasting good food was practically a sin. I'm so jealous of young people like you. The atmosphere at the dinner table gradually warmed up and grew lively. Sonoko Machida wasn't a dull or boring person. In fact, she was incredibly talkative. The conversation naturally flowed from the novel into their daily lives. Perhaps she figured her professional image was already completely ruined in his eyes anyway, so she had nothing left to lose. The more she drank her soda and ate, the more her filter completely dropped. Just look at me. I've been out of college for years and I'm still just a junior editor. A promotion feels like a total pipe dream, and I don't even have a boyfriend. Honestly, I feel like I'm going to end up a spinster for the rest of my life. Why is life so unfair? It's not like I'm ugly or anything. Why can't I find a decent guy? I actually think you're incredibly charming, Machida-san. Resting his chin on one hand, Kai looked across the table at Sonoko Machida, and suddenly dropped a highly suggestive, meaningful line. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 37, you wouldn't want anything to go wrong with your novel, would you? 1292 words. Thank you all so much for your support. 2 chapters today. Do you honestly think so? Completely oblivious to his underlying intent, Sonoko Machida looked at him with bright, expectant eyes. Of course. Not only are you beautiful, Machida-san, but you have an incredible figure. I highly doubt many men could resist your charm. As he said this, Kai stared directly into her eyes. For some inexplicable reason, Meeting his intense gaze sent a sudden electric jolt straight through Machida's heart. She felt a wave of sudden, uncharacteristic panic wash over her. "Why, you're exaggerating way too much." She waved her hands awkwardly, silently cursing herself in her head. Damn it all. Did my heart really just skip a beat for a high school boy 10 years younger than me? This is practically a crime. Let's get back to the book. Kai, whether or not your big sister here gets a promotion is entirely riding on you now. She desperately tried to change the subject to defuse her awkwardness. However, it was the absolute truth. Her shot at a massive corporate promotion was completely tethered to the success of Kai's novel. Kai was just about to reply when his phone, resting on the table, suddenly chimed. Seeing the name Sakiko Tagawa flash across the screen, he picked it up. "Sorry, I'm going to be stuck working overtime tonight. I won't be able to make it back early." "No problem. Just text me when you get off, and I can come pick you up." No, it's fine. I can just walk back by myself." "All right, I'll leave some dinner in the fridge for you." He set the phone back down. It looked like Sakiko wasn't going to be able to keep him company tonight after all. It seemed he could simply pivot to another perfectly viable target sitting right in front of him. "What's wrong? Was that your little girlfriend checking up on you?" Seeing Kai look deeply in thought after putting down his phone, Machida couldn't help but tease him with a knowing smile. She still clearly remembered the girl who had accompanied him when he first submitted his manuscript Yui Yokohama. It was the other one. The other one. The other what? Machida's brain short-circuited for a split second. "My other girlfriend." Kai said it so casually, acting as if he had just commented on the weather. His utterly unapologetic, matter-of-fact tone left Machida completely at a loss for words. "Your other girlfriend?" He shrugged, his tone incredibly nonchalant. "You should be able to understand, right, Machida-san? For novelists like us, we constantly need fresh experiences to spark our inspiration. Dating multiple girls is just my personal method for generating more creative ideas. As an editor, you must have dealt with authors who have their own unique quirks, right?" She didn't even know what to say. Sure, some authors relied on bizarre methods to find inspiration. Some traveled the world, while others claimed playing mahjong helped them write better novels. Even though Machida thought those excuses were absolute bullshit, she had indeed seen her fair share of chaotic authors. But someone like Kai. This was a completely unprecedented level of brazenness. "I suppose I understand." Wait, am I actually supposed to understand this? All Machida knew was that the handsome young author sitting across from her was an absolute, undisputed scumbag. "To be completely honest, I've hit a bit of a bottleneck recently," Kai suddenly said, his face twisting into a mask of deep distress. "What kind of bottleneck?" Hearing that it involved his writing, Machida instantly snapped to attention, completely tossing the scumbag revelation out the window. She couldn't afford to care about anything else right now. "Well, even though I've dated a few times, we haven't actually gone all the way yet. I feel like I'm missing a crucial, fundamental piece of the human experience." "So you've only gotten that far with your girlfriends? Then, what should we do?" She subconsciously grew serious. She had finally managed to sign a god-tier author. If his series got axed because of writer's block, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. "I figured you'd be more than willing to help me out, Machida-san." As he spoke, Kai reached across the table and gently grasped the hand Machida had resting on the surface. His gaze locked dead onto hers. How am I supposed to help? I don't know how to." This was genuinely uncharted territory for Machida. Her voice instantly dissolved into a flustered, panic-stricken stammer. "Weren't you just complaining about wanting a boyfriend? I can help you with that too. Haven't you ever wondered what it actually feels like, Machida-san?" Nearing 30, saying she had never fantasized about it would be a flat-out lie. But the current situation unfolding in front of her was completely different from anything she had ever imagined. She hadn't even touched a drop of alcohol, yet Machida felt incredibly dizzy. She didn't even notice when Kai had moved from across the table to right beside her. In the very next second, she was swept off her feet and scooped into his arms. "We can't, what's there to wait for?" Before Machida could finish her protest, Kai leaned intimately close to her ear and whispered softly. "You wouldn't want me to suffer from writer's block and fail to deliver the next volume, would you, Machida-san?" The words of rejection completely died in her throat. In reality, sometimes women just needed a convenient excuse to step down gracefully. If Machida had genuinely been completely opposed to the idea, she would have forcefully ripped her hand away the second he grabbed it. It seemed that the pent-up desires of a 30-year-old single woman burned just as fiercely as anyone else's. Quest completed. Goddess to your feet. Goddess to your feet. Quest completed. Keep Sonoko Machida from touching the ground for half an hour. Quest completed. A rapid series of system notifications chimed in his head. But right now, Kai absolutely didn't have a single second to care. Time slowly ticked by. "I'm home." Sakiko Tagawa's voice rang out from the front door. Immediately after, a flurry of panicked, heavy footsteps echoed from inside the apartment. Hearing the chaotic commotion, Sakiko, who was in the middle of taking off her shoes, looked up in pure confusion. Then, she saw Sonoko Machida emerging from the living room, looking incredibly flustered. In her frantic rush to get dressed, her blouse was visibly misbuttoned. "Who are you?" Sakiko looked at Machida, then shifted her gaze to Kai, who strolled out casually right behind her. Her brows knit tightly together. If Kai hadn't been acting so completely calm and natural, Sakiko definitely would have suspected something. Anyone walking in on a scene like this would absolutely jump to conclusions. "You're back." Kai walked over with a warm smile and smoothly took Sakiko's coat from her hands. "This is Machida-san. I haven't mentioned it to you yet, but I actually wrote a light novel. Machida-san is the editor in charge of my book. She specifically came over today to check up on my progress for the upcoming volumes." That's right. At the end of the day, she was a seasoned corporate veteran. Machida quickly regained her composure. "Hello, my name is Sonoko Machida." As she spoke, she pulled out a professional business card and handed it to Sakiko. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 38, 38, bonus 14 10 words. Thank you, we've hit 200 power stones. This is the bonus chapter looking at Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko, printed crisply on the business card. Sakiko Tagawa gave a slow nod. As one of Japan's top 3 elite publishing houses, Sakiko obviously knew of it. "Your novel?" She then turned to look at Kai, her eyes brimming with curiosity. She genuinely hadn't had the slightest clue that he had written a book. "I didn't tell you before because I was worried it might flop. After all, it's my first time writing anything like this. If it failed completely, wouldn't that be incredibly embarrassing?" Kai explained smoothly, his expression perfectly natural. Hearing this, the lingering tension in Sakiko's face completely melted away. "It's completely fine. Even if you don't succeed this time, we will still have a next time, and a time after that." "Well, you won't need to wait for a next time." Sonoko Machida had completely regained her professional composure. "After all, the novel your boyfriend wrote is absolutely phenomenal. Barring any unforeseen accidents, it's virtually guaranteed to become one of the most successful light novels in the entire history of Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko." Even though she had just reassured him that failing was perfectly okay, hearing that Kai had actually achieved such massive success made Sakiko genuinely thrilled from the bottom of her heart. "I told you, didn't I? I will take good care of you." Meeting Sakiko's shining eyes, Kai suddenly flashed a warm smile and dropped the line perfectly. "Did he write it all just for me?" Connecting a series of entirely imaginary dots in her head, Sakiko looked at Kai with a gaze practically melting with deep affection. Well, it's getting rather late, so I'll be heading back now. Machida just wanted to get out of there as fast as humanly possible. She was barely holding her facade together. I'll walk you to the door. Snapping back to reality, Sakiko immediately offered to see her out. No need, no need. Machida frantically waved her hands. But she hadn't taken more than 2 steps before her legs wobbled, nearly sending her collapsing straight onto the floorboards. Are you all right? I'm fine, I'm fine. I just sat in that chair for way too long earlier, so my legs fell asleep. Machida awkwardly spat out the double entendre excuse, then hurriedly scrambled out the door. Sakiko didn't overthink it, genuinely believing the editor's legs were just numb from sitting. That editor Machida is a bit strange, isn't she? Showing up in person this late at night? Sakiko wasn't completely naive. She couldn't help but turn a slightly suspicious look toward Kai. What's so strange about it? Shrugging, Kai replied with absolute confidence. She's a junior editor whose entire shot at a massive corporate promotion is writing on my book. Of course she cares a lot. Is that so? Having once been the elite heiress of the wealthy Tagawa family, Sakiko actually understood the brutal, unspoken pressures of the corporate world quite well. Don't get too cocky, though. Since you obviously have a real talent for writing novels, you need to put your heart into it from now on. For an ordinary person without a wealthy backing, writing successful novels was a highly lucrative and respectable career path. Let's not talk about work anymore. I saved some dinner for you in the fridge. Eat up and then we can get some rest. As he spoke, Kai smoothly stepped forward and pulled Sakiko into his embrace. You helped scrub my back last night. Let me return the favor and scrub yours tonight. The intense proximity and his warm breath instantly made Sakiko forget about everything else. She subconsciously squirmed slightly against him, but made no real effort to push him away. She simply blushed furiously and shot him a coy, reproachful glare. Then you're absolutely not allowed to do anything bad. Don't worry. I'll wait until you're completely ready. Her lover's gentle respect made Sakiko even happier. Deep down, she was already silently calculating that perhaps she really wouldn't need to make him wait too much longer. On the other side of town. Having finally escaped Kai's apartment building, Sonoko Machida breathed a massive sigh of relief into the cool night air. I must be completely out of my mind. She never would have thought that one day, she would actually become the other woman, actively interfering in someone else's relationship. Wait, she probably didn't even rank as the third wheel. Given how openly he talked about his dating habits, she was likely fighting for 4th place at best. She muttered the curse under her breath. However, now that she was alone on the empty street, Machida's expression quickly morphed into one of intense, fond reminiscence. That mind-numbing feeling of floating on cloud 9, no wonder so many people were completely addicted to doing that kind of thing. It was simply incredible. Inspiration isn't something you can just definitively lock down after 1 or 2 sessions, right? As Kai's editor and an incredibly dedicated, responsible one at that, helping her star author continuously find his inspiration was simply part of her professional duty. So I should definitely come back next time, right? Having perfectly rationalized her desires, Machida's footsteps instantly became much lighter and brisker as she walked toward the station. Congratulations, host reward acquired, 200,000 yen in cash. Congratulations, host reward acquired, Zanpakuto. Congratulations, host reward acquired, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Later that night, with one arm wrapped securely around the sleeping Sakiko Tagawa, Kai silently navigated his system menu, claiming all the rewards from the quests he had completed earlier. Although most of the drops were fairly standard, there were a few highly unique ones this time around. A Zanpakuto. The signature weapon of a Soul Reaper. Naturally, Kai recognized it instantly. Glancing down at Sakiko to ensure she was fast asleep, he carefully used his free hand to materialize the Zanpakuto from his inventory. Ah, it's just a standard Asachi. According to the established lore of the Bleach universe, a Zanpakuto was the dedicated, soul-cutting weapon of a Soul Reaper. The abilities of each Zanpakuto were fundamentally unique, intimately tied to the wielder's own inner spirit. An Asachi, meanwhile, was the most basic, nameless template of a Zanpakuto. Only by communicating with the blade and calling out its true name, could an Asachi awaken and transform into its genuine, released state. However, even if it was just a nameless Asachi right now, Kai wasn't disappointed in the slightest. For his current self, cursed spirit manipulation remained his absolute trump card and primary offensive method. The Zanpakuto was merely a highly lethal accessory. Having it was great, but lacking it wouldn't have crippled him. It'll be perfect for close-quarters combat, though. Kai didn't actually know any legitimate swordsmanship techniques, but he could easily make up for that with raw, overwhelming brute force and speed. Aside from the Zanpakuto, he had also rolled a ninjutsu from the Naruto universe. This proved that the system's quest rewards weren't locked to any single anime reality. He could potentially acquire overpowered items and abilities from absolutely anywhere in the multiverse. I wonder if the system will drop something from the Dragon Ball universe next time. I don't even need much, just give me the 7 Dragon Balls. Wouldn't he become practically omnipotent then? Although the Great Fireball Jutsu was famously mocked by internet anime fans as the fireball that never actually kills anyone, that was purely meme culture. Regardless of the jokes, it was undeniably a highly destructive, large-scale offensive technique. For his current power scaling, it was a fantastic addition to his arsenal. Just as Kai was admiring the cold steel of his new Zanpakuto, the sleeping Sakiko seemed to sense his shifting. She suddenly murmured his name softly in her sleep, shuffling closer and burying her face against his chest before settling back into a deep slumber. Stowing the Zanpakuto away, he gazed down at Sakiko, her delicate features illuminated by the pale moonlight filtering through the window. Kai suddenly chuckled softly in the quiet room. I'm going to eat you up sooner or later. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 39, Shizuka Hiratsuka, Machida, you've been corrupted. 1169 words. Thank you all so much for your support. For the next little while, Kai lived an incredibly comfortable life. He had Sakiko Tagawa waiting at home, Yui Yokohama at school, and Hidori Goto and Yukino Yukinoshita keeping him company during lunch breaks. On top of that, he could occasionally enjoy a friendly sparring session with Sonoko Machida. Life literally couldn't get any better. However, after the close call last time, there was absolutely no way Sonoko Machida would dare set foot in his apartment again. She was terrified of getting caught by his live-in girlfriend. She only dared to meet him at hotels. Since Machida was the one footing the bill for the rooms anyway, Kai obviously didn't mind in the slightest. That evening, inside a local izakaya. What is your deal lately? Shizuka Hiratsuka, having just picked up her sake cup, couldn't help but complain the moment Sonoko Machida walked through the door. I've been asking you out for drinks for days, and you always say you're busy. Did you completely forget you actually have friends? Shizuka and Machida had graduated from the exact same university. Afterward, one became a high school teacher and the other an editor. Furthermore, they were bound by shared misery, both were pushing 30 and still completely single. Due to these combined factors, their relationship hadn't drifted apart after graduation. Instead, they had become even closer. Hearing Shizuka's complaints, Machida immediately threw her hands up in surrender. The drinks are on me tonight. How does that sound? Now we're talking. Shizuka gave a satisfied nod. She hadn't actually been genuinely mad anyway, she was just venting. Once Machida sat down, Shizuka continued her interrogation. Didn't you just tell me you discovered some genius rookie author and were practically guaranteed a promotion? Why are you still so insanely busy? Did you actually find a boyfriend? Because they were such close friends, Machida rarely kept secrets from Shizuka. They usually told each other everything. But when she asked that last question, Shizuka suddenly grew incredibly serious. They had a silent pact to suffer through singlehood together. If Machida had actually found a boyfriend, Shizuka wouldn't even have the heart to finish her drink. Relax, I still don't have a boyfriend. Oh, thank God. Hearing that, Shizuka visibly breathed a massive sigh of relief. Her unapologetically selfish reaction made Machida roll her eyes. I was just asking because you've been absolutely glowing lately. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you've definitely been thoroughly satisfied by a man. It was the honest truth. Even right now, there was a distinctly soft, feminine radiance to Machida's features, a kind of afterglow that she had absolutely never possessed before. That was exactly why Shizuka had been so suspicious. However, hearing that, Machida just silently swirled the sake in her cup and offered no denial. Wait, what? Shizuka froze completely. Hold on, didn't you literally just say you didn't have a boyfriend? So she actually has been sleeping with someone. Who made the rule that you absolutely need a boyfriend to do that? With a couple of drinks already in her system, Machida's filter completely vanished. She figured that since they were best friends, there was no point in keeping it a secret from Shizuka anyway. Don't tell me you went to a male host clubs were notoriously popular in Japan, after all. Of course not. Guessing exactly where Shizuka's mind was going, Machida frantically waved her hands in denial. Didn't I just tell you? I recently signed a brand new rookie author. What does signing an author have to do with what we were just talking about? Shizuka started to ask absent-mindedly. But as she reached the end of her sentence, the realization hit her like a freight train. Her eyes blew wide open, staring at Machida in absolute horror. You're actually sleeping with your clients. You'd stoop to the casting couch for a manuscript. Machida, you have completely corrupted yourself. Holy crap. I am so freaking jealous. She was loudly lecturing her friend about being corrupted, but inside, Shizuka was practically exploding with envy. You can actually just do that. Why hadn't she become an editor instead of suffering through the miserable grind of being a high school teacher? Even though they were close friends, openly discussing something like this still made Machida blush. After all, she was a full decade older than him. No matter how you sliced it, she was definitely the one who had hit the jackpot. Not to mention Kai's completely terrifying stamina. Just thinking about it made Machida's legs feel weak. It's nothing like that. I was just helping him find some inspiration for his writing, don't overthink it. Here's what happened. Machida didn't hold back, giving her a brief rundown of the situation in the apartment. Shizuka pointed a trembling finger at Machida, desperately wanting to say something, but finding herself completely at a loss for words. Good lord. Authors really are built different. He actually managed to make hooking up sound like some profound, artistic endeavor. And you actually believed that garbage line? I'm not an idiot. Machida shot her an exasperated glare. Did she really look like some naive, innocent girl? Even though Kai had delivered the line with a perfectly straight face, Machida knew exactly what his true goal was. It's just that sometimes, women aren't oblivious to a man's hints. If they're already interested, they'll simply play dumb and go along with it. Shizuka fell completely silent. It took her a long time before she finally asked. How was it? The sudden pivot caught Machida off guard. I said, how did it actually feel? She gripped her sake cup tightly. Damn it, I'm still so jealous. Even if they were both technically single, there was a massive difference between having experienced it and not. Shizuka was still an absolute virgin. To say she had zero curiosity about that kind of thing would be a total lie. She had always managed to suppress it before. But now, learning that her perpetually single best friend had crossed that line, the impulse burning in Shizuka's chest grew infinitely stronger. Why are you asking me that? Machida's face flushed unnaturally. Stop stalling and spill it. We're best friends. Yuri, not going to hold out on me now, are you? Fine, fine. There's a saying, when women start talking dirty, guys can't even compete. Machida actually began to give Shizuka a highly detailed breakdown of the experience. No one else knew exactly what was said. All anyone could see were Shizuka's intermittent gasps of sheer shock and the wild, disbelieving look flashing through her eyes. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 40, Shizuka Hiratsuka is tempted, exams. 1430 words. Thank you all so much for your support. New week, let's push. Are you serious? Especially after hearing Sonoko Machida describe the experience as floating on cloud 9, Shizuka Hiratsuka's face instantly flushed a brilliant shade of crimson, her imagination clearly running wild. Is it really that exaggerated? Don't lie to me. I've watched plenty of adult movies, and nothing in reality is ever like that. You just said it yourself, those are movies. How could you possibly compare those actors to him? Machida spoke with absolute disdain. There were simply some things in life you couldn't comprehend until you experienced them firsthand. In Machida's eyes, comparing those movie protagonists to Kai was nothing short of an insult to his undeniable prowess. All right. Once you finally find yourself a boyfriend, you'll naturally understand. Saying that, Machida suddenly let out a heavy sigh. However, as amazing as it is, you have no idea. He is way too intense. Isn't being intense a good thing? Shizuka couldn't help but feel that her friend was just subtly bragging now. Of course it's a good thing. But I honestly can't handle it anymore. Plus, I can clearly tell that he never actually seems fully satisfied every time we finish. Speaking of this, a genuinely distressed look crossed Machida's face. It wasn't that she didn't want to accommodate him, it was purely a matter of physical stamina. Her body simply couldn't keep up with the onslaught. Shizuka didn't say another word, silently sipping the sake in her cup. Only after she had downed the entire glass did she finally speak in a quiet, hauntingly serious tone. Hearing Shizuka call her name with such deadpan sincerity made Machida freeze for a split second. She turned her head, only to find Shizuka staring at her with an intensely burning gaze. That scorching look actually made Machida feel a faint prickle of fear. Are we best friends? Shizuka asked, not giving Machida time to process the sudden shift. I suppose we are. Machida nodded, a bit uncertainly. Of course we are. Shizuka suddenly stood up and slammed a heavy hand down onto her shoulder. Next time, count me in. What the hell do you mean, count you in? Hold on, Shizuka. With your wealth and status, it really wouldn't be a big deal for you to just go to a host club. Other people might not know the details, but Machida was fully aware of Shizuka Hiratsuka's actual background. Have you ever seen an ordinary high school teacher who drives a literal, top-of-the-line supercar to work every day? Shizuka absolutely wasn't lacking in money. I would never go to a place like that. Just thinking about those hosts makes me feel dirty. Speaking of male host clubs, a look of sheer disgust washed over Shizuka's face. Honestly, if it had been before tonight, she could have kept her desires perfectly suppressed. But now, learning that the only other single friend she had in her social circle had successfully graduated, leaving her as the sole untouched virgin, it drove her completely crazy. You wouldn't want me to actually hit 30 without ever being touched by a man, would you? Machida genuinely didn't know how to respond to that logic. No buts. Or what, have you genuinely fallen in love with him? He already has a girlfriend. More than one, actually. Thinking about that specific detail made Machida's tone turn highly resentful. Good lord, so he's a scumbag on top of everything else. Well, then I definitely need to step in and help you teach him a lesson. I can literally hear the gears turning in your head from here. Your ulterior motives couldn't be more obvious, and you still have the nerve to call it teaching him a lesson. Next time there's an opportunity, I'll bring you along. Happy now? As expected of my absolute best friend. Shizuka instantly beamed with joy. But seriously, what does he look like? Is he handsome? You'll see for yourself when the time comes. All I'll say is, don't end up chickening out at the absolute last second. Machida knew her friend entirely too well. Shizuka Hiratsuka was the textbook definition of all bark and no bite. She talked a bigger game than anyone else, but when it came down to actually doing the deed, she would absolutely panic. Who do you think I am? I'm Shizuka Hiratsuka. I'm not afraid of anything. Regardless of the rising panic already brewing in her chest, on the surface, Shizuka maintained a facade of fearless confidence. Machida just shrugged, too tired to argue. She was already starting to heavily regret agreeing to come out for drinks tonight. Meanwhile, Kai was obviously entirely oblivious to the fact that his upcoming schedule was already being arranged for him behind his back. Speaking of which, midterms are coming up in a few days, right? How is everyone's prep going? For the past few days, Kai had continued living his incredibly comfortable, carefree life. That afternoon, in the classroom, the topic of conversation among the friend group had suddenly shifted to the upcoming exams. If there was one universal truth about high school, it was that exams were the absolute most terrifying part of the experience. Whatever happened to the stress-free education policy? Why do we still have to suffer through exams? Shouldn't the whole point of school just be coming here to have fun? Kakeru Tobe couldn't help but dramatically complain from the sidelines. Yui Yokohama let out a soft sigh, leaning comfortably against Kai's shoulder. As time passed, she had grown entirely accustomed to public displays of affection. Leaning on him in front of their classmates no longer made her blush furiously like it used to. All right, that's enough out of you. Standing nearby, Yumiko Miura rolled her eyes at Tobe in sheer exasperation. Exams were mandated by the school board. Instead of wasting time whining about it, he'd be much better off actually cracking open a textbook. However, I assume you'll be taking first place in the class again, Hayama. Yumiko specifically said, first place in the class, not the entire grade. Even though she deeply disliked that particular icy girl, Yumiko knew perfectly well that the absolute top spot in the entire grade belonged exclusively to Yukino Shida. But within their specific classroom, the undisputed number one had always been Hayato Hayama. As she spoke, Yumiko instinctively turned her head to look at Hayama. It was a very strange feeling. Because she had been spending so much time hanging out with Kai and Yui lately, Yumiko suddenly realized that she felt a bizarre sense of distance when looking at Hayato. She clearly used to have a massive crush on him. But now, that heart-fluttering sensation was completely gone. Not necessarily. The semester only just started. Some of the other students probably went to cram schools over the break, so I'm sure they'll post some really great scores. Hayato didn't act the least bit arrogant. Instead, he offered a humble, disarming smile. He was never the type to boast or show off anyway. Exams, huh? Rubbing his chin with one hand, Kai fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, this would actually be his very first set of exams since transmigrating into this world. He had almost completely forgotten that he was fundamentally still a high school student. What's with that look? Seeing Kai suddenly speak up, Yumiko instinctively fired a snarky comment his way. Don't tell me you're actually about to claim you can take first place. Kai's previous academic track record wasn't terrible, but he hovered firmly right in the middle of the class rankings. He occasionally broke into the top 10 on a good day, but he had absolutely never touched first place. Who knows? Maybe it really will be me this time. Shrugging casually, Kai suddenly flashed Yumiko a highly confident smile. If this were before, he wouldn't have been nearly this arrogant. But considering the fact that his recent system quest rewards had literally forcibly injected the master-level knowledge of every single high school subject directly into his brain, he was fully locked and loaded. If you actually manage to take first place, I'll do absolutely whatever you want. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 41, bonus, The Hot. 12.99 words. Thank you, we've hit 300 power stones. This is the bonus chapter. New week, let's push. Hey everyone, hope you're all having a great weekend. I've got some good news to share. Starting from chapter 57, the story will shift to longer chapters, with a standard length of 2,500 words or more. That's roughly the equivalent of 2.5 chapters by web novel standards, and some chapters may even reach the length of 3. On top of that, this is also where the Jujutsu Kaisen world and its characters will begin to appear. You can expect to see figures like Gojo, Toji, and more making their entrance. Yumiko Miura spoke with absolute certainty, without a single ounce of hesitation. Kakeru Tobe and the others on the sidelines started hooting and hollering, clearly enjoying the drama and eager to fan the flames. That's a massive bet. Accept it, Kai. Don't back down now, Kai. They were obviously just joking around. Everyone knew exactly what Kai's past grades looked like. Taking first place. That was absolutely impossible. That was exactly why they were being so incredibly vocal about it. However, seeing Yumiko get so worked up, Hayato Hayama couldn't help but step in. Yumiko, don't be impulsive. We're all friends here, there's no need to take things this far. It's exactly because we're friends that I'm saying this. Besides, do you honestly think Kai actually has the guts to take advantage of me? She had never minded it before. But now, listening to Hayato Hayama's preachy tone, a sudden, subconscious wave of annoyance flared up in Yumiko's chest. Teenagers were inherently a bit rebellious. Being lectured by her parents at home was one thing, but being lectured by a peer at school was entirely different. Why had she never noticed it before? Hayato Hayama's personality was exactly like a nagging mother's. In truth, Hayato Hayama was just as perplexed. In the past, Yumiko had almost never contradicted anything he said. But now, things were completely different. You're really looking down on me, aren't you? Before Hayato could say another word, Kai suddenly flared up, feigning indignation. Wow, so she's absolutely convinced I don't have the guts, huh? Let's see you try it if you're so capable. With her hands planted firmly on her hips, Yumiko actually leaned in closer to Kai. I want to see if you... She absolutely refused to believe Kai actually had the nerve. Before Yumiko could even finish her sentence, Kai suddenly reached out and pinched her cheek. It seems if I don't show you what I'm capable of, you really won't know who you're messing with. Yumiko had genuinely never expected Kai to actually do it. She completely froze in sheer shock. Kai-kun, stop bullying Yumiko. Finally, Yui Yokohama stepped up from the side to diffuse the tension. She didn't misunderstand the situation, simply viewing it as playful banter between friends. Humph, I'm only letting you go because of Yui. Saying that, Kai released his grip. Staring at Kai, the usually fiery and outspoken Yumiko Miura fell completely silent for a rare moment. Just wait until I win. Didn't you say you didn't want to be a third wheel? When the time comes, I'll have you tag along on my date with Yui, and your only job will be carrying our bags. Acting completely oblivious to the shift in Yumiko's mood, Kai declared with a smug grin. Yui laughed, lightly slapping her boyfriend's arm. She hadn't expected Kai to actually remember the joke Yumiko made last time, and hold on to it until now. Seeing that Kai's condition was just a harmless joke, Hayato Hayama finally relaxed. Snapping back to reality, Yumiko hastily agreed, immediately adding her own countercondition. Then if you lose, you'll be the one carrying our bags. No problem. Her competitive spirit flaring up, Yumiko laid out her terms. This childish, petty bet left the onlookers both amused and exasperated. They were high schoolers, yet they were acting exactly like kindergartners arguing on a playground. Soon enough, the group moved on to other topics. As for the bet, hardly anyone actually took it seriously. After all, absolutely no one genuinely believed Kai could take first place. Only Yui looked at Kai with genuine concern. Are you going to be okay? Don't worry. Just sit back and get ready to watch Yumiko carry our bags. That's not what I meant. Yui obviously wasn't worried about the bag-carrying part. Seeing Kai looking so brimming with confidence, Yui decided not to say anything discouraging. She simply whispered, "Stop picking on Yumiko so much. She's actually a really good person." Even though Yumiko could be incredibly bossy at times, Yui knew perfectly well that she had a great heart. Yui really didn't want her boyfriend and her best friend to constantly butt heads. "Don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing." Knowing what was going through Yui's head, Kai offered a gentle, reassuring smile. "Of course I know Yumiko Miura is a good person." All those things he said earlier were purely calculated to deliberately provoke her competitive spirit, exactly like the psychological trap he had set for Yutahaka Sumigakaka in the very beginning. To say Kai didn't harbor any ulterior motives toward Yumiko Miura would be an absolute lie. As for Hayato Hayama, sorry, but Kai had never even considered him a legitimate rival. They simply weren't playing on the same level. On Yumiko's end, seeing that no one was dwelling on the topic anymore, she breathed a quiet sigh of relief. So weird. Why, for a split second just now, was I actually hoping Kai would win? No, that's impossible. I must just be sleep-deprived and overthinking things. Only Hina Ebina, who hovered on the fringes of the group with her eyes hidden behind thick glasses, let her gaze sweep silently across Kai, Yui, and Yumiko. Is it just my imagination? Why does it feel exactly like Kai is deliberately setting a trap for Yumiko? After all, regardless of whether he won or lost the bet, Yumiko Miura had implicitly agreed to tag along on a date with Kai and Yui. It must just be my imagination. Thinking this, Hina subconsciously shook her head. After all, no matter how incredibly smart a person was, they could absolutely never guess that the Kai standing before them had been entirely replaced by a transmigrator. The current Kai was a true, unapologetic apex predator. Inside the service club room during lunch break, when Kai arrived, Yukino Shida was practicing the guitar with Hitori Goto. Even though Yukino had learned of Hitori's secret identity as Guitar Hero from Kai, she hadn't explicitly exposed it. She likely had her own plans, so Kai deliberately played along and didn't spoil the secret. "Good afternoon, little Yukino, Bachi-chan." "Gee, good afternoon." Seeing that it was Kai, Hitori was the first to joyfully return the greeting. Yukino Shida, on the other hand, merely shot him an exasperated glare. Yukino had complained countless times about the nickname he used for her, but Kai completely ignored her. "Complain all you want, I'm absolutely not changing it." By this point, Yukino had practically built up an immunity to it. Kai obviously didn't care in the slightest. With completely natural movements, he swiped the spare bento box resting in front of Yukino. "Why is it so strictly vegetarian today?" Looking down at the assortment of vegetable dishes in front of him, Kai looked up at Yukino in genuine surprise. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Every 10 reviews equals bonus chapter. Add to your library. Chapter 42, the service club is open for business. Shizuka Hiratsuka's frustration 1307 words. Thank you all so much for your support. You should be grateful you have anything to eat at all. Yukino first shot Kai a deeply exasperated glare. After a brief silence, she still offered a begrudging explanation. I've completely run out of meat at home, and I haven't had the time to go grocery shopping yet. Previously, Yukino had always purchased ingredients strictly based on her own small appetite. But recently, with the addition of Kai's massive portion sizes, her usual stockpiles were depleting entirely too fast. By the time she realized it this morning, it was already too late to go buy more. Well, that's fine. Just remember to buy more next time, little Yukino. Kai said it with absolute, shameless confidence. Watching him, Yukino couldn't stop her hands from balling into tight fists beneath the table. How can a human being's skin possibly be this thick? She was normally a master of icy composure, yet whenever she had to deal with Kai, that absolute calm always managed to violently shatter. Sitting off to the side, Hidori Goto shrank back in sheer terror, absolutely terrified of getting caught in the crossfire. Oh, right. After they finished their lunch. Remembering something important, Yukino took a small sip of water and suddenly spoke up. This morning, Hiratsuka-sensei told me she would be introducing a student who requires assistance to the service club. They should be arriving shortly. Is our service club finally open for business? It wasn't just Kai who looked surprised, even Hidori Goto's eyes lit up with sudden anticipation. Are we finally going to have actual club activities? For the past few days, she had been forced to suffer through Yukino teaching her how to play the guitar from scratch. Several times, Hidori genuinely couldn't hold back, and was right on the verge of shouting out her true identity as the guitar hero. But the memory of her utterly humiliating performance on the rooftop had ultimately forced her to bite her tongue and swallow her pride. Now that they finally had real club activities, she surely wouldn't have to keep pretending to be a clumsy beginner anymore, right? Speaking of which, do you know what kind of help they need? I don't have the specifics yet. As she spoke, Yukino crossed her arms, her tone returning to its usual, unwavering seriousness. However, regardless of the nature of the request, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. That's true. After all, we have the omnipotent genius, President Yukino Shida, leading us. How can you say something so embarrassing with a perfectly straight face? Despite feeling a deep sense of second-hand embarrassment, Yukino still couldn't completely suppress the highly satisfied smile tugging at the corners of her lips. They didn't have to wait very long. Soon enough, the door to the service club room was suddenly thrown violently open from the outside. In the very next second, Shizuka Hiratsuka boldly strode into the room. Not bad at all, Yukino. The service club already has this many members. Initially, she had just assumed this was a phase of youthful arrogance, a child playing house. If it hadn't been out of respect for Yukino's older sister, Shizuka never would have authorized the establishment of the service club in the first place. She genuinely hadn't expected Yukino to actually manage to recruit real club members. Hiratsuka-sensei, I believe I specifically asked you to knock before entering. Seeing Shizuka waltz in and immediately start evaluating the room, Yukino's eyelid twitched violently. Her tone grew dangerously sharp. What does it matter? I'll make sure to remember it next time. Knowing Shizuka Hiratsuka's personality perfectly well, Yukino knew that arguing was a complete waste of breath. Shizuka simply wouldn't listen anyway. Hiratsuka-sensei. Seeing the teacher's gaze sweep over her, Hidori greeted her with a highly timid, trembling voice. With Shizuka's seasoned eye, she instantly recognized that the girl named Hidori Goto suffered from severe social anxiety. She offered a warm, reassuring smile and nodded. Regardless of her chaotic personality, Shizuka was ultimately an incredibly dedicated, responsible teacher. When Shizuka's gaze finally landed on Kai, she visibly froze in sheer surprise. You're here. Shizuka obviously knew every single student in her own homeroom class. She just absolutely hadn't expected one of her own students to be a founding member of this bizarre service club. Hiratsuka-sensei. Kai casually raised a hand in greeting. Seeing Yukino and Hidori looking slightly confused, he smiled and quickly clarified. Hiratsuka-sensei is my homeroom teacher. Yukino nodded in understanding. Then, she shot Shizuka an incredibly suspicious glare. I personally handed their club entry forms directly to you, Hiratsuka-sensei. Did you seriously not look at them? If she had actually bothered to read the forms, it would have been literally impossible for her not to know who the other members were. I've just been incredibly busy with administrative work lately. It must have slipped my mind. You didn't even glance at them, did you? Yukino just stared at her, delivering the brutal truth with a perfectly deadpan expression. I should have known. Looking highly embarrassed, Shizuka desperately scrambled to change the subject. Anyway, I'm the faculty advisor for this club. We're basically all friends here, so there's no need to be so overly formal and private. Just relax and act natural. Hidori nodded awkwardly. She said that, but she was still a teacher. There was absolutely no way Hidori would ever dare to actually act natural around her. Kai, on the other hand. He smoothly tested the waters with her given name. Sitting nearby, Yukino Yukinoshida's face instantly morphed into an expression that clearly screamed, I knew he was going to do that. There's a limit to how natural one should act. You should stick to calling me sensei. Only after actually interacting with her could one truly appreciate how interesting Shizuka Hiratsuka's personality was. Always wearing her signature white lab coat, if you completely ignored her chaotic personality, Shizuka was undeniably an absolute knockout beauty. But combine the heavy drinking, the chain smoking, and her absolute mastery of close-quarters combat. In a highly patriarchal society like Japan, it was genuinely no surprise she couldn't find a husband. Speaking of which, did you not sleep well last night, Hiratsuka-sensei? I noticed during class today that you seemed a bit out of it. Is it really that obvious? Even Shizuka Hiratsuka cared deeply about her personal image. She patted her cheeks, and let out a highly exasperated sigh. The agonizing struggles of a working adult. You kids wouldn't understand. In reality, ever since that night at the izakaya, Shizuka's heart had been in an absolute state of chaotic turmoil. She kept wondering if she had been way too impulsive, constantly debating whether she should call Sonoko Machida, and claim she was just joking. However, after waiting anxiously for several agonizing days without a single phone call from Machida, when Shizuka finally swallowed her pride and called her first, she was met with the devastating news that Machida's partner was completely swamped and utterly unavailable. Are you kidding me? So I spent all those days agonizing over nothing. But what infuriated her the absolute most was the implication. He had plenty of time for Machida before, but the second I want to join in, he's suddenly unavailable. Is he saying I'm not good enough for him? She got rejected during normal blind dates, and now she was getting rejected for this too. Shizuka's fiery temper instantly exploded. She's booking this. I absolutely have to make this happen. I refuse to believe I'm that undesirable. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 43, The Jairu, Marin Kitagawa. 1339 words. Kai was entirely oblivious to Shizuka Hiratsuka's internal crisis. In reality, he had been genuinely busy over the past few days. It mostly revolved around Miko Yatsuya. He wasn't sure what kind of bizarre, spirit-attracting constitution she possessed, but she was constantly bumping into cursed spirits. Since his cursed spirit manipulation fundamentally required him to endlessly consume and absorb cursed spirits to grow stronger, Kai obviously wasn't going to let such an incredibly reliable food source go to waste. You got rejected at your matchmaking session again, didn't you? Sitting nearby, Yukino Yukinoshita took one look at Shizuka's melancholic face, and delivered the brutal question with a perfectly deadpan tone. Hey. I am still your teacher, you know. Have you completely forgotten what the word respect means? Hearing Yukino call her out so bluntly, Shizuka instantly flared up in protest. Damn it all. Do even my own students know I got rejected now? It's completely over for me. I'm definitely not finding a husband before I hit 30. Finally, Hidori Goto timidly raised her hand and spoke in a small, shaky voice. Didn't you say someone was coming who needed our help? Hidori was actually looking forward to the service club's very first official activity. Oh, right. Prompted by Hidori, Shizuka finally remembered that she was actually here on official business. She had almost completely forgotten. She cleared her throat awkwardly. Turning toward the door, Shizuka called out. Kitagawa-san, right. You can come in now. Hearing the surname, Kai slightly raised an eyebrow. In the very next moment, a blonde girl decked out in full gyro fashion strolled through the door, a bright, bubbly smile radiating from her face. Hi there, everyone. Marin Kitagawa possessed an incredibly outgoing and cheerful personality. Even though this was her first time meeting them, she didn't show a single ounce of stage fright or awkwardness. You must be Yukinoshita-san, right? Seeing that the girl already knew her name, Yukino wasn't surprised. Given her reputation around the school, it probably wasn't a particularly flattering impression anyway. Oh wait, Kai-kun is here too. Catching sight of Kai and Hidori sitting off to the side, Marin's gaze lingered noticeably longer on Kai. I'm a member of the service club now. Shrugging, Kai replied casually. He then briefly explained to Yukino and Hidori that Marin was another classmate from their homeroom. However, despite being classmates, Kai and Marin Kitagawa had practically zero interaction. They simply ran in two completely different social circles. Kai was part of the popular normie clique, while Marin was the undisputed center of the gyro group. Even though there weren't that many students in the class, they still managed to aggressively self-segregate into distinct cliques. It was a highly typical Japanese high school dynamic. All right, you guys can catch up later. Kitagawa-san, you came to us because you have some sort of problem, right? Feel free to lay it all out. The service club is here to help you solve it. Having said her piece, Shizuka turned to shoot Yukino a teasing look. This is the service club's very first official request. Don't go failing right out of the gate now. That comment is entirely unnecessary. Aren't you going to leave, Hiratsuka-sensei? I am the faculty advisor for this club, after all. It's your first request, of course. I'm going to stay and supervise the entire process. But judging purely by the glint in Shizuka's eyes, it was glaringly obvious that she only wanted to stick around because she thought it would be highly entertaining. Her staying had absolutely nothing to do with being a responsible teacher. Knowing Shizuka's shameless personality far too well, Yukino simply chose to completely ignore her. She turned her serious gaze back to Marin. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. We will solely assist you in finding a method to overcome your problem, rather than just blindly fixing it for you. Otherwise, the next time you encounter a similar obstacle, you won't have experienced any personal growth. She crossed her arms. When it was time to get down to business, Yukino Yukinoshita possessed a level of strict professionalism that completely defied her age. Wow, that is so cool. Listening to Yukino's absolute confidence, Marin's eyes practically sparkled with pure awe and admiration. Please, tell us about your situation first. Can you guys really solve any problem? It was a heavily loaded question. Probably. Yukino wasn't the type to be blinded by idealism. She didn't make an absolute, ironclad promise, instead opting for a realistic approximation. After hesitating for a long moment, her gaze sweeping nervously over Kai, Hidori, and the others, Marin finally spoke up. I was wondering. Have any of you ever heard of St. Slippery's Academy for Girls? the young ladies of the Humiliation Club, debauched Miracle Life too. The moment that absurdly long, convoluted title dropped. Let alone Yukino, even Shizuka and Hidori were left completely dumbfounded, invisible question marks popping up above their heads. What on earth is she talking about? Only Kai's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected Marin Kitagawa to actually blurt out that massive, ridiculous title with a perfectly straight face. As expected of Marin Kitagawa. You're talking about an eroge, right? An eroge. Kai's casual clarification made Yukino and the others completely freeze in shock. Marin, on the other hand, immediately widened her eyes. She looked at Kai with a face full of sheer, unadulterated delight. Oh my gosh, you actually know it, Kai-kun. Does that mean you've played it? That's so awesome. I thought absolutely no one around me liked playing these kinds of games. I can't believe a fellow fan was right here in my class all along. What do you think of the game? The main heroine, Shizuka Kuro, is insanely gorgeous, right? Isn't she just the best? As she rambled excitedly, Marin instinctively leaned in extremely close to Kai, her eyes brimming with intense expectation. From this angle, he could clearly see the tongue piercing catching the light whenever she spoke. She truly lived up to her gyro aesthetics. You don't need to get so worked up, Kitagawa-san. Honestly, if it had just been Marin alone in the room, Kai might have already made a move. But with so many pairs of eyes currently locked onto them, he had to maintain his composure. Just call me Marin. Having finally stumbled across a fellow otaku who shared her exact, highly specific niche interests, Marin was overjoyed. She instantly dropped all formalities. After all, even among her close friends in the gyro clique, Marin had never breathed a single word about her obsession with adult visual novels. She had been terrified they would think she was a complete weirdo. Wait, so that absurdly long title you just said is an adult game? Just because she had never played one didn't mean Yukino Shida was entirely ignorant of what an eroge was. It had just taken her a second to process the slang. Now that she fully understood, the look Yukino shot Kai instantly turned incredibly loaded and piercing. Ahem, don't get the wrong idea. It's been a very long time since I last played it. How could you just drop a masterpiece like that? Hearing that Kai hadn't played it in ages made Marin visibly distressed. Well, some things came up a while ago, and I was pretty broke, so I couldn't afford to keep playing. I just know the game exists, that's all. Kai didn't mind admitting he used to be short on cash. Besides, Yukino and Hidori already knew all about him writing a wildly successful light novel. They were perfectly aware of the massive royalty checks currently flowing into his bank account. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 44, Marin Kitagawa encounters a cursed spirit, she'll die. 1193 words. How could you? Kai's explanation made Marin Kitagawa blurt out without a single second of hesitation. How could you miss out on such an absolute masterpiece just because you didn't have the money? I'll lend you my copy of the game later. You absolutely have to try it. She's seriously persistent. I don't actually have a PC or console to play it on right now. That sucks. Marin instantly deflated, losing all her energy. But immediately after, as if a brilliant idea had just struck her, she perked right back up and exclaimed, "How about this? Whenever you're free later, just come over to my place and play it." Did she just invite me over to her house to play an eroge? Looking at Marin's incredibly earnest and sincere expression, Kai couldn't shake the bizarre feeling that he was the one falling into a trap. Shouldn't he be the one taking the initiative here? Sitting off to the side, Yukino couldn't help but clear her throat loudly. Especially when she saw just how physically close Marin had gotten to Kai, a subconscious, highly uncomfortable feeling flared up in Yukino's chest. Kitagawa-san, please get back to the matter at hand. It's getting late. Right now, all Yukino wanted was to quickly resolve the issue and shoo Marin out the door. Oh right. The actual problem. Marin was entirely pure-hearted and lacked any ulterior motives. Hearing Yukino's reminder, she immediately picked up her original train of thought. Well, I really want to cosplay Shizuka-tan. But since the pre-made cosplay outfits online are super expensive and usually have a ton of flaws, I decided to make one myself from scratch. Shizuka-tan? Shizuka-tan is Shizuka Kuro. She's the main heroine from St. Slippery's Academy. Alright, I understand. Before Marin could finish blurting out that absurdly long, highly embarrassing title again, Yukino quickly raised a hand and cut her off. So, your request is for us to help you tailor your cosplay outfit. Yukino felt she had successfully deduced the nature of Marin's problem. No, that's not it. I've actually already made a good chunk of it myself, it's just... Pausing right there. Marin hesitated for a split second before suddenly reaching up to grab the zipper of her jacket. Kai, step outside for a moment. Seeing Marin's actions and immediately guessing what she was about to do, Yukino ordered Kai out of the room. After all, there were boundaries between boys and girls. However... No, it's completely fine. We're fellow otaku comrades, so it's not a big deal. Before anyone could say another word, Marin moved a step faster and threw off her jacket. He couldn't actually see anything indecent. The garment underneath perfectly covered all the critical areas. The only undeniable takeaway was that Marin Kitagawa had an absolutely incredible figure. This is the cosplay outfit you made. Beneath the jacket was a clearly unfinished, recently tailored cosplay dress. It was obvious that this was just the base foundation. Most of the intricate frills and lace decorations hadn't been attached yet. Still, it was glaringly apparent that Marin had poured her heart and soul into it. Every single stitch and seam was meticulously crafted. Yukino couldn't fathom it. With tailoring skills this impressive, what did she even need their help for? Well, after I finished this base layer, I couldn't resist trying it on. But then... I couldn't take it off. Yukino blinked in sheer bewilderment. Then, she asked in a highly uncertain tone. You couldn't take it off? What exactly do you mean by that? I mean exactly what it sounds like. No matter what I do, it's like this fabric has literally fused to my skin. I've tried cutting it with scissors, burning it with a lighter, absolutely nothing leaves a mark. What is going on? Weren't we just having a completely normal, mundane conversation? How did this suddenly escalate into a full-blown paranormal incident? Even Shizuka Hiratsuka, who had been grinning on the sidelines enjoying the show, completely froze in shock. Is it possible you just messed up the measurements while sewing it, and now it's too tight to pull over your head? No, I swear. I've seriously tried every method possible, and it won't budge. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourselves. Saying that, Marin threw her arms wide open, adopting a stance that essentially invited them to step up and try. Let me try. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Shizuka stepped forward. Clothes that can't be taken off. This statement genuinely piqued Kai's interest. However, he didn't rush forward to show off. Instead, he simply stood quietly on the sidelines, watching closely. If things went sideways, he could instantly step in and resolve the issue. How is this possible? Is the fabric just that incredibly durable? Shizuka struggled with it for several minutes, only to discover that it truly wouldn't budge an inch. Beads of sweat were already starting to form on her forehead. It's literally just ordinary fabric. As she said this, Marin's face was filled with sheer helplessness. That was exactly why she had desperately sought out Hiratsuka-sensei for help, which ultimately led her here. In reality, Shizuka hadn't known the specifics of Marin's problem in the beginning either. She had merely assumed it was a standard student issue, which was why she dumped the request onto Yukino. But she absolutely hadn't expected this. This request had clearly crossed the boundary from the mundane straight into the supernatural. Are you not terrified? Seeing Marin still smiling so cheerfully, Yukino couldn't help but ask. I mean, I was pretty freaked out at first, but I'm not that scared anymore. Marin scratched her head sheepishly. Her personality bordered on that of an absolute social butterfly. The more people there were around her, the more outgoing and comfortable she became. She had been panicked initially, but now surrounded by others, her fear had mostly dissipated. After all, at the end of the day, it's just a piece of clothing. Even if I can't take it off, it's not like I'm going to literally die from it, right? Yukino and the others fell into a heavy silence. None of them had ever encountered a phenomenon like this before, so they had absolutely no idea what the consequences might be. You will. Breaking the heavy, dead silence in the room, Kai suddenly spoke up. Instantly, all eyes snapped toward him. Staring directly into Marin Kitagawa's eyes, Kai stated with absolute certainty. If enough time passes, you really will die. Kai, don't make such morbid jokes, Yukino couldn't help but reprimand him. I usually love a good joke, but this isn't one. Knowing exactly what Yukino was thinking, Kai simply shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, this dress is actively draining Marin's life force. It's going to continuously absorb her energy until it completely assimilates her. Once that happens, Marin will be completely dead. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 45, bonus 1123 words. Thank you, we've hit 100 power stones. This is the bonus chapter. Kai's words plunged the service club into a long, heavy silence. Finally, Shizuka Hiratsuka let out a dry, forced laugh. I didn't expect you to be suffering from Chinibu, Kai. Sensei, you shouldn't assume everyone else is a Chinibu just because you used to be one. You brat. His retort made Shizuka's fists clench tight. If the situation weren't so incredibly bizarre, she would have gladly taken a moment to teach Kai a harsh, physical lesson in respecting his elders. Yukino wanted to argue. After all, how could such strange, supernatural movements happen in the modern era? Yet, Kai's absolute calm gave her the subconscious, sinking feeling that he wasn't lying. So, I'm really going to die? At this point, even Marin Kitagawa couldn't laugh anymore. Very few people could remain nonchalant when staring death right in the face. Well, if you hadn't run into me, there's a very high probability you would have actually died. Marin lifted her head, her face lighting up with pleasant surprise. Kaikuin, is your true identity actually a secret onmyoji who silently protects humanity from the shadows? Youthful imaginations really do run wild. Actually, I prefer being called a jujitsu sorcerer. Onmyoji just didn't have the same cool, modern ring to it. Let's focus on the clothes first. If they kept wasting time talking, the lunch break would be over. Kai walked directly up to Marin and looked her up and down. Under his intense, calculating gaze, Marin, who had been laughing so carelessly just moments ago, felt an uncharacteristic flush of shyness. Assuming there's nothing wrong with Marin herself, the issue must lie strictly within the fabric. It was tainted by the residual energy of a cursed spirit, which caused the finished outfit to undergo a bizarre mutation. Of course, this was just Kai's educated guess. However, hearing this hypothesis, the girl subconsciously nodded, choosing to believe him without question. Will you be in any danger? Rather than worrying about Marin's outfit, Yukino and the others were suddenly much more concerned that Kai might put himself in harm's way to fix it. It's just a minor issue. Facing their worried gazes, Kai simply smiled and waved his hand dismissively. This might sting a little. As he spoke, he placed his hand firmly on Marin's shoulder. Before Marin could even react, pale white electricity began to crackle and violently surge around Kai's hand. Heido number 4, Byakurai. Under Kai's deliberate control, the lightning wouldn't actually harm Marin. At most, it would just induce a slight, tingly numbing sensation. But the moment the lightning flashed, Maren let out an involuntary yelp, a strange, excited glint flashing in her eyes. In the very next second, the clothes on Maren's body seemed to come alive, twisting and writhing as if terrified by the sudden surge of overwhelming power. His eyes sharpening, Kai grabbed the fabric and violently ripped it off, throwing it across the room. At the exact same time, "Crush it!" Accompanied by his cold command, several dark rifts instantly shattered the surrounding space. A swarm of cursed spirits flew rapidly from the cracks, lunging viciously toward the discarded clothing. It was merely a piece of fabric tainted by cursed energy. It wasn't even a true cursed spirit. Such a pathetic existence wasn't even worth absorbing with his cursed spirit manipulation. The best solution was simply to obliterate it. Problem solved. Having done all that, Kai casually dusted off his hands. He then turned his head to look back at Maren. That's amazing. If she had harbored any doubts before, witnessing it with her own eyes completely shattered them. Let alone Maren, even Yukino Shida felt like her entire worldview was collapsing. So, it was actually real. These kinds of supernatural things truly existed. Was this really the same ordinary, scientific world she had been living in? However, this time, Kai fell completely silent. After all, even he hadn't expected that Maren hadn't worn a single layer of clothing underneath the cosplay outfit. From this close distance, he got an absolutely unobstructed, crystal-clear view. Holy crap! Shizuka Hiratsuka had the fastest reflexes. She immediately lunged forward and threw her signature white lab coat over Maren to cover her up. Are you still staring? Seeing Kai's eyes practically glued to the spot, Shizuka completely ignored the terrifying supernatural power he had just displayed, and shot him a lethal glare. Ahem, I was just caught off guard by the sheer shock of it all. Kai cleared his throat, defending himself with a perfectly straight face. As if anyone would believe that. Actually, I don't really mind. However, Maren, the person actually involved, didn't show a single ounce of displeasure or disgust. She quietly slipped her arms into the lab coat. When she looked up at Kai again, her eyes clearly carried an inexplicable, profoundly interested meaning. Kaikuen. Were those things you just summoned cursed spirits? Are they your Shikigami? Are there a lot of things like that out there? Once Maren finally recovered from the shock, she practically glued herself to Kai's side, bombarding him with a relentless barrage of questions from every direction. Even Yukino didn't have the energy to care that Maren was getting way too close to Kai. After all, Yukino was intensely curious about the supernatural revelations herself. There aren't exactly a ton of them, but we still need to be careful from now on. Under normal circumstances, running into a cursed spirit is actually quite rare. Of course. That was under normal circumstances. Kai couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but ever since he awakened the system and acquired cursed spirit manipulation, the number of cursed spirits in the area seemed to be skyrocketing. I need a minute to process all this. Listening to Kai describe the details regarding cursed spirits, Shizuka, who had collapsed into a nearby chair, couldn't help but groan. Her mind was still reeling in an absolute daze. Yukino and the others didn't say anything, but they were clearly in a similar state of shock. Taking advantage of the lull, Maren suddenly leaned even closer to Kai.
That electricity power you just used, can you do it again? Does it cost you a lot of energy? You mean this? Saying that, Kai raised a hand, pale lightning once again crackling around his fingertips. The faint, dangerous sound of the electric current made Maren subconsciously blush, her heart skipping an excited beat.
Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 46. Has the frustration really built up this much? 1537 words. Can you use that ability lots of times? Maren's voice was barely a whisper. Aside from Kai, who was sitting right next to her, no one else in the room could possibly hear her. Kai was taken aback for a second, but then realization dawned on him. Good lord. Did my little blast of Byakurai just awaken some kind of deeply suppressed and questionable kink inside Marin Kitagawa? Then again, it wasn't entirely surprising. A girl bold enough to rock a tongue-piercing and fully embrace the gyro lifestyle definitely had a rebellious, adventurous streak deeply ingrained in her bones. I just feel like the residual energy from the cursed spirit hasn't been cleansed from my body yet. Terrified that Kai might think she was weird or disgusting, Marin frantically blurted out the clumsiest, most transparent excuse imaginable. In truth, even Marin herself hadn't anticipated that the sharp, electrifying sting would feel so inexplicably thrilling. Is that so? Then I suppose I really do have a professional obligation to help you thoroughly cleanse it. Looking at Marin's flushed face and shifting eyes, Kai suddenly let out a low chuckle. I'm also curious about that game you mentioned earlier. Think you could teach me how to play it? Absolutely. Instantly picking up on the heavy, underlying implications in Kai's words, Marin agreed without a single second of hesitation. It was almost as if she were terrified he might suddenly change his mind. Meanwhile, the other three were still deeply immersed in the sheer shock of the supernatural spectacle they had just witnessed. They hadn't snapped out of it yet. Excuse me, is it possible for me to officially join the service club? Suddenly, Marin raised her hand and enthusiastically voiced her request. Even putting Kai aside for a moment, Marin was now genuinely highly interested in the service club itself. Theoretically speaking, yes you can. Seeing Marin constantly glued to Kai's side, Yukino could logically understand it. The girl had just been severely traumatized by a literal monster, so it was only natural she felt a desperate need to cling to the only person capable of protecting her. Despite rationalizing it, Yukino still couldn't stop her brows from knitting together in subtle displeasure. However, before Yukino could finish her sentence or lay down any ground rules, Marin bounded over with a beaming smile and threw her arms tightly around Yukino in a massive hug. That's so awesome. Thank you so much. Why, you're too close. Faced with Marin's overwhelmingly physical, boundary-ignoring, golden retriever personality, Yukino looked very stiff and uncomfortable. The harsh words of rejection died in her throat. Marin giggled happily. While still clinging tightly to Yukino, she specifically turned her head and shot a highly suggestive, playful wink directly at Kai. Don't let her bubbly, airhead exterior fool you. Deep down, Marin Kitagawa was actually sharp and perceptive. That evening, after finishing her grueling shift at school, Shizuka Hiratsuka absolutely couldn't hold back anymore and dragged Sonoko Machida out for drinks. Seriously, what is your deal lately? Do you literally have nothing better to do all day besides dragging me out to drink? If Shizuka wasn't her best friend, Machida genuinely wouldn't have bothered leaving her apartment. Well, look who's talking. Being thoroughly satisfied by a man really does change a woman, huh? It wasn't that long ago you were the one constantly begging me to come out and drink with you to drown our sorrows. Shizuka's sarcastic and passive-aggressive tone left Machida utterly speechless. She was just about to fire back when Shizuka abruptly cut her off. All right, enough of that. I actually called you out here for something serious. Something serious. Under Machida's highly skeptical gaze, Shizuka suddenly leaned in close, lowered her voice to a dramatic whisper, and stared dead into Machida's eyes with sincerity. Do you believe that the supernatural genuinely exists in this world? Has a lack of male attention actually caused her brain to literally snap and start hallucinating? Meeting Shizuka's intense, borderline manic gaze, Machida took a deep, steadying breath, returning a look of equal, solemn seriousness. I understand. Wait here. I'll text you the details shortly. Having said that, Machida downed her shot of sake, stood up, and briskly marched straight out the door of the izakaya. Wait, what the hell kind of reaction is that? Shizuka didn't have to sit there in sheer confusion for very long. A few minutes later, Machida marched right back inside and slammed her phone down on the table. It's all set up. I've officially booked him. You're coming with me tomorrow night. Coming with you? To go where? Shizuka was still utterly lost. Didn't you just clearly imply you were desperate for a man? I already texted him and made the arrangements. Tomorrow night, we're going together. What the actual hell are you talking about? If Shizuka hadn't already swallowed her sake, she would have undoubtedly spat it right in Machida's face. When did I ever say I was desperate for a man? What the hell did you just arrange? I'm trying to have a serious, terrifying conversation about literal ghosts and monsters, and you immediately run outside to book us a threesome. Oh, please. Weren't you literally just spouting insane, delusional nonsense about the supernatural because your sexual frustration finally caused you to snap? Ghosts and monsters. To an ordinary, normal civilian like Sonoko Machida, the concept of the supernatural was nothing more than a ridiculous fairy tale. How could something like that possibly exist in their modern, scientifically grounded reality? Shizuka realized she was the idiot here. Why on earth had she thought confiding in Machida about this was a good idea? Thinking about it rationally, if someone had randomly come up to her yesterday and started ranting about cursed spirits, she would have assumed they belonged in a psychiatric ward too. You know what, forget it. You'll understand whenever you finally see one for yourself. And for the record, my brain isn't broken from a lack of men. After struggling to find the right words for several agonizing minutes, Shizuka eventually just waved her hands in total defeat. She honestly had no idea how to explain it to her without sounding insane. It wasn't like she could just casually summon a cursed spirit right there in the izakaya to prove her point. Machida eyed Shizuka with intense suspicion. However, she still firmly refused to believe a single word about the supernatural. Her tone shifted, becoming slightly uncertain. Does this mean you aren't coming tomorrow night? I'm coming. Why the hell wouldn't I? The mind-shattering events at school today had left Shizuka feeling stressed and suffocated, and deeply unsettled. Furthermore, Machida's mysterious partner had supposedly been unavailable the past few times she had tried to orchestrate this. Now that she finally had a guaranteed opening, there was no way she was backing out. Shizuka was fully determined to see for herself exactly what kind of men possessed the stamina to supposedly make her best friend float on cloud nine. Just to be clear, if I'm not thoroughly satisfied with his performance tomorrow, do not blame me if I end up physically beating him up. Feeling her face flush bright red, Shizuka stubbornly stuck her neck out and delivered the threat. Regardless of the sheer panic currently doing backflips in her stomach, on the surface, Shizuka Hiratsuka maintained her facade of fearless aggression. Yeah, I hear you. They had been best friends for years. Did Shizuka honestly think Machida didn't know exactly how she operated? Machida waved her off dismissively. I'm just worried that by the time he's done with you, you won't even have the physical strength left to lift a single finger, let alone throw a punch. Is he really that incredible? Shizuka remained highly skeptical. She was a seasoned veteran of adult videos. She had never seen a performance as exaggerated and stamina-defying as the one Machida had described. He's exactly that incredible. Machida didn't bother trying to explain it any further. Tomorrow night, Shizuka would get to experience the sheer, terrifying reality of it firsthand anyway. Tomorrow night. Meanwhile, in his apartment, having just set down his phone, Kai looked highly suspicious. Out of absolutely nowhere, Sonoko Machida had called him, aggressively insisting that he had to come out tomorrow night, because she had a massive surprise waiting for him. Honestly, Kai didn't care in the slightest about whatever surprise she had planned. However, he couldn't exactly refuse when Machida had quite literally called him, Goshijin-sama, over the phone in a highly desperate tone. What else could he possibly do? He obviously had no choice but to show up and properly discipline his editor. How do I look? The absolute second he put his phone down, Marin Kitagawa's voice echoed nervously from the hallway. Looking up, he saw Marin stepping out of his bedroom, now fully dressed in the meticulously crafted Shizuku Kuro cosplay outfit. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 47, 47, An Unsurprising Absence, Yumiko's Strange Behavior. 1450 words longer chapters are almost here. After school ended that afternoon, Kai didn't head straight back to his apartment. Instead, he made his way to Marin Kitagawa's house. Even though both of Marin's parents were highly paid corporate professionals, their jobs constantly required them to travel out of town for business trips. As a result, Marin was left home alone most of the time, and today was no exception. The second he walked through the door, Marin excitedly told Kai to wait in the living room for a minute, claiming she needed to run to her bedroom and change into something more comfortable. Even though I didn't actually sew this one myself, it's still one of my favorite cosplay outfits. What do you think? As she spoke, she deliberately did a slow twirl right in front of Kai, her eyes sparkling with intense, eager anticipation as she waited for his reaction. It's gorgeous. Even though Kai had no idea which specific anime character she was cosplaying, just looking at the distinct design choices made it blindingly obvious it was another heroine from some obscure eroge. In certain critical areas, the fabric was practically non-existent. Should we start now? Tilting her head, she looked at him with a bright, undeniably eager smile. Even though her theoretical knowledge of the subject matter was off the charts, this was still her very first time putting it into actual practice. Marin desperately tried to suppress her wildly accelerating heartbeat as she slowly closed her eyes. She had assumed he would dive right in. But a moment later, feeling something strange, Marin opened her eyes in genuine surprise. What's this? I just happened to spot it lying around. Don't you think it fits perfectly? Put a collar on. Marin Kitagawa. Quest completed. He had to admit, Marin Kitagawa certainly kept a surprisingly extensive collection of toys and accessories stashed around her house. As he spoke, Kai suddenly gave the attached leash a firm tug, pulling Marin directly toward him. Do you not like it? I love it. Even though the sensation was entirely unfamiliar and slightly uncomfortable, a bizarre, indescribable thrill simultaneously blossomed deep within Marin's chest. This felt fundamentally different from when she played those games by herself. For a brief moment, tears of excitement began to well up in Marin's eyes. Goshijin-sama. That breathy whisper almost made Kai lose his composure right then and there. On your knees. He delivered the command with cold authority, and Marin obediently complied without a single second of hesitation. Quest completed. Quest completed. Quest completed. That night, the system notification chimed so many times that even Kai completely lost track of exactly how many quests he had actually managed to clear. Even though she was inexperienced, Marin Kitagawa was so unbelievably cooperative and eager to please that by the time Kai finally snapped back to reality, he realized he had almost broken her. The next day, entirely unsurprisingly, Marin Kitagawa called in sick and didn't show up to class. Kai-kun, why does it feel like you're incredibly happy today? In the classroom, Yui Yokohama looked at Kai with intense curiosity. Ever since he had walked through the door that morning, the highly satisfied smirk playing at the corners of his lips simply hadn't faded. Even Kai himself hadn't realized how obvious his good mood was. Recovering his composure, he flashed a warm smile at Yui. What's so strange about that? Seeing you always puts me in an amazing mood, Yui. Oh, stop it. Even though she knew perfectly well he was just sweet-talking her, Yui couldn't stop the bright, joyful smile from spreading across her face. Enjoy it while it lasts. Once the exam results drop and you're officially demoted to carrying bags for me and Yui, I highly doubt you'll still be smiling. Seemingly appearing out of thin air, Yumiko Miura marched over and aggressively challenged Kai. Still as fiercely confident as ever, I see, Yumiko. Kai's smile vanished, replaced by a sharp, highly calculated gaze directed right at Yumiko. I just wonder if the great Fire Queen will still be able to force a smile when she's officially demoted to being the third wheel on my date with Yui. Who do you think you're scaring? We'll see who's laughing when you fail to take first place in the class. Yumiko refused to believe that Kai could actually pull off a miracle and take the top spot. Furthermore, even if he had secretly been attending grueling cram schools all break, they were already way too deep into this. Given Yumiko's fiercely stubborn personality, she would rather die than back down from a challenge now. Yumiko. Yui was genuinely starting to panic. She was terrified that Yumiko was actually going to get into a serious fight with her boyfriend. Don't even try to talk me out of this, Yui. Before Yui could even attempt to mediate, Yumiko cut her off. Since when have you ever seen me back down from anything? That's true. Yui honestly couldn't argue with that. Setting everything else aside, when it came to overwhelming force of personality, Yumiko Miura had never feared anyone. Relax, we're just making a friendly bet. We aren't actually going to get into a real fight over it. Knowing exactly what was causing Yui's panic, Yumiko begrudgingly offered a brief explanation to soothe her best friend's nerves. And it was the honest truth. Deep down, Yumiko genuinely harbored no actual malice toward Kai. She simply felt an intense urge to prove herself and crush his arrogance. She refused to admit defeat to him. This bizarre, highly specific fixation made even Yumiko herself feel conflicted and confused. All right then. Since it had already come to this, Yui knew there was absolutely nothing she could say to stop them. She could only sigh and nod helplessly. Standing nearby, Hayato Hayama looked at Kai, then looked at Yumiko, unable to hold back his own interjection. Yumiko, we still have a few days left before the exams actually start. How about I help you review and tutor you first? Seeing Kai acting so absurdly confident, Hayato genuinely suspected he might have been secretly attending high-level cram schools over the holidays. While Japan outwardly heavily promoted a stress-free education policy, the reality of the situation was vastly different. The quality of outside cram schools varied wildly. Stress-free education was a luxury exclusively reserved for those without money or future prospects. If a student actually wanted to change their destiny by studying hard and getting accepted into a top-tier university, their only viable option was to pay exorbitant fees for elite cram schools, fees that ordinary, working-class families simply couldn't afford. This brutal reality led to a highly predictable outcome: the wealthier a student's family was, the better their academic performance. The so-called stress-free education was ultimately just a convenient anesthetic used to pacify the masses. The severe, seemingly unbreakable class stratification in Japan was likely heavily driven by this exact phenomenon. If it had just been a casual offer to study together, Yumiko wouldn't have thought much of it. After all, her own wealthy family had already hired private tutors for her. But hearing Hayato Hayama state it so bluntly and publicly in front of Kai made Yumiko feel incredibly irritated and deeply insulted. What exactly do you mean by that, Hayato? Are you assuming I'm going to lose? What kind of nonsense is this? Conceding defeat before the battle has even begun. Even though she knew Hayato probably didn't mean it maliciously, Yumiko still felt a massive surge of pure annoyance. Why have I never realized before just how dense and utterly tactless Hayato Hayama actually is? No, not at all. That's not what I meant. Not expecting Yumiko to misinterpret his intentions so severely, Hayato frantically waved his hands in a panicked attempt to explain himself. Come on, Miura, Hayama is personally offering to tutor you. Tobe and the other guys in their clique couldn't help but chime in. They all knew perfectly well that Yumiko had always harbored a massive crush on Hayato, even if Hayato had never explicitly clarified his own feelings. They all genuinely supported the two of them getting together. To be honest, at this exact moment, Yumiko felt zero happiness regarding the offer. Instead, an inexplicable, profound wave of irritation washed over her. More than anything else, Yumiko desperately wanted to see exactly how Kai would react to hearing Hayato's offer. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 48, 48, bonus 1105 words longer chapters are almost here. When Yumiko Miura sneaked a glance over her shoulder, she saw Kai laughing and chatting happily with Yui Yokohama, seemingly oblivious to the drama unfolding on her end. For some inexplicable reason, her already agitated heart grew even more irritated. Miura, Tobe tried to say something, but Yumiko harshly cut him off. Considering they were friends, she held back from saying anything too nasty. Anyway, this is my own business. I don't need you guys interfering. Even if I lose, I'll lose fair and square. Having said her piece, Yumiko turned her body away, making it clear she had absolutely no desire to speak to anyone else. Tobe and the others hadn't expected a single sentence to trigger such an intense reaction from her. Is Yumiko going to be okay? Sitting beside Kai, Yui couldn't help but ask with genuine concern. She's probably just taking the bet a bit too seriously. Go over and talk to her for a bit, she should calm down. Yui knew exactly how fiercely competitive Yumiko could be. So, with a nod, she didn't suspect any ulterior motives. Watching Yui shuffle over to Yumiko's side, an inscrutable smile tugged at the corners of Kai's eyes. Even though he had been busy chatting with Yui, he had been keeping a very close eye on Yumiko's reactions the entire time. It seemed he wouldn't have to wait much longer. The seeds he planted in Yumiko's mind were about to bear fruit. Yumiko, are you all right? Completely oblivious to the underlying dynamics, Yui walked over and asked gently. I'm fine. What are you doing over here? Yumiko let out a long breath. In reality, even she didn't understand why she had suddenly lost her temper so badly. Kaikuin asked me to come check on you. That unexpected sentence made Yumiko freeze. Actually, Kaikuin really cares about you. Yui said this because she was terrified Yumiko would genuinely hold a grudge against him. She just wanted to smooth things over between them. However, hearing those words, a strange emotion fluttered deep within Yumiko's heart. Even Yumiko herself didn't notice that her previously deeply annoyed expression had visibly softened, eventually tugging into a faint, involuntary smile. Her tsundere instincts kicked in, and she blurted out. Then why didn't he come over and tell me himself? The moment the words left her mouth, Yui visibly paused. That sounded a little weird, didn't it? Ahem, Yui, don't get the wrong idea. Realizing her remark sounded way too intimate, Yumiko quickly scrambled to cover it up. I was just saying whatever came to mind. Don't overthink it. Actually, if you hadn't gotten so defensive, I really wouldn't have overthought it. Still, Yui just nodded along. Yumiko was her best friend, there was no way she harbored any ulterior motives. During the lunch break, Kai slipped out of the classroom, exactly like he always did. With a brisk, light step, he headed straight for the service club room. He just hadn't expected to bump into someone completely unforeseen on the way. Megumi-chan, is something the matter? Seeing Megumi Kato suddenly appear before him, Kai asked in genuine surprise. Are we actually close enough for that? Tilting her head, Megumi looked thoroughly perplexed. Was her relationship with Kai really strong enough for him to use such an intimate nickname? After I laid bare all my deepest secrets to you, I honestly thought you already considered me a friend, Megumi-chan. I literally discovered it all on my own. And what do you mean, deepest secrets? All I know is that you're an unapologetic scumbag. But after a brief, deadpan silence, Megumi suddenly spoke up. In that case, since we're friends now, it's only fair that I get to call you that too, right? She was still wearing her signature, perfectly blank expression. But for some inexplicable reason, Kai could clearly detect a subtle smile dancing in her eyes, exactly like a kid who had just pulled off a successful prank. Of course. You can call me whatever you want, Megumi-chan. Kai didn't push back. Instead, he laughed and played along. There had been so many other heroines popping up recently that he had almost forgotten about Saint Megumi. But since she was delivering herself right to his doorstep, he definitely wasn't going to let the opportunity slip away. "So, what brings you out here, Megumi-chan?" "Nothing, really. I just don't have any friends, so I subconsciously started wandering around, and just happened to bump into you." In reality, the second she saw Kai leave the room, she had subconsciously gotten up and followed him. Having zero friends was the honest truth, though. Before, Megumi could tolerate the isolation. But now that someone who could instantly spot her in a crowd had finally appeared, even knowing full well he was a total scumbag, Megumi couldn't stop herself from being drawn to him. "Our school really is full of problem students, isn't it?" Thinking about Megumi's unique social predicament, Kai suddenly sighed. That remark made Megumi feel more than a little offended. "Kaikuin, even someone as boring as me is capable of getting angry, you know." Wasn't he basically calling her a problem student right to her face? Judging by her abrupt shift back to his formal surname, it was glaringly obvious that she actually cared quite a bit about the comment. "Whoa, that's not what I meant at all. Besides, I already told you, right? You're incredibly cute, Megumi-chan. Someone as cute as you can be forgiven for absolutely anything. What kind of logic is that?" Especially when Kai was delivering the line with an expression of sincerity. "Kai-chan has a wicked personality." She turned her head away unnaturally and muttered, "Come with me." As he spoke, Kai suddenly grabbed Megumi's small hand and began pulling her down the hallway. "Where are we going?" Even though she was deeply curious about where he was taking her, Megumi didn't make a single effort to resist, simply letting him pull her along. "To a place where you can make some actual friends." "Make actual friends?" Megumi couldn't help but tilt her head again. Did a place like that genuinely exist in this school? Megumi decided not to overthink it. She simply stared down at their joined hands, her gaze slowly drifting into a daze. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 49, 49, bonus 1203 words early bonus, enjoy. On the way. Perhaps sensing that her own mindset was getting a bit strange, Megumi wanted to change the atmosphere. Speaking of which, Kitagawa-sen took the day off today. Even though she had an incredibly low presence and was constantly ignored, Megumi still knew exactly who her classmates were. Marin Kitagawa was always the one hyping up the mood. With her absent today, the atmosphere around the Gyru clique was noticeably duller. "That was my doing," Kai replied instantly, without a second thought. Megumi, who had been planning to keep the conversation going, completely froze. "What do you mean, you're doing?" She looked up at him in bewilderment. "It's exactly what you're thinking. Well, we played a little too hard last night. Marin can barely walk right now, so naturally, she couldn't come to school." Since she already knew he was a scumbag, Kai didn't even bother trying to hide it. Besides, who said having a playboy persona meant you couldn't successfully conquer heroines? Just to clarify, in your eyes, you do realize I'm a girl, right? Of course. Didn't I just say? You're an incredibly cute girl, Megumi-chan. Even though she had no friends, this was still Japan. The societal atmosphere was what it was, and Megumi had at least a basic understanding of that kind of stuff. At the very least, her theoretical knowledge was sufficient. Hearing Kai say that, Megumi could clearly picture the scene in her head. She hastily shook her head to clear the thought. "Haha, I just feel like there's no need to hide anything from you, Megumi-chan. Are you going to hate me because of this?" Saying that, Kai suddenly stopped walking, leaned in slightly, and closed the distance between them. "You're too close." She averted her gaze unnaturally. "You haven't answered my question, Megumi-chan." I don't hate you. It was so bizarre. By all logic, she should absolutely despise a scumbag like him, yet deep down, Megumi simply couldn't bring herself to hate Kai. Soon enough they arrived at the service club. Kai smiled and casually greeted Yukino Shida and Hidori Goto. Perhaps because she was pure-hearted and slightly airhead, Hidori acted the exact same as always. The moment she saw Kai, her eyes lit up with unconcealable joy. Yukino, on the other hand, the gaze she directed at Kai was noticeably laced with complex emotions. Perhaps she simply didn't know what attitude to adopt when facing him anymore. After all, she was the elite young lady of the Yukino Shida family. Yukino knew perfectly well just how high the social status of a truly capable jujitsu sorcerer, or onmyoji, could be in the hidden echelons of society. It was like assuming you were all just ordinary high school students, only for someone to casually reveal they were a top-tier billionaire heir. Feeling a bit overwhelmed and unsure of how to act was a normal reaction. What's wrong? Did you miss me so much overnight that you don't even know what to say anymore, little Yukino? Yukino's inner turmoil was practically written all over her face. There was no way Kai couldn't see right through it. He smoothly took a seat next to her and teased her with a grin. Your skin is as thick as ever. For some inexplicable reason, that simple, shameless joke instantly lifted the heavy weight off Yukino's chest. That's right. He was still the exact same Kai. He hadn't changed at all, she was just overthinking things. Realizing this, Yukino's inner tension finally relaxed. Did Kitagawa-san not come with you? Yesterday, in her sheer excitement to join the service club, Marin Kitagawa had filled out the club entry form right then and there. Yukino had assumed she would show up with Kai today. She wasn't feeling well, so she took the day off. Yukino nodded, a look of perfect understanding crossing her face. It made sense. Marin was the one who had directly encountered that terrifying paranormal entity. Being in shock and feeling physically unwell the next day was a completely natural reaction. Kai didn't bother clarifying the actual reason for Marin's physical condition. Some things he could state bluntly to Megumi Kato, but dealing with someone else obviously required an entirely different strategy. Speaking of which, doesn't an official club need at least 5 members to be established? The only reason Yukino had managed to set up the service club with so few people was purely because she had pulled strings with Hiratsuka-sensei. Yukino looked at him in confusion. Why is he suddenly bringing this up out of nowhere? So, I went ahead and recruited a new member for our service club. A new member? Yukino subconsciously furrowed her brows. The dynamic in the club was currently perfect. She really didn't want a random stranger coming in and ruining the established atmosphere. Not just anyone has the qualifications to join the service club. Saying that right to someone's face is a bit rude, don't you think? Kai didn't explain. He simply smiled, turned his head, and looked at Megumi Kato, who had walked in right beside him. What do you think, Megumi-chan? Being completely ignored was entirely within Megumi's expectations. It had been exactly like this her entire life, after all. I don't recall ever agreeing to join this club, did I? Someone's there. Hearing that flat, deadpan voice suddenly speak up, let alone Yukino, even Hidori Goto nearly jumped out of her skin. They finally noticed Megumi Kato standing right next to Kai. Why didn't we see her this entire time? Hidori asked in a trembling, terrified whisper. Is it a cursed spirit? A cursed spirit? Megumi tilted her head in confusion. It definitely didn't sound like a compliment. I have no idea what you guys are talking about, but I'm sorry to disappoint. I'm just a normal human being. I just have a very low presence, so people tend to ignore me. Low presence? Well, their entire worldview had already been violently shattered yesterday. While the concept of having a presence so low it bordered on literal invisibility sounded absurd, it was still vastly less absurd than a literal cursed spirit manifesting in the room. Yukino shot Kai a highly questioning look. Well, it's exactly what you just saw. He shrugged. Kai briefly explained Megumi Kato's unique predicament. Because she gets ignored so often, Megumi-chan hasn't been able to make any friends. She doesn't even have anyone to talk to between classes. So I figured I'd bring her here so we could all be friends. First it was Hidori Goto with her crippling social anxiety, and now it was Megumi Kato with her complete lack of presence. As expected, Kai truly is a deeply kind person. She just didn't quite understand why every single person Kai helped happened to be a girl, and an incredibly cute one at that. An inexplicable twinge of discomfort flashed through Yukino's chest, but her overall mood had still softened considerably. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 50, A Direct Pitch. Megumi Kato's heart is in turmoil. 1226 words, even though it's the truth. Hearing it said so bluntly still feels a bit offensive, Megumi Kato couldn't help but point out. If she had a choice, Megumi obviously wouldn't want to have such a low presence either. Well, don't be so shy. Kai naturally wrapped an arm around Megumi's shoulders, steering her right in front of Yukino Shida, and Hidori Goto. Actually, Yukino and Bachi's situations are pretty similar to yours. Kai then gave a brief rundown of Yukino and Hitori's circumstances. One had an icy, brutally honest tongue that pushed people away, and the other suffered from crippling social anxiety. Both fundamentally lacked friends. And now, he was adding Megumi, with her low presence, to the mix. Megumi finally understood exactly why Kai had lumped them all together as fellow problem children. After learning about Megumi's predicament, the inherently kind-hearted Yukino naturally didn't object to her joining. But seeing Kai holding Megumi so intimately, and Megumi showing zero signs of resistance or discomfort, Yukino made a highly pointed remark. Are you two really that close? Of course. Kai looked nonchalant. Acting as if he hadn't caught Yukino's underlying implication in the slightest, he stated directly, Megumi-chan and I are good friends. Hearing Kai publicly claim her as a friend, even Megumi's perpetually blank, deadpan face couldn't stop a faint smile from tugging at the corners of her lips. Furthermore, Megumi could clearly sense that she wasn't actually repulsed by Kai's close physical contact at all. Still, she perfectly understood what Yukino was getting at. Please don't misunderstand. I just happen to know some specific things about Kai-chan, which is why we're a bit closer. It's not the kind of relationship you're imagining. Megumi wasn't entirely sure if the other girl actually knew that Kai was an unrepentant scumbag. To be safe, she didn't state it outright, only vaguely mentioning that she knew some things. It seems you've encountered it too. Seeing Yukino's look of sudden, profound realization, Megumi was bewildered for a moment. So you've seen it, Yukino Shida-san. As she asked this, Megumi couldn't help but cast a deeply skeptical sidelong glance at Kai. What is going on here? Are you actually this open and honest about being a scumbag? Why does it seem like every single person in this room knows exactly what kind of playboy you are? And it's not just me. Hidori knows about it too. Saying that, Yukino glanced at Hidori sitting beside her. MHM. Hidori nodded rapidly like an excited little hamster. The terrifying, mind-shattering image of seeing that cursed spirit yesterday was burned into her memory for the rest of her life. You guys are just okay with it? Megumi's tone was uncertain. Has everyone's tolerance for scumbags gotten this absurdly high? They know he's a three-timer, and they seriously just don't care. Why wouldn't we be okay with it? If Megumi was confused, Yukino was equally perplexed. No matter what he turns out to be, I firmly believe that his heart is kind. Saying that, Yukino subconsciously glanced sideways at Kai, her gaze softening considerably. I didn't expect little Yukino to have such a glowing opinion of me. Give him an inch and he takes a mile. Yukino shot Kai an exasperated glare, but then failed to hold back a small, genuine smile. MHM, Kai-kun is a really good person. Even Hidori nodded in agreement. Regardless of what anyone else might say, Hidori genuinely felt that Kai was a good person, an incredibly kind person. If it hadn't been for him, she would still be isolated right now. Absolutely no one would have ever invited her to join a club. She would have remained a solitary shadow in the background forever. Meanwhile, watching this entire bizarre exchange play out, Kai lowered his head slightly, struggling desperately to suppress the massive grin spreading across his face. Good lord. If you ever wanted a textbook example of people talking past each other, this is it. They were clearly talking about two entirely unrelated things, yet somehow, their wavelengths had miraculously synced up perfectly. However, Kai had no intention of exposing the misunderstanding. He couldn't wait to see the chaos when the truth finally came to light later on. Since Kaikuen introduced you, Kato-san, on behalf of the service club, I formally welcome you. I never actually said I wanted to join this club in the first place. Besides, a name like Service Club sounds incredibly questionable. But since she was already standing right here, Megumi honestly didn't know how to gracefully refuse. In the end, she could only offer a numb nod. Thank you. By the time she finished filling out the official club registration form, Megumi was still feeling dazed by the entire sequence of events. Lunch break ended. Kai walked alongside Megumi Kato as they headed back to their classroom. You really have a wicked personality. Glancing at Kai beside her, Megumi suddenly dropped the remark out of nowhere. You knew perfectly well that I wouldn't be able to say no in that specific situation. You did that on purpose, didn't you, Kai-chan? Even though her inner thoughts were entirely unreadable from her blank expression, her phrasing gave her away. If Megumi were genuinely angry, she wouldn't still be calling him Kai-chan, she would have reverted straight to his formal surname. I did it on purpose. He admitted it just like that. Because I want to get closer to you, Megumi-chan. Now that we're in the same club together, I'll have much more time to see you from now on. Faced with such an unapologetic, direct straight pitch, even the normally unflappable Megumi Kato found herself struggling to maintain her composure. Don't say such weird things. What's weird about it? I told you before, didn't I? I really like you, Megumi-chan. Honestly, when I first saw you always sitting all by yourself, I was actually pretty happy about it. What is that supposed to mean? If it had been anyone other than Kai saying that, Megumi would have assumed they were maliciously gloating over her loneliness. But when Megumi looked up at him in pure confusion, she saw Kai staring right back at her with an intensely serious gaze. Because if that's the case, then I will be the only person in your world. I'll be the only one who can see how brilliantly you shine, Megumi-chan. And I have no desire to share that radiance with anyone else. This is a confession, right? It definitely is. Growing up, this was the very first time Megumi Kato had ever been confessed to in her entire life. Not to mention, it was coming from a guy she explicitly knew was an unrepentant scumbag, yet she was still entirely willing to associate with him anyway. Should I reject him? Your world doesn't only have me in it. At the end of the day, love was inherently selfish. She simply couldn't wrap her head around it. Why on earth were Yukino Shida and Hidori Goto so perfectly okay with the fact that Kai was a three-timing playboy? Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 51, What's mine is mine, and no one else can touch it. 1203 words. So, are you going to reject me, Megumi-chan? As he spoke, Kai leaned in so close his lips were practically brushing her ear. His unique scent washed over her, making Megumi's heart race uncontrollably in her chest. Reject him? Megumi had always considered herself an incredibly ordinary girl, destined to find a thoroughly ordinary romance sometime in the future. Dealing with an unrepentant scumbag was a variable she had never even considered. She knew she should reject him outright. But for some inexplicable reason, the words completely died in her throat. Someone who could spot her instantly in a crowded room, someone who would never ignore her, had finally appeared. If she just let him slip away now, Megumi felt like she would regret it for the rest of her life. That's so unfair, Megumi murmured softly after a long silence, her head bowed. Kai raised an eyebrow in surprise. In the next moment, still looking down, Megumi spoke in a muffled, deadpan voice. You already knew perfectly well that I wouldn't be able to say no. That's exactly why you said all that on purpose, isn't it? He was stunned for a fraction of a second before letting out a soft chuckle. Because of her lack of presence, Megumi Kato's personality was vastly different from other typical heroines. Being constantly ignored made her feel overwhelmingly ordinary, very, very ordinary. She didn't think she was particularly beautiful or gentle. Deep down, she even harbored a slight inferiority complex. I'm not a god. How could I possibly know everything? His tone softened considerably. Reaching out, he gently pulled her into his embrace. He felt her stiffen and struggle for a brief moment, but then she relaxed, closing her eyes and leaning her weight against him. All I know is that if I missed out on you, Megumi-chan, it would be a massive tragedy. Besides, I've already made up my mind. Even if you did reject me, I would just keep relentlessly pursuing you. The mere thought of you being with another guy actually makes me want to commit murder. Please don't misunderstand, Megumi quickly interjected upon hearing his last sentence. I have no desire to visit you in prison. Don't worry, I'm not that impulsive. I'm just saying that regardless of whether you agree or not, you're mine. And absolutely no one is taking you away from me. I'll admit, I'm definitely not a good guy. But don't worry, I always take full responsibility. And you shouldn't doubt my capabilities in that department. Saying that, Kai lowered his head and stared deeply into Megumi's eyes. You're saying weird things again. Clearly, the second half of his statement had conjured some specific imagery in her head. Especially when she recalled that Marin Kitagawa was literally physically incapable of walking to school today. A furious blush crept across Megumi's usually pale cheeks. Megumi genuinely didn't know how to respond to that. But there was no denying the truth. Listening to Kai's domineering and possessive declaration didn't make her feel uncomfortable in the slightest. Instead, her heart practically soared with an inexplicable, fluttery joy. All right, there's no need to rush into an answer. Kai hadn't actually planned on forcing an immediate response out of her. After all, he had a lot of targets right now and needed to balance his time and attention carefully. I'll give you plenty of time to think it over, Megumi-chan. Just promise me you won't actively try to avoid me. Because if you do, I might just have to tie you up and keep you by my side. His blatant threat made Megumi subconsciously pout in reproach. I wasn't avoiding you in the first place. It's just that you're always surrounded by other people. She was clearly referring to their time in the classroom. He essentially glued himself to Yui Yokohama's side, giving Megumi no opening to approach him. Haha, well, you know the truth now, Megumi-chan. Just come hang out with us. I can even introduce you to a few new friends. I think I'll pass. Megumi thought about it for a moment, then shook her head. It wasn't that she disliked the idea, but she would definitely feel very awkward and out of place. As long as I can see you, that's more than enough for me. After hesitating for a moment, she softly confessed her true feelings. That's exactly why I said you were so cute, Megumi-chan. A girl like this truly made a man's heart melt. Kai reached out and gently tipped her chin up. Realizing exactly what he was about to do, Megumi slowly fluttered her eyes closed. Quest completed. The afternoon classes breezed by as easily as ever. School was out before 3 p.m. Hey, Kai. Let's go play some soccer. Kakaratobe called out, trying to drag his friend out onto the field. I'll pass. Why would I want to run around getting drenched in sweat? I'd much rather spend that time hanging out with my gorgeous girlfriend. Saying that, Kai smoothly wrapped an arm around Yui's waist. Yui, let's go hit the mall. Hearing the invitation, Yui agreed without a second thought. She desperately wanted to spend more time with her boyfriend too. Damn it all, you lucky bastard. Seeing Kai living his best life made Tobe and the other guys so intensely jealous they were ready to spontaneously combust. Not too long ago, they had all been single losers together. How did he suddenly score such a sweet, perfect girlfriend? Hey, Hayama, why don't you ask me you're out shopping too? Thoroughly demoralized, they lost all motivation to play soccer, and instead started aggressively egging Hayato Hayama on to ask Yumiko Miura out. You guys. Hearing their teasing, Hayato looked very helpless. He had always firmly believed that the person he truly liked was Haruno Yukinoshita. But recently, for some inexplicable reason, Yumiko's growing distance was starting to make him feel a bizarre, unnatural sense of discomfort. Miura, how about I'm busy? Before Hayato could even finish his sentence, Yumiko immediately shot him down. She then turned sharply toward Yui. Yui, didn't we agree to go check out that new line of cosmetics after school? Did we ever actually agree to that? However, since Yui was notoriously terrible at saying no to her friends, she instantly found herself caught in a painful dilemma. Oh, whatever. Easily reading the conflict on Yui's face, Yumiko decisively waved her hand. It's fine, we can just all go together. You guys were planning on hitting the mall anyway, right? Well, alright then. Yui looked up and shot Kai a deeply apologetic glance. Their perfect, romantic date had just been crashed by a third party. But did Kai actually mind? Of course not. In fact, he was absolutely thrilled by this development. On the surface, however, he shot Yumiko a highly teasing smirk. Well, look at that. It seems the great Fire Queen couldn't even wait for the exam results before volunteering to be our third wheel. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 52, 52, bonus 1276 words. Hearing Kai's teasing remark, regardless of the actual turmoil in her heart, Yumiko Miura maintained her surface-level facade and let out a dismissive snort. I'm only going to keep Yui company. It has absolutely nothing to do with a certain someone. Hearing her say that, Kai feigned a look of total nonchalance and casually replied, I see. Well, in that case, maybe I just won't go. You two can go shopping by yourselves, then. What is that supposed to mean? Yumiko, who had actually been in a fairly good mood just a moment ago, instantly flared up at his words. Her emotions spiked violently. Do you hate me that much? You really don't want to go out with me that badly? If you're not going, then don't go. It's not like I care anyway. Having screamed her piece, Yumiko violently turned on her heel and sprinted straight out of the classroom. Sitting nearby, Yui desperately tried to stop her, but she was entirely too late. As Yumiko ran out the door, Yui could clearly see that the edges of her best friend's eyes were already rimmed red. Even Kai genuinely hadn't expected Yumiko to react so explosively. Don't panic, I'll go talk to her. Saying that, Kai quickly stood up and followed her out of the classroom. What the hell just happened? On the other side of the room, Kakeru Tobe was left standing in a state of bewilderment. He clearly had no idea what had just transpired. They had been friends for a long time, and he had never, ever seen Yumiko Miura get so fiercely emotional over something like this. Even Hayato Hayama looked completely lost. Only Hina Ebona quietly pushed her thick glasses up the bridge of her nose, a sharp flash of understanding glinting in her eyes. She couldn't help but cast a glance at Yui, who was still looking toward the door with deep concern for Yumiko. Ebona helplessly shook her head. Both girls were her close friends, yet they had inexplicably set their sights on the exact same guy. As a bystander, Ebona couldn't possibly take a side, so she made the executive decision to simply pretend she hadn't seen a single thing. I never would have expected the great Fire Queen to actually hide away and cry her eyes out inside the small, secluded grove behind the school building. Watching Yumiko Miura stand with her back turned, aggressively wiping away her tears, Kai approached and teased her in a light-hearted tone. "How did you find me here?" Hearing Kai's voice suddenly echo behind her, Yumiko panicked. She frantically scrubbed at the corners of her eyes to hide the tears, and whipped around, spotting him strolling toward her. "Who knows?" Shrugging casually, Kai spoke with complete nonchalance. "I just had a feeling you'd be here, so I came looking." In reality, it was entirely thanks to his cursed spirits. Kai had immediately used cursed spirit manipulation to scatter invisible trackers across the school grounds to locate her. Who would have guessed that Yumiko could run so fast? She had bolted all the way to the dense grove behind the campus. Without literal cheat codes, who could have possibly tracked her down that fast? However, his smooth, slightly ambiguous explanation inevitably stirred a strange, deeply fluttery emotion within Yumiko's chest. What is this? Is it fate? If this is really fate, then where does that leave Yui? Thinking of Yui Yokohama, Yumiko frantically shook her head to clear her thoughts and subconsciously blurted out, saying things like that, "What are you going to do about Yui? What does Yui have to do with this?" Kai was genuinely confused. They were in the middle of a perfectly good moment. Why was she suddenly bringing up Yui? I must be losing my mind. Yumiko honestly wanted to slap herself across the face. I mean, why aren't you keeping Yui company right now? Why did you come looking for me? Don't you hate me? Bringing this up caused Yumiko's mood to plummet all over again. The tear ducts she had just barely managed to bring under control instantly betrayed her, and fresh tears welled up in her eyes. Who said I hated you? This girl really has an incredibly wild imagination. You don't hate me. Her expression froze. She looked up at Kai in shock, tiny teardrops still clinging to her eyelashes. Seeing Yumiko looking so unexpectedly vulnerable, Kai raised a hand and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. He then shrugged and said casually, I never hated you in the first place. If I actually hated you, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Then why did you? Kai's gentle touch brought an unnatural, brilliant flush to Yumiko's cheeks, but right now, she was vastly more desperate to understand exactly what was going through his head. I was obviously just joking around with you. He laughed softly. Who would have thought that the great, untouchable Fire Queen would actually burst into tears over a simple joke? So I literally just overthought the entire thing. Remembering how dramatically she had just stormed out of the classroom in tears, Yumiko suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of humiliation wash over her. Stop calling me that. The queen thing. Stop calling me that. If it were anyone else using that moniker, Yumiko wouldn't have cared in the slightest. But coming from Kai's mouth, the nickname suddenly felt embarrassing and inexplicably cringy. I actually thought you loved that nickname. Much like Yukino Yukinoshida's title of the Ice-Cold Beauty, Yumiko Miura's title as the Fire Queen was famous throughout Sobuhai. Yumiko couldn't help but avert her gaze in embarrassment. Why didn't I realize before just how chinibu the title Fire Queen actually sounds? Alright. Seeing Yumiko's signature tsundere attitude finally return, Kai smiled and waved his hand. Since you're feeling better, are we still going shopping together or what? I don't have all day. Kai hadn't forgotten his schedule. He still had a highly anticipated date with Sonoko Machida tonight. Furthermore, Machida had explicitly promised she had prepared a massive surprise for him. While Kai heavily suspected this supposed surprise was just some specialized lingerie or new toys, thinking about it carefully still made his blood run a little hot. He was genuinely looking forward to it. There was a saying for a reason, 30-year-old women simply operated on an entirely different level than 20-year-old girls. They were vastly more open-minded when it came to embracing highly questionable dynamics and roleplay. I'm going. Why wouldn't I go? If I don't go, people might actually think I chickened out. Completely unaware of the deeply impure thoughts running through Kai's head, Yumiko agreed without a single second of hesitation. Yumiko, are you sure you're okay? Walking down the incredibly crowded, bustling shopping street. Keeping close to Yumiko's side, Yui couldn't help but ask with lingering concern. Don't overthink it, Yui. I was just acting earlier to mess with him. You didn't actually think I would burst into tears over something that stupid, did you? Hearing Yui's worried question, Yumiko brushed it off, her face showing complete nonchalance. Are you kidding? If word ever got out that she had actually cried her eyes out over a boy's teasing, how could she ever show her face around so high again? She would literally die of embarrassment. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 53, 53, Sonoko Machida's Surprise, Anticipation. 1180 words. Hearing this, Yui Yokohama didn't harbor the slightest suspicion. Instead, she said with a look of pure innocence, so you were just faking it. You're amazing, Yumiko. I couldn't tell at all. If it had been anyone other than Yui Yokohama saying that, Yumiko Miura would have genuinely thought they were mocking her to her face. Clearing her throat, Yumiko decisively changed the subject. Enough about me. Let's talk about you. Yui looked bewildered. What was there to talk about regarding her? Yumiko first glanced back at Kai, who was trailing behind them with a relaxed, carefree expression. Then, she leaned in close to Yui and whispered, How are things between you and Kai lately? What do you mean, how are things? Not expecting Yumiko to ask something so direct, Yui lowered her head in embarrassment, stammering as she struggled to find an answer. I mean, is he bullying you? Is he treating you poorly or anything? Let me tell you, when you're dating someone, you absolutely cannot spoil your boyfriend too much, got it? Yumiko pressed on, looking incredibly anxious. If your relationship is too perfect, doesn't that mean I've completely lost my chance? With Yui's gentle personality, there was no way she would say anything bad about him. She frantically shook her head. Don't misunderstand, Yumiko. Kai-kun treats me very well. We're getting along great. She genuinely believed Yumiko was just being a fiercely protective best friend, ready to stand up for her. Furthermore, Yui truly did think Kai was wonderful. It was just that whenever they were alone together, he would always intentionally or unintentionally take advantage of the situation to cop a feel. Even though it made her incredibly shy and flustered every single time, deep down, Yui actually really loved that feeling. Is that so? You're heading back already. After shopping for nearly 2 hours, Kai prepared to head home first so he could make it to his scheduled meetup with Sonoko Machida. Hearing Kai say he was leaving, Yumiko couldn't help but speak up. The sun hasn't even set yet. I really don't know what you're in such a rush to get back for. Aren't you done with your part-time jobs? I was actually hoping we could all grab dinner together later. But Yumiko was far too proud and embarrassed to say that out loud. Yui didn't say a word, but the gaze she directed at Kai clearly harbored a deep reluctance to see him go. Smiling, Kai reached out and affectionately rubbed Yui's head. He spoke in a casual tone. I'm not working part-time anymore, but that doesn't mean I don't need to make money. Do you think I'm a wealthy heiress like you? Even though Yumiko didn't hail from some elite aristocratic family, her parents held excellent corporate jobs and pulled in high salaries. Calling her a wealthy young lady wasn't entirely inaccurate. Make money? You're going back at this hour to make money. Who knows what wild, illicit scenario suddenly popped into her head, but Yumiko's eyes blew wide open, staring at Kai in disbelief. What are you imagining now? Kai reached out in exasperation and flicked Yumiko lightly on the forehead. I didn't tell you guys before because I was worried there might be some complications, but there's no harm in telling you now. I recently wrote a light novel, and the sales are actually doing pretty well. At the very least, my current living expenses are completely covered. What an absolutely perfect excuse. A light novel? In Japan's societal climate, light novels were heavily associated with otaku culture. Simply reading them often slapped you with a negative, otaku, label, automatically equating you with stereotypes like being a NEET or a slob. However, writing a successful light novel was a vastly different story that garnered a significant amount of respect. Has it been published? Of course. How else would I be making money off it? That's good, then. Yumiko couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether it was a light novel or not, being a published author with good sales officially made him a literary professional. His social standing would instantly skyrocket. Honestly, keeping something like that a secret from us. You're such a terrible friend. Who knew if it was actually going to turn out well back then? He shrugged. In reality, he had purely forgotten to mention it, and when he remembered later, he was simply too lazy to bring it up. It just happened to serve as the perfect excuse right now. All right, fine. So what's the title of your book? I'll go buy a copy later and check it out. Since he had already spilled the beans, there was no point in hiding a simple book title. After giving them a brief rundown of the name, Kai said his goodbyes and left. This time, Yumiko and Yui didn't press the issue any further. After all, Kai was heading back to take care of highly important business. As for Yumiko, since it was still early, she dragged Yui straight to the nearest bookstore. I want to see exactly what kind of novel this guy can write. If the sales aren't doing that well, maybe I can buy a bunch of extra copies so that idiot can make a little more money. Compared to Yumiko, Yui's family background was much more ordinary. Still, she wanted to buy a few copies to wholeheartedly support her boyfriend. They're sold out. The very first bookstore they checked was cleared out. That's right. This book is incredibly popular right now. We just got a new shipment in this morning, and it sold out before noon. We're going to have to order another massive batch tonight. Is that so? Is it really that insanely popular? Refusing to believe it, Yumiko aggressively dragged Yui to several other stores. Finally, in a slightly more remote, quiet bookstore, they managed to track down a few remaining copies. This is all we have left. Looking at the direction the clerk was pointing, there were only 3 or 4 copies sitting on the shelf. With a grand, sweeping wave of her hand, Yumiko declared, "I'll take them all." Yumiko, Yui, desperately wanting to buy one for herself, immediately tried to interject. But Yumiko bluntly cut her off. Don't worry about it. It's just a book. Consider it a gift from me, since I dragged you all over town for so long. For some inexplicable reason, Yumiko's words felt completely wrong. If someone else heard that interaction, they would honestly assume Kai was Yumiko's boyfriend. By the time Yui snapped out of her racing thoughts, Yumiko had already finished paying at the register. Left with no other choice, Yui simply nodded, forcefully suppressing the bizarre, uneasy emotion bubbling in her chest and convincing herself she was just overthinking things. Every 100 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 54, Shizuka Hiratsuka. I didn't realize you were such a pro. 1314 words. Next bonus, 200. Hello everyone, I hope you're all doing well. The promised longer chapters begin with chapter 57. And starting from chapter 64, I've taken things even further to improve overall quality. At this point, each chapter requires a significant amount of time and effort to complete, so I'll be increasing the bonus chapter from 100 to 200 horsepower. This is the only way I can continue delivering high-quality content consistently. Once again, thank you all for your continued support. Yumiko Miura finally realized it too. What she had just said was way too direct. She quickly cleared her throat and changed the subject. I couldn't tell at all. Since the book is selling so well, it seems that Guy is making a lot of money. Even though she didn't know much about light novels, she could easily guess that with such great sales, Kai, as the author, would definitely get a massive cut of the profits. Perfect. Yumiko had secretly been planning to find an excuse to slip Kai some money if he was struggling financially. Now it seemed that wasn't necessary at all. Kai-kun is amazing. Standing to the side, Yui held the book in her hands, a bright, cheerful smile blooming on her face. To Yui, how much money he made didn't really matter. As long as Kai was doing well and wasn't unhappy, that was more than enough. Seeing Yui acting like this, Yumiko, who had been in a pretty good mood, suddenly felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart. That's right. No matter how outstanding he is, he already has a girlfriend. Sigh, for the first time in my life, I'm actually a little jealous of Yui Yokohama. It wasn't until she heard Yui calling her name that Yumiko finally snapped back to reality. Yumiko, are you okay? I called you a few times just now, but you didn't react. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? It's getting late. Since we've already bought the books, let's just head home. All right. Seeing Yumiko turn around and hurriedly walk away, Yui was still a bit slow to process what was happening. I feel like Yumiko is acting so weird today. Everything about her is just so strange. But after thinking about it for a moment, Yui honestly couldn't figure out why Yumiko was acting like this. In the end, she could only shake her head, look down at the book in her hands and smile again. I must be overthinking things. I should just head home. Yui was also looking forward to going home and getting a good look at exactly what kind of light novel Kai had written. Is she working overtime again? On Kai's end, after returning to his apartment, he simply tidied up a bit, looked around the empty room, and couldn't help but shake his head. At this hour, Sakiko Tagawa had probably gone to work again. And given Sakiko's workload, she probably wouldn't be back until very late. Kai had thought about giving Sakiko some money, but he didn't. In fact, keeping a heroine was nothing for him right now because of how much money he had. But Sakiko was proud. Even though they were very honest and close with each other now, Sakiko would definitely mind it if he offered her money. Having such a stubborn personality isn't always a good thing. Thinking this, Kai shook his head. I'll just have to take it slow. She will change eventually. Just as Kai finished tidying up and opened his door to head out, the door to the Tagawa apartment suddenly opened as well. The person walking out of the apartment was none other than Sakiko Tagawa's father, Kiyotsugu Tagawa. To be honest, even though they were neighbors, this was the very first time Kai had actually laid eyes on Kiyotsugu Tagawa, a man who supposedly only knew how to numb himself with alcohol. But it was nothing like what he had thought it would be. The Kiyotsugu Tagawa standing before him didn't look like a sloppy alcoholic in the slightest. His beard was cleanly shaven, he was wearing a sharp, perfectly tailored suit, and he even had a faint scent of men's cologne on him. If you didn't know any better, you would think the guy was heading out for a blind date. As he walked past, Kiyotsugu acted as if he didn't even see Kai, briskly striding right by. Although he was dressed sharply, his eye sockets were slightly sunken. Amidst his excited gaze, there was an unconcealable look of exhaustion. He looked exactly like a man who had severely overexerted himself in certain physical activities. Don't tell me he's actually having a late-life romance. That absolutely didn't happen in the anime. But then again, this was a multiverse anime world, not a single, isolated universe. It was entirely reasonable for a butterfly effect to trigger a series of chain reactions. Besides everything else, Kiyotsugu Tagawa's looks were definitely great. If not for this, it would have been completely impossible for him to marry into the Tagawa family and live with them as their son-in-law. Right at that moment, I've already booked the hotel room. When are you getting here? Kai's phone suddenly buzzed. Seeing the message from Sonoko Machida, Kai stopped paying attention to Kiyotsugu's affairs and quickly typed a reply. I'll be right there. Is he really coming? Meanwhile, inside a luxurious room in a high-end hotel, Shizuka Hiratsuka, who had been brimming with confidence just a moment before, felt a wave of inexplicable panic wash over her. Obviously, she was yet another textbook case of someone who talked a massive game, but the second things got real, she panicked faster than anyone else. Don't tell me you're actually chickening out. Easily reading her friend, Sonoko Machida suddenly teased her. WWHO's chickening out. Regardless of how terrified she actually was on the inside, Shizuka absolutely refused to admit defeat on the surface. She stubbornly stuck her neck out and declared, I am Shizuka Hiratsuka. Do I look scared to you? Machida didn't say a word, but the smile on her face only grew wider and far more amused. Damn it, what the hell are you laughing at? The tiny shred of composure Shizuka had just managed to scrape together instantly shattered upon seeing Machida's smug grin. I can't believe you weren't scared the first time you did it. That was a point Machida genuinely couldn't argue against. After all, during her very first time, she had been incredibly panicked as well. Well, if you really don't have the guts to face him head-on, why don't you try this? Machida pulled out a blindfold while Shizuka watched with a very suspicious look. Once it was on, it blocked out all vision. Before Shizuka could even react, Machida stepped forward and strapped it directly over her eyes. How's that? Doesn't that feel a lot better? It feels super weird. She felt even worse when she lost all of her sight. But it was also true that the panic in her chest had calmed down a little since a moment ago. Wait a minute. Shouldn't we be putting this thing on him instead? Just tell me if you want to use it or not. Seeing Shizuka suddenly decide to act smart at a time like this, Machida deadpanned. Fine, fine. So what am I supposed to do now? Here's the plan. You go lie down in the inner bedroom first. I'll bring him straight to you when he gets here. How does that sound? I really didn't realize you were such a pro at this roleplay stuff. Every 200 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 55, 55, Is this the surprise you mentioned? The Ultimate Wingwoman, Sonoko Machida 1452 words next bonus, 200. Screw you. Sonoko Machida lost it when she saw that Shizuka Hiratsuka still had the nerve to make a joke at a time like this. After forcefully shoving her friend into the hotel bedroom, Machida immediately pulled out her phone and snapped a quick photo. What are you doing? Even though her vision was completely blocked, Shizuka could hear the crisp click of the camera shutter perfectly well. What else? Sending him a picture. A picture? Shizuka suddenly felt incredibly awkward and self-conscious. What's with the but? You still have all your clothes on, what are you so afraid of? Don't tell me you're backing out now. Backing out? Are you kidding me? I just wanted to say, you better make sure I look good in the picture. Even though Machida had been best friends with Shizuka for a long time, her ridiculous, stubborn bravado still left him speechless. Forget it, terrified that teasing her any further would actually make Shizuka bolt out the door, Machida didn't bother saying anything else. She simply opened line and sent the photo she had just taken directly to Kai. Waiting for you. She even attached a highly flirty sticker for good measure. What is this? Kai hadn't thought much of it at first. But when he opened the message and saw the photo of Shizuka Hiratsuka lying on the bed wearing a blindfold, a look of genuine astonishment flashed across his face. Is this the massive surprise? Good grief. Kai had originally been trying to brainstorm exactly what kind of angle he could use to conquer Shizuka Hiratsuka. After all, as a hardened teacher with a fiery temper, she wasn't nearly as easy to deal with as the other heroines. And the result? She literally delivered herself right to his doorstep. Sonoko Machida was, without a doubt, his ultimate wingwoman. Do you not like it? Machida texted back, suddenly worried that Kai might not actually be into this kind of specific setup. I love it. Of course I love it. You really are my sweetheart. Hurry up and get over here, otherwise she's going to panic and leave. Don't worry. After putting his phone away, Kai noticeably picked up his pace toward the hotel. Meanwhile, after putting her phone down, Machida couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh in the hotel room. What a total nightmare of a man. In fact, it was impossible for Machida not to have real, deep feelings for Kai after spending so much time together recently. But she was also very aware of what was going on. She was almost 30, which was 10 years older than him. Relationships between older women and younger men weren't unheard of, but a gap this wide was still exceptionally rare. Furthermore, it wasn't like Machida hadn't dropped hints before, but Kai's stance was very clear. It was fine if she wanted to touch him and have fun. But asking him to stop seeing everyone else and only be with her? Not a chance. Kai stopped just short of outright declaring his intent to conquer the entire forest. Knowing full well he was an incorrigible playboy and equally unwilling to leave his side, she resolved to guard against the day he might grow bored and cast her aside. Machida had no choice but to take a completely unconventional approach. The reason she had agreed to Shizuka's ridiculous proposal in the first place actually involved a fair bit of her own highly calculated scheming. I refuse to believe you'd still be willing to throw me away after this. As a veteran light novel editor, there wasn't a single outrageous, trope-laden plotline Machida hadn't seen before. Putting those ideas into practice was an entirely different matter, but that didn't stop her from understanding perfectly how to capture a man's interest. Machida, did you just say something? Shizuka suddenly called out from inside the bedroom. Perhaps because her vision was blocked, her hearing had become significantly sharper and more sensitive to the silence. I was just texting him. He's going to be here any minute. All right then. She had originally been planning to rip the blindfold off in a moment of panic, but hearing that, she hesitated again. Forget it. She would just pretend she was asleep since she had already come this far. If she bailed now, she would definitely be mercilessly mocked. After all, she was the one who had proposed experiencing this in the first place. Shizuka had no intention of being underestimated. Soon enough, Kai arrived at the hotel suite. Pushing the door open, he immediately saw Machida leaning seductively against the hallway doorframe. Where is she? Hearing his highly direct question, Machida feigned a look of deep, dramatic disappointment. As expected. The new always beats the old. Now that you have a fresh toy to play with, an old, boring one like me has to obediently step aside. What are you talking about? Kai obviously wasn't the type to abandon the old for the new. He immediately pulled her into a forceful, tight embrace, leaned in close, and whispered against her ear. I told you, didn't I? Once you belong to me, don't even think about escaping for the rest of your life. Even though she was significantly older than him, hearing that intensely dominant, possessive tone made Machida helplessly adopt the blushing demeanor of a smitten teenage girl. I know. I'll listen to whatever you say. Things were already like this anyway. Furthermore, she didn't know if it was just her imagination, but ever since they crossed that line, she felt increasingly, physically incapable of leaving Kai. In fact, just the thought of talking to other men right now triggered a subconscious wave of pure disgust. This man was poison. But the fatal part was that Machida realized she had no desire whatsoever for an antidote. Good girl. It's her first time, so of course I need to take proper care of her. Don't worry, I'll come over and thoroughly satisfy you soon enough. While she was undeniably thrilled by Kai's possessive tone, Machida still froze in confusion for a split second. How do you know it's her first time? That detail bothered her. She was fairly certain she had never actually mentioned it to Kai. After all, Shizuka was the same age as her. No reasonable person would simply assume a 30-year-old woman was completely inexperienced. Of course I know. He flashed a deeply meaningful, wicked smile, then leaned in even closer to Machida. After all, she is my teacher. Holy hell, they actually had that kind of relationship. After listening to Kai's brief explanation, Machida was stunned for a moment before her eyes literally lit up with excitement. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go in. Did Sonoko Machida just awaken some twisted voyeuristic kink? Why was she suddenly acting even more desperate and excited than he was? Well, he had no choice. What else could Kai possibly say? Following Machida's eager, forceful pushing, he walked into the bedroom. He immediately spotted Shizuka Hiratsuka pretending to be asleep on the massive bed. Obviously, Shizuka had clearly heard the noise of Kai opening the front door earlier. The tiny shred of composure she had managed to gather instantly vanished into panic. Oh my god, is it too late to say I want to leave now? While Shizuka was frantically spiraling in her own thoughts, Kai had already arrived at her bedside. Sensing someone's intense presence right next to her, Shizuka knew she couldn't keep pretending to be asleep. She stammered out nervously. Shouldn't we talk first? Get to know each other. Isn't this moving a little too fast? Her terrified and amateurish reaction made Machida, who was watching eagerly from the doorway, burst into laughter. Why the hell are you still in here? What's the big deal? I was planning to tag in and take over when you inevitably run out of energy later. Tag in my ass. She was just about to scream at Machida to get out when Kai's voice drifted over. It's fine. If you want, I can definitely keep chatting with you later. You're already doing this, what the hell is there left to chat about? Shizuka suddenly realized a massive problem. This voice. Why did his voice sound so familiar? But before Shizuka could even process her mounting confusion, in the very next second, the brutal siege began. Every 200 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 56, bonus 1187 words early bonus. Next target, 400 horsepower. How is the writing for the third volume coming along? It's almost done. I'll finish it in a couple of days and bring it over for you to read. After all, he had already reaped all the massive, tangible benefits. If he couldn't produce actual results for her, wouldn't it look exactly like he had just been scamming her from the start? That's good. I've already spoken with the editor-in-chief. We aren't going to rush the release of the second volume. We're going to let the sales and hype for the first volume ferment a bit more until your reputation grows even bigger. It's going to be perfect. Rest assured, the chief personally guaranteed that the entire publishing house will throw its full weight behind marketing your second volume when the time comes. After all, the publisher had to make money too. With Kai's book performing so well, Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko was raking in enormous profits. If they managed to produce a light novel that broke the 10 million sales mark, the imprint would undoubtedly eclipse the other two major publishers in both prestige and market dominance. Machida wasn't just doing all this because she was Kai's professional editor. She also fully considered herself as Kai's woman. Securing maximum benefits for her own man was just a matter of course. All right, I'll leave all the logistical arrangements to you then. He was just a glorified copycat anyway. Handing all the marketing and sales issues over to Machida was more than enough. Furthermore, Kai was extremely confident in his own hardware. As long as he kept her thoroughly satisfied, she would handle the rest flawlessly. So have you thought about what to do regarding the illustrator? The illustrator for the first volume was an in-house artist provided by the publisher, and their skill level could only be described as aggressively mediocre. After all, even though they knew Kai's manuscript was phenomenal, it had still just been a debut volume, the market reception had been entirely unknown. Fujikawa Fantastic Bunko was never going to spend a massive fortune hiring a highly famous, top-tier illustrator for an unproven rookie author. But now, rolling into the highly anticipated second volume, the situation was completely different. If you don't have any specific illustrators in mind, I can start scouting for one on my end. An illustrator? Kai paused his movements for a moment. He then continued, no need. I actually have a candidate in mind on my end. I'll contact her first and give you a definitive answer in a couple of days. Speaking of illustrators, Kai actually did have the perfect candidate in mind, the undisputed ace of Sobuhai's art club, Aoi Spencer Sawamura, who also happened to be the very famous doujin artist, Kashiwagi Aoi. To claim Kai had no interest in winning over the ultimate, textbook tsundere blonde would be a flat-out lie. This was perfect. Kai had been brainstorming exactly what kind of angle he could use to organically approach Aoi. Machida had literally gift-wrapped the perfect excuse, and dropped it right into his lap. Okay. Whatever you say. Machida offered no objection to Kai's decision, agreeing without hesitation. As they spoke, both of their voices carried a low, breathy edge. Excuse me. Staring at the two people casually chatting away, Shizuka, whose consciousness was finally starting to slowly return to reality, honestly couldn't take it anymore. Do you guys seriously have to discuss business while doing this? She was literally in the middle of a brutal, relentless siege, yet they were casually discussing corporate publishing strategies. Could they show her at least a tiny shred of respect? By this point, the blindfold that had been covering her eyes had long since been tossed to God knows where, and Shizuka had finally regained her vision. Staring up at Kai's face hovering directly above her, Shizuka's emotions churned in complete disarray. Yet the moment she recalled how thoroughly she had been swept away just moments ago, Sonoko Machida had been eating this good the entire time. No wonder. The last time she saw Machida, the woman had practically been glowing with intense, radiant joy. She would have to be crazy not to be happy with this kind of stamina. Oh my, already recovered. Catching sight of Shizuka's deeply disgruntled expression, Machida teased, her tone light and faintly mocking. So what did you think? I didn't lie to you, did I? Shizuka desperately wanted to roll her eyes at Machida. But right now, she literally didn't have the physical strength to manage it. You psycho, you definitely did this on purpose. She looked at Kai, then looked back at Machida. If Shizuka still hadn't figured out the entire setup by now, she would be a complete idiot. It was intentional. The trap had been absolutely intentional. Don't talk nonsense. I only found out about the connection a little while ago too. She shrugged. Machida put on a mask of pure innocence. In reality, when she first discovered the student-teacher connection between Kai and Shizuka, Machida had genuinely been quite shocked as well. But then again, who told Shizuka to constantly act so tough and stubborn all the time? Machida had instantly wondered what kind of spectacular, mind-shattering expression Shizuka would make once she realized the mystery man was actually her own student. And she had to admit, Machida had thoroughly enjoyed the show. She genuinely hadn't expected it. How could a human being's face possibly cycle through that many different, extreme expressions in a single split second? Shizuka lacked the energy to even attempt a comeback. She could only shoot a deeply resentful, pleading glare at Kai. What's wrong, Hiratsuka-san? Realizing exactly what title Kai was about to use, Shizuka frantically cut him off. Just call me Shizuka. Using her formal teacher title at a moment like this felt deeply unnatural, almost outright wrong. Kai let out a low chuckle, not even bothering to argue the point. Shizuka Hiratsuka's physical constitution was undeniably top tier. At the very least, her current performance was leagues above Sonoko Machida's very first time. However, no matter how incredible her physical stats were, facing a literal cheat code existence like Kai was ultimately a futile struggle. Fortunately, Machida was waiting eagerly on the sidelines to tag in. Otherwise, Shizuka's final condition wouldn't have been much better than Marin Kitagawa's current bedridden state. Later that night, Kai didn't spend the entire night at the hotel. The main reason was that Shizuka still couldn't completely cross that massive psychological hurdle in her mind just yet. Kai didn't mind in the slightest. After all, it was only a temporary mental block. Give it enough time, and Shizuka would naturally come to fully accept her new reality. Furthermore, as he was leaving, Machida deliberately shot Kai a highly suggestive wink, clearly indicating that she would stay behind to thoroughly re-educate and mentally prepare Shizuka for the future. Every 200 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 57, Quest Rewards. Sakiko Tagawa's Direct Confession 2361 words. Next bonus, 400 horsepower. Very long chapter. System, claim my rewards. On the way back, Kai still had a joyful look on his face. There was no helping it, after experiencing something like that, it was hard not to be in a fantastic mood. Coincidentally, Kai hadn't forgotten the quests he had just completed. There were nearly 10 of them. He genuinely hadn't expected that stacking them together would actually trigger even more quests to pop up. It was a completely unexpected surprise. However, if that was truly how it worked, it seemed he could definitely stack them a few more times in the future. Not for any other reason, purely just for the rewards. Congratulations to the host reward, 500,000 yen in cash. Congratulations to the host reward, master level driving skill. The system's reaction was very fast. Basically, the moment Kai spoke, the system's rewards began rolling out. But the drop rates for these rewards were inconsistent. Looking at the cash rewards now, Kai felt utterly bored. After all, he was no longer in a situation where he needed to constantly worry about money like before. To the current Kai, this stuff was merely a minor bonus, nothing to get excited over. Fortunately, with nearly 10 quest rewards, even if the drop rate wasn't very high, it still managed to spit out a few genuinely excellent items for him. Congratulations to the host reward, Heido number 31, Shikaho. Congratulations to the host reward, Lightning Release, Chidori Spear. Congratulations to the host reward, Rokushiki, Shurgon. Good Lord. Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece. He had collected a full set of them all. The destructive Heido from Bleach, the lightning release from Naruto, and one of the 6 superhuman martial arts techniques from the One Piece world. They were all exceptionally good offensive methods. Combined with the abilities he had obtained previously, Kai realized something. Even without relying on cursed spirit manipulation, his current self could easily obliterate cursed spirits. Not bad at all. Although the drop rate was average, Kai was still satisfied with this haul. His already fantastic mood grew even better. He had originally assumed that by the time he got back at this hour, Sakiko Tagawa would already be fast asleep. As a result, the moment he walked up the stairs, Kai saw Sakiko sitting outside her door, her entire face buried in her arms. She seemed to be sobbing softly. What happened? Did someone bully Sakiko? Realizing this possibility, Kai's gaze instantly turned razor-sharp and dangerously cold. Anyone who dared to bully his people was practically begging for death. Hearing Kai's voice, Sakiko reacted as if she had just found her ultimate lifeline. Without even waiting for him to ask, she threw herself directly into his arms. Her crying grew even louder. I'm here. Everything is going to be okay. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will always be right here. It was quite rare to see Sakiko acting like this. Kai's voice involuntarily softened considerably. He gently comforted her. The money. The money is gone. Finally, after crying for a long while, Sakiko managed to stammer out the source of her despair. The money? Kai genuinely hadn't expected this to be the reason behind her tears. Soon after, Kai followed Sakiko back into the neighboring apartment. This was where Sakiko lived. The floor was littered with empty liquor bottles and half-eaten bento boxes. Whenever Sakiko didn't have the time to clean up for a while, this garbage would quickly pile up into a literal mountain. Kiyotsugu Tagawa never lifted a finger to clean it. Kaikuen. Showing him this scene made Sakiko feel incredibly embarrassed. Even though she had already lost face in front of Kai more than once, she still desperately wanted to maintain whatever tiny shred of pride she had left. It's fine. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. Kai's reassuring words gradually settled the intense panic in Sakiko's heart. Perhaps she had finally accepted Kai as her sole pillar of support. The gaze she directed at him began to fill with deep attachment. Thank you. Even after seeing me in such a pathetic state, you still haven't abandoned me. It was right here. Sakiko led Kai to the exact spot where she always hid her savings. It was in a secluded corner of the wardrobe. Previously, she had carefully stored everything inside a small pouch. But now, only the empty pouch remained, all the cash was gone. To make matters worse, her tuition money for the second half of the year had been in there too. Thinking of this, the rims of Sakiko's eyes began to turn violently red all over again. Compared to Sakiko, Kai appeared vastly more calm and collected. Even a burglar wouldn't think to look in a spot like this, right? Under normal circumstances, even if a thief did break in, seeing the absolutely trashed state of the apartment, they wouldn't assume there was any money to be found here. Let alone go through the trouble of tearing the wardrobe apart to search for a hidden stash. Inexplicably, Kai suddenly remembered the sight of Kiyotsugu Tagawa earlier that day, dressed to the nines, and looking perfectly groomed, as if he were heading out for a blind date. Is he not back yet? Hearing this, Sakiko froze for a second before her face instantly turned dark. That's right. If it wasn't a burglar from the outside, it could only be a thief from within the family. Furthermore, it wasn't as if there was no precedent for this kind of behavior. Kiyotsugu Tagawa had previously stolen Sakiko's hard-earned part-time wages to play pachinko, blowing every single yen until nothing was left. She immediately pulled out her phone. She dialed his number several times, but no one answered. It's not going through. Her expression grew more severe. Especially when she imagined him taking the money she had worked so painstakingly hard to save, and blowing it on alcohol, and women outside. Sakiko's fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. She genuinely wished she could personally march over and punch him right in the face. Actually, finding someone isn't a difficult task at all. Seeing Sakiko lift her head and look at him in sheer confusion, Kai suddenly smiled. To be honest, there's something I've been keeping a secret from you all this time. I was just worried that if you found out, you might be terrified of me, or even hate me. An idea sparked in his mind, instantly formulating yet another routine to win Sakiko over. How is that even possible? Why would I ever react like that? Sakiko blurted out the words without a single second of hesitation. How could she possibly ever hate Kai? The very thought had never even crossed her mind. Regarding her response, Kai simply offered a non-committal smile before speaking in a soft tone. Do you believe that cursed spirits actually exist in this world? The exact kind of terrifying monsters depicted in horror movies. That question was entirely out of left field. Sakiko was even more bewildered now. She had originally assumed that Kai had done something terrible in his past. She had even made up her mind that no matter how horrible his past actions were, she was fully willing to face the consequences right alongside him. And the result? He suddenly started talking about the occult. Wasn't that a rather massive leap in logic? Her utter confusion was entirely within Kai's expectations. What if I told you that these cursed spirits are real, and that I even have the power to control them? As he spoke, Kai clapped his hands together. With a surge of cursed energy, the space directly behind Kai began to violently fracture, forming several dark, jagged rifts. Roar! In the very next second, under Sakiko's dumbfounded gaze, Several hideous cursed spirits under Kai's command slowly materialized from the cracks. She subconsciously took a step back. Staring at these grotesque, terrifying, and bizarrely shaped cursed spirits. Absolutely anyone would have exactly this kind of reaction upon seeing them for the very first time. I knew it. Taking in Sakiko's reaction, Kai's face appropriately morphed into an expression of deep, self-deprecating melancholy. Anyone who sees monsters like this would naturally feel terrified. I was just so worried that if people found out I had this kind of power, they would fear me, that they would I won't. Before Kai could even finish his sentence. Having completely snapped back to reality, Sakiko suddenly shouted, aggressively cutting him off. Without another word, she immediately lunged forward and threw her arms tightly around Kai. Thank you. Thank you so much. She didn't say anything else, just continuously, repeatedly thanked him. Feeling Sakiko grip his clothes in a death hold, Kai slightly raised an eyebrow. Did I overact a bit? Thank you so much for being willing to share a secret like this with me. Staring directly into Kai's eyes, Sakiko's tone was more serious and resolute than it had ever been before. She genuinely hadn't expected Kai to reveal such an incredibly massive, world-shattering secret to her. In Sakiko's eyes, this meant he unconditionally trusted her without a single reservation. Otherwise, why would he ever confide something so dangerous to her? Thinking of this, Sakiko's gaze gradually turned intense. I love you. I really should have said this a long time ago. I love you. No matter what happens, I want to be with you because I love you. Perhaps she had long since subconsciously started treating him as her ultimate pillar of support. It was just. Driven by her own stubborn pride, Sakiko had desperately wanted to prove her own worth and capabilities first before finally confessing her feelings to him. But after everything that had just happened, Sakiko realized that there were some things, some words, that simply shouldn't be delayed. At the very least, right here and right now, she desperately wanted to lay her entire heart bare for Kai. That was a fierce confession. Please say something. Having not received a response from Kai, Sakiko suddenly started to feel nervous. No way did I misread the situation. Does Kai not actually have those kinds of feelings for me? Realizing this terrible possibility, the color rapidly drained from Sakiko's face. Kai didn't say a word. Instead, he directly pulled her into a tight embrace, using his actions to perfectly convey his own feelings. I actually should have been the one to say that first. I love you too. Saki, what I meant was, tracking him down normally might be difficult, but by utilizing the power of a cursed spirit, it should be remarkably simple. Leaning comfortably against Kai's chest, Sakiko simply gave a nod. She had already said everything she needed to say anyway. Sakiko no longer felt the need to hide or suppress herself in front of Kai. Her attitude now was genuinely worlds apart from how she usually acted. Kai-kun, please help me. At the very least, I need to know exactly what is going through that man's head. Thinking about her father, Sakiko's gaze hardened considerably. Even though she had long since given up all hope on him, he was still technically her father. At the bare minimum, she needed to know exactly what her hard-earned money had been blown on. Since when do we need to be so polite with each other? Kai chuckled softly, reaching out to gently tip Sakiko's chin upward. If it were before. Faced with such a direct, intimate gesture from Kai, Sakiko would definitely feel quite shy and awkward. But the current Sakiko didn't want to overthink anything. She solely wanted to wholeheartedly cooperate with her boyfriend. This cursed spirit is amazing. Looking at the cursed spirit floating directly in front of them, leading the way. A flash of sheer amazement crossed Sakiko's eyes. She genuinely hadn't expected that by simply using a few of her father's old clothes, it could perfectly lock onto his current location. Furthermore, no matter how far away he was, the cursed spirit could still track him down. Even the most elite trained tracking dogs wouldn't be able to pull off something like this. Along the way, Kai had already told Sakiko about his encounter with her father earlier that day. Initially, Sakiko had genuinely suspected that her father might actually be trying to find her a stepmother. That was a concept Sakiko absolutely could not stomach, no matter how hard she tried. By the time they finally arrived at the destination, looking at the glaringly abandoned, dilapidated mansion sitting before them, Sakiko couldn't help but shoot Kai a deeply confused sidelong glance. Even if they weren't at the woman's house, they should at least be at some sort of hotel, right? Why on earth would they run all the way out to an abandoned mansion in the middle of nowhere? Maybe your dad just has a really specific fetish for places like this. He shrugged. Kai simply couldn't resist dropping a teasing remark. Stop talking nonsense. Sakiko shot him an exasperated eye roll. However, perhaps because her mind had suddenly conjured a highly specific image, an unnatural flush crept across her cheeks. After all, Sakiko had indeed seen some questionable movie plots before. If you ever want to try it out, Saki, I would be more than happy to accommodate you. Right at that moment, Kai suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. Try what? Try what out? But seeing Kai use his eyes to explicitly gesture toward the dilapidated, abandoned mansion in front of them, Sakiko's face burned bright red. She lightly slapped his arm. Don't say such ridiculous things. I absolutely do not want to try that. Even if she actually did want to try it out, there was no way she could ever say something so embarrassing out loud. Every 200 horsepower equals bonus chapter. 15 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atreon.com/dragons. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.